Hamas was block the peace of Abraham between Saudi and Israel. Of course, that was a terrible injury in the history of humanity and the history of Israel, but the reaction of Israel and, first of all, the reaction of Arabic countries who surrounded Israel show the goal of Hamas wasn't able to achieve the result, and I'm optimistic for the future of this area. I think at the end of the next weeks, months, finally we'll arrive to the two states, two people, and guarantee the security and the freedom of Israel with an agreement between Tel Aviv and Riyadh, and hopefully with other countries. That is the first provocation in terms of prediction for the future. I think we need a different European Union in the next months in the international framework. Where is Europe today in Israel? Where is Europe also in Ukraine? Of course, Ukraine will be part of European Union in the next months when finally the conflict will be over. But we need a new political role for Europe, not focused on ideology, but focused on reality and politics. Let me be very frank, and I arrive to conclusion. We discussed about sustainability. European guys created a great message, European Green Deal, very good in terms of slogan. But if we look at the results in 2022, the great message of European Union, we will reduce coal utilization in Europe, with ideas of Franz Timmermans and the other commissioners, really failed. In USA, coal was reduction of coal was 11%. In Europe, do you know how many was the reduction of coal in Europe? In 2022, Europe will use plus 7% of coal. Because the idea of ideology doesn't work. We need not only slogan and ideology, blah, 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 as John rightly used in his introduction, remembering slogan of Greta Thunberg. But we need a very concrete and pragmatic and efficient strategy. I was in Paris when we signed the Agreement of Paris in 2015. Great goal, great project, but we need a strategy. And what is the strategy for Europe? Invest in technology, not in ideology. Last provocation. Artificial intelligence is not a threat, of course. We have an unbelievable number of complication from artificial intelligence, unbelievable, in terms of philosophy, in terms of law, in terms of, we have, in terms of philosophy, because that is the first problem. What is the bridge between reality and a new world? Very, very interesting. But artificial intelligence will be, for energy, for jobs, for sustainability, the best ally for the next future. Artificial intelligence is not only ChatGPT, it's a transformation of the world of energy, and if we'll be able to transform Europe in the land of the future and not only in the museum of the past, so will be believable. I finish. In Greece is impossible. Now remember the great leader of New Europe, who is, of course, your prime minister is a good guy, and I have great admiration for him. But the real leader of New Europe is Telemaco, the son of Ulysses. Why? Because Europe is exactly that. It's a great idea of the past. We need a generation of sons, and not only remember of the fathers. We continue with the narrative, Europe is the place of the father founders. Great. But at the same time, China and the USA compete and maybe cooperate in every dossier. At the same time, new world will emerge from Southeast, from America. Last night in Argentina, we saw a new president. We have a great change in Africa. We need a new Europe, the Europe of tomorrow, not only a Europe who remembered the past, the Europe of Telemaco. Of course, I think that point is not easy to explain because, as I used to say, the problem today is not artificial intelligence. The problem is natural stupidity, and this natural stupidity, the opposite of artificial intelligence, is the populist natural stupidity.
Matteo,
I stay here.
yes, please join me here. There we go. Matteo, thank you very much.
6 minutes and not 5, Italian politician.
Well, I think, yes, but Italian as opposed to a Greek politician. We will have a Greek politician in just a moment. So he now has your target. He has to beat you to get less than you. Anyway, Matteo, thank you very much. I mean, you mentioned elections. I mean, actually, this coming year, 2024, will be the largest number of people who've ever voted in elections in the world. There'll be, I think that elections will cover 4.2 billion people, potentially, as the electorate, which is a huge number. But overshadowing it all, I think, obviously, is the US election, November 5th, 2024. Now, I don't think anyone has ever thought of Donald Trump as a great fan of the environment, nor of an ecological warrior. So what do you think the impact, if it's Donald Trump who wins, what will the impact be on environmental issues, on sustainability?
John, we discussed before, I don't think possible today predict the real situation in USA. Everyone thought, oh, for sure, Trump against Biden, Biden against Trump. I think everything could happen. So, first of all, my first message is I'm not sure the competition will be between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I'm a minority because my friends, oh no, you don't understand. For sure will be a competition between Biden and Trump. We will see. In case of victory of Trump, the presidency of Trump was very complicated to imagine because Trump is unpredictable as a person. He's able to organize a meeting with the North Korean president and try to involve all the people in the White House to push economy, and at the same time don't recognize the result of election, who is probably the most dramatic point of his presidency, because I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, but I have to recognize some results, for example, in geopolitics, thinking about Peace of Abraham. But when he decides to don't recognize in January 6th the results of election, that is not simply an issue in politics. That is an injury in the democracy of the United States of America. About sustainability. I think today we have, the problem is not the United States of America in emission. Of course, I remember the discussion between Barack Obama, Xi Jinping, and Modi in Paris 2015. It was a very great debate and a great job from President Obama, from President Xi, from President Modi, from Prime Minister Modi, very great job. But the real point in the sustainability today for me is in Europe. Because Europe decided to cancel a part of economy, to destroy a part of economy, in name of a very good message in terms of ideality. But we shift a part of our economy from Europe to China. And the level of pollution and emissions in China wasn't better than Europe. So we lose in terms of productivity, and paradoxically, the planet is worse than before. So my question is, my answer is, the point is not what happened with Trump in case of election of Trump, because in case of election of Trump, it will be unpredictable world in every dossier, thinking about a relation with China, thinking about Russia and Ukraine, thinking about a relation with South America, because with the first Trump presidency, there was Bolsonaro, now there is Lula. So a lot of change in case of victory of Trump. But the real point is Europeans have to play a role and continue to be followers of the new world. That is the point.
So there should not be virtue signaling, which by actually exporting their ideals about reducing carbon emissions, they're actually just exporting it to China. So your point is the net effect was not actually to Europe's credit.
I believe today Europe have a problem of demography because Europe is 500 million people, more or less. Yeah. And the rest of the world is 7.5 billion. I joke with my friends in the European institutions, if we continue with this direction, everything will transform ourselves in the second league. Champions League will become the next second league, also in football, not only in politics. Unfortunately, that is true, also because we haven't a generation of leaders in that moment in Europe. For that, I think Europe have to be able to imagine, also in Dubai, in the next COP next week, also in the other sector, to be able to have a strategy to invest in new technologies. Because in my view, the only way to ensure a good planet, a sustainable planet, is invest in technology, not in ideology. Because if we continue to say, yes, 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 but we close the nuclear central as Angela Merkel did in 2012 after Fukushima accident. If we don't invest in new technologies because China and USA are the only competitors, we risk for ourselves. So, John, when I was Prime Minister, I remember a little story about Greece. I was in my holidays in Athens last August, and I was very proud because we were with my family at the restaurant, and near to the restaurant, to the table told me, you are the former Prime Minister of Italy. Yes, thank you so much. I remember your fight for Greece in Europe 8 years ago. Yeah. And for me, that was a very proud, because there was my son, my daughter, daddy, and it's important. But when he told me that, I think, really, it's totally different world respect to 8 years ago. And not only because Greece today is one of the most interesting countries in Europe. Greece grew very well, and Greece is a model for all the, in Italy, a lot of people told us, you have to follow Greece. 8 years ago, everyone told, please don't do as Greece. Not only for that, but because I think Europe 8 years ago think we are the center of the world and we discuss the people who stay in the club, the people who stay abroad the club. Now Europe is the banlieue of the world if we don't change direction. And for that reason, I think investing in sustainability is good if we have a vision, a pragmatic vision, and not if we continue to follow ideological approach. Because if you continue with the ideological approach, Saudi, Africa, Southeast of Asia, China, and the USA will destroy every type of our competitivity. Sorry if I will be very, but I believe in the United States of Europe. I'm a great fan of Europe. I hope Europe will be able to turn and to invest in the future and not only to remember, we are very great in the past. To the past, yes. To the past, thanks. To the past, happiness, but to the future is our direction and our goal.
Matteo, mille grazie. I wish we could talk for longer because you're always fascinating on this.
I think we risk to boring the people and the people sleep if I continue.
We'll never go to sleep, but we are 10 minutes over time.
Thank you so much.
So we had better try to catch up. But thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you for wanting the United States of Europe because perhaps you'll be able to use your influence to reverse this dreadful Brexit for which I personally suffer.
We wait in the United States for Europe also British guys, of course.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ciao, John.
Ciao. Oh, Matteo, we have to be immortalized on film.
Every year, and we change.
Every year. This is
the only
where
solution is Photoshop for me, please.
This is where I tuck my tummy in. Excellent. Thanks, Stavros. Now, And now it's my great pleasure to ask Minister Vasilis Kyriasis to come to the podium. Thank you, Minister. As you all know, Mr. Kyriasis is the Minister of Climate Crisis and Civic Protection in Greece. Nice to see you. Thank you. Great to see you. And don't forget, I've given you the challenge of keeping down to Mateusz. No. Good luck.
Well, two short statements. First one, it's always intriguing to be on the podium after Matteo Renzi. The second one is that the podium is built for an average height, and it seems like I'm way above that, so I'll make the best possible adjustments in order to be able to address everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much, Economists, for the kind gesture of inviting me here. It's an honor. Well, it seems like the planet, or I'd rather say people are producing more crises nowadays than we can resolve or deal with. So I had the honor of being the Minister of Health in the first administration of Kyriakos Mitsotakis here in Greece, and I dealt 2 years with the global crisis of public health, the pandemic. And then after that, in the reshuffle, he gave me a productive ministry, Ministry of Tourism, and then all hell broke loose in Europe, war in the heart of Europe in Ukraine, inflation, energy crisis, seas of bookings. We dealt with that too. And in his new administration, I am the Minister of Civil Protection and Climate Crisis, and we've dealt with an unbelievable summer and springtime in terms of climate crisis, wildfires, huge flooding. So let me start by saying that we talk about climate change in terms of sustainability. We're not there. We're in the climate crisis, and some scientists talk about climate collapse. And we better get our act together, talking about the European Union member states, because it's here, and we have to deal with it, mitigate it, be resilient to the best of our ability. So, our strategy in terms of that is prevention. I'm sorry, but all over the world, we talk about maybe Brazil these days, 57 to 59 degrees Celsius. Concerts are being canceled.
Taylor Swift.
Exactly. Yeah. We talk about Portugal and Spain, 13 degrees above average for the time being. Flooding in northern Italy, in the Lake Como, and huge catastrophes in the north, wildfires in the south. Huge catastrophes in Greece. You see what Daniel caused to us, and then he went down to northern Africa for a humanitarian disaster of more than 20,000 people lost because of the severe weather. So there is no time to lose. So we talk about prevention. Why do we talk about prevention? Why do we talk about early warning? Why do we talk about a different culture in terms of educating people in Greece and Europe towards this huge problem? Because maybe this is a way to diminish what the actual phenomenon brings to every country or every continent, maybe. So prevention, protection of human lives, that's the number one goal. Resilience, climate adaptation, preparedness, and response. We got a bill out in public nowadays seeking to simplify procedures, seeking to give civil protection the right to be able to intermediate in terms of the first and second degree of mayors and regional officers. The newly elected regional officer of Attica, Mr. Nikos Kardayas, is here, a good friend. We fought together during COVID. I think it's very, very important to be able to, once again, simplify the procedures in order to be able to step up when there's a problem, fight bureaucracy, and give the opportunity to save human lives, to protect human lives. This is the source of my ministry. So I think that the second biggest part of our reform is accelerating and pushing forward a very, very ambitious plan, the Aegis plan. The Aegis plan is a 2.1 billion euro tender in terms of Greek government to be able to acquire means of personal protection, aircrafts, helicopters for fire extinguishing and search and rescue, and of course, fire trucks for the fire brigades, but not only that, putting in together a new technology, which means drones, AI, satellite pictures, cameras, sensors, whatever there is out there in the market, that we can link together to fight natural disasters. So it's ambitious, it's not easy. A national early warning system, unmanned aerial vehicles, utilization of modern communication technologies, artificial intelligence, national-wide remote sensing network. They're important for the country. We did not have them. We're late into acquire them, but I think that the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis and his administration are eager to push forward and create a framework that can build resilience and cope with the next crisis. Next crisis is going to come. Either flooding, heavy snow, severe wildfires. It's all over the planet. You see it every day. Shouldn't hide behind our finger, but we should prepare and fight against it. I think that as technology continues to advance, the synergy between innovation and disaster management will play a crucial role in building resilient communities and reducing the human and economic toll of these catastrophic events. And people say you can fall on your knees and follow your destiny, and this is what's happening all over the planet. Just live with it, or you can stand up and prepare and prevent and fight against it and try to protect people and do it to the best of your abilities, and then you diminish the percentage of something going wrong. And I'm especially talking about saving human lives, because it was not easy this summer to evacuate 25,000 people, Greeks and tourists, from the island of Rhodos. It wasn't easy during the flooding in Thessaly, where perception was that hundreds of thousands of people have drowned, to save the people. It wasn't easy to protect civilians, but this is, I think, a key essence of what politicians should do: prepare the people that voted or not voted for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just step for we are running a little over time, inevitably, but just a couple of minutes.
You owe me. I speed it up. You owe me.
You know,
right?
you were fantastic.
Thank you
very much. I mean, really extraordinary. Okay. You pointed out that the effects of climate change, whether in wildfires or in floods or whatever, have affected basically most of Europe. I mean, Greece, Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, etc. How do you think Greece, which I think had terrible tragedies, particularly in the islands, and how do you think it measured up to those other countries? I mean, if in a scale of, do you have a model that you think, oh, if only we had been as efficient as blah, 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 or not? Or do you think you did better than others? How do you rate Greece's performance on this? So it's a provocative question.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Listen, the same answers and questions were there during the first phase of the pandemic. Everybody was saying Greece is a poor country, maybe not as developed as the North, maybe wouldn't be able to deal because economically wouldn't be able to finance it, but we did it, we're there, we're resilient. We built up our NHS system, more ICU beds, mobile units for testing, a program of vaccination that was remarkable. So, unbelievable stuff can happen all over the world, all over Europe. How you deal with them, how you build a resilient framework, how you mitigate and save human lives is key essence of the answer to your question. So what can I say? The last week we had 10 people dead in the source of Northern Europe, and outside that, Great Britain, Ireland, Scotland, and France. Very, very strong countries, strong frameworks, resilient to natural disasters, especially during the winter, flooding and huge winds, etc. But it happened. It's going to happen again. This is what the climate is producing nowadays. It's up to our people, educating them, our kids at school, universities, the people that are working in the local communities, and of course, the private and the public sector to be able to build a framework which is more resilient. The crisis is not the same like 20 or 30 years ago. Unfortunately, it's increasing. And this is where we have to step up. I'm never going to say that everything was perfect. Never. I'm only going to say we learn our lessons, we keep on trying to improve, become more resilient and stronger to be able to protect our people in the near future.
Well, a last question then. What is the most important lesson that you learned?
Have to be able to try to link everybody together in order to magnify the power that you have to protect people, which means ministries, NGOs, volunteers, local communities, European help, new technology. You have to build a system and a framework that will simplify stuff and let people know in advance what's going to happen, help them protect themselves.
Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ačiū Blai.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are going to be immortalized. This is where we have
I love the Red Sox, by the way.
Do you? Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
Well, I'm taking my measure actually from a guy who used to be the British ambassador to Bonn and then to the United States, Christopher Mayer. Sadly, he died, but he always wore red socks. And so when he had when he was on Twitter, his handle was Sir Socks. So,
Wow.
you know, now this is the big and the small.
It was an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you. And now it's a great pleasure to invite a crowd of experts to come to the stage, please. Could we have Khalil Gaburici, former Prime Minister of Moldova, Anna Bercel, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Romania, Mladen Ivanic, the former member of presidency of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Graham Maxter, my old friend from the Club of Rome, from now at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. And Graham, I've lost you. Where are you? Oh, there we are. Yeah. Please, please. Now, this is, of course, the challenge, to keep you all to time. It says on my program that each of you has 6 minutes, so let's go for that. And let's ask the former Prime Minister of Moldova. This is going to be about how you do, well, you can read the program yourselves. How can sustainability foster global cooperation and peace? Very worthwhile goal. Sustainability goals in 2024 in times of geopolitical turmoil. Well, this is all kind of good blah, blah stuff. So let's try and get some specifics. Khalil Gaburici, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Excellencies, happy to be here and happy to share my thoughts about the sustainability, about the action plans that we as humanity we have in front of us. We were talking today about the fact that the human beings are very different and the humanity has been diverse during all its history. But while we are talking about multipolar world, I would like to focus on the unipolar world, where the options of the majority or the opinion of the majority is very limited. And the decision basically are made or decided by that so-called single pole that is in the top of that unipolar world. And it doesn't matter how open this unipolar world model might be, it anyhow cannot represent the interest of the majority. What is happening today in the world? I must say that it's not a rational process of leading all of us to a better world. Today we are living in a very unstable and very unpredictable world. We are still in the face of day-by-day competition. Who will conquer whom? Even though the history actually showed and taught all of us that every single victory is generating some tensions or bad situations in the future. What we need today, in my opinion, is a solution where all the parts emerge to a sense of reconciliation and not the humiliation. What we need a dialogue. We need, first of all, to learn to change the tone of our public statements. During the history, we invested, and that's because we invested so little time in dialogue, and we invested so much time in trying to be stronger than each other. We are still not able to live as neighbors, as good neighbors. We see our neighbors as competitors. In some of the cases, even, we see the neighbors as potential enemies. And this sort of approach is influencing our objectives and our actions. We must learn to respect and to listen more to each other and to pay attention to our concerns and our opinions. First, for me personally and for our Nizami Genjavi International Center, the priority is very clear. So we are thinking that the environmental protection, global warming, the sustainable management of the natural resources, these should be the global priorities. What kind of Earth, planet we are living to, or we will leave to our future generation, it depends on us. Will that planet be a safe one to live? It depends on us. If we manage to be less competitive and more partners, more cooperative, if we manage to communicate more respectfully to each other, I think we can, our kids, our future generation can inherit a friendly society with traditions of cooperation and communications. I believe it's important to be able to have the dialogue. It's important to have trust among each other. And this should also become in the list of priorities of today. Multipolar world shouldn't be just a definition. It should put all of us in the situation to be able to focus on the global problems, cooperate with each other in order to solve them, and have the world focused on the things where humanity and the environment matters.
Thank you very much. But I mean, Moldova is an interesting neighborhood. I'm using the word interesting in inverted commas. If you were to take the whole neighborhood, if you take Ukraine and Russia and so on, when do you see a resolution?
We would like to see it as soon as possible. If I'm talking from a point of view of a Moldovan, it's very complicated times we are going through. We have the lack of investments because of the risk. I mean, suddenly Moldova became a country with a higher risk for investment. So economy, it's not going the way it has to go. We have a big number of people leaving, migration, and they are leaving. Also, one of the reasons is the war, because if you remember when the war started back in 2022, there were discussions about the fact that somehow the war will continue towards Transnistria. And of course, everybody was afraid to keep their family, their kids in that territory. But we hope that will end as soon as possible and we'll be able to continue to grow.
Well, I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, I think it was Matteo who was referring to the Arab-Israeli dispute, the Palestine-Israel issue. And I remember that Abba Eban, when he was the foreign minister of Israel decades ago, once said, well, peace is inevitable. Well, we're decades later, and peace still hasn't happened. So I do hope that your neighborhood actually managed to get some kind of resolution, because
we do hope that
the impact has been pretty disastrous, especially on sustainability. That's a rather sobering thought. Let's move on to other things. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I don't have red socks. I have, unfortunately, ugly boots. That's because I just came
Oh, I
on
think
a
it's very
very,
cool.
very long
That-
flight from Manama, where I was to the IISS.
Manama, my God, that's very
that's
cool. Don't worry,
strategic.
this is very fashionable, actually.
But I'm incredibly happy and proud to be here as a very proud member of Nizami Ganjavi International Center, and thank you to the organizers, thank you to Rojvan, our Secretary General, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to meet all friends and to be with you to discuss important topics. And of course, as we will be talking, not just in this session, but during these days, all of the 17 global goals are critical and so important. And as we are seeing the challenges that we are facing at the global community, of course we face global goals, but also we face global threats. And we are facing extreme challenges in dealing with the so many crises. And it's been mentioning not just the situation in Europe with the invasion of Ukraine, but what is happening now in the Middle East. And from my personal point of view, I will condemn again the violence in Gaza and the necessity of protecting the lives of the civilians. And the two-state solution probably is closer than ever and hopefully will be implemented, because I think one of the very important goals all over and at any time is peace, and maintaining peace and having the respect for the dialogue and having the respect for each other, having the respect for the dialogue in diplomacy and international relations. It's a core of anything that we should go forward. Now, of course, during the panel, if there will be questions, but allow me just to go to refer of some of the global goals. We were talking about one of the goals is affordable and clean energy. Obviously, with the challenges, and I come from Romania and Central Eastern Europe has been under severe challenges by the way Putin was using energy as a weapon. And I remember when I was in office, it was myself and the Prime Minister of Poland that we've been going on alerting at the EU level, especially on and off the record, I might say, that we should take the energy away from Putin's hands because he's going to use it as a weapon. And not that many people believed us, and unfortunately we were right. I wish we weren't. So energy, affordable energy, and here I need to put the context that we should, and finally at the EU level, now it's the decision to leave it to the member states to have the energy mix, not to impose, because quite frankly, I would like to have in Romania more energy from the solar, but it's not the same as in Greece or in other sunny countries. That's why we have the nuclear, which is one of the sources of more affordable sources of energy. And talking about the energy and the challenges we face, I have to say, and this needs to be reminded all the time, the role that Azerbaijan played, and personally President Aliyev played, in saving not just Central Eastern Europe from a major crisis in terms of the energy, but actually the whole Europe. And that's something that it's always important to mention. And in this context, building new corridors, like for example, the Middle Corridor, that will have the linkage between Central Asia and of course the Caucasus and Azerbaijan and Europe. That's another great example where we could actually fulfill one of those goals, affordable and clean energy, because in my mind and to my understanding, energy is one of the basic human rights. Of course, as I was mentioning, the energy security dimension, it should be always at the top of the priority and at top of the agenda. But going to other challenges, the globalization. And you've been mentioning earlier in the panel the challenges that we will be facing, as we are still facing, with the movement against globalization and with the security of supply chains and everything that's coming from that. Speaking of one of the goals is building strong institutions. According to The Economist, 2024, as was mentioned, is the largest election year in the history. And quite frankly, I am a little bit worried about a possible horrible outcome at the EU level, upcoming EU level in the EU Parliament, with all the extremists entering the EU Parliament. Hopefully that's not going to happen, and we will maintain that sound of the policy, and platform like this is helping us to talk about policies, not just talk about populist and forming a populist view. I will just end with one thing that I believe that one of the goals that we always have to keep in mind is the need to reinvent how nations work together for good of all mankind. We need a sustainability of hope, if I may use that word. And I look forward to the decisions reached at the COP28. It's been mentioned earlier, as we are looking forward to today's problems. And perhaps the very sense of coming danger will help us with find better solutions. As the old saying goes, finding opportunities in times of crisis. But you know what? In times of crisis, you actually discover the true characters. And I think with all the elections coming, I think it's the need to go back to the sound policies, to the sound policies, to the sound discussions of policies, not just say something just because it's popular or populist and then promises. Because one thing that I've been noticing all the time, you make, there are unfortunately too many politicians, growing number of politicians that are just making promises for the sake of promising, entering the office not to be in, because we are in Greece, not to be in the service of the city, of the old city, but just to be there. And that's not the way politics should be. And platform like this one is helping to really talk about the substance, not just about the appearances. And let's us then forge ahead with the understanding that our sustainability goals are not just for the betterment of our environment, but are crucial for the sustainability and peace of our world in these very turbulent, challenging times.
Thank you very much, Anna. You're quite right. I mean, the lure of populism, I mean, it's in a way, it's the sort of the curse of democracy. You have an electoral cycle, so politicians inevitably think fairly short term, 3, 4, 5 years. And then if you're a populist, you offer, simple solutions to complex problems. And almost by definition, complex problems cannot be solved by simple solutions. So thank you, very sobering thought, thank you. And I mentioned that Moldova was in an interesting part of the world. I think the same is true very much of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Mladen Ivanic, the floor is yours. 6 minutes to solve the problems of the world.
Thank you very much. I'm professor at the university and politician, so 6 minutes is mission impossible for me.
I will cut you short then.
Short story about the Bosnia. Before the war, we had a proposal about the constitutional arrangement of Bosnia, which was more or less the same like we have it now. Nobody at that time wanted to accept it. Everybody believed that maximum goals were possible. 4 years later, 3% of the population was killed, something like half of the population replaced from their place of origin, and the same solution was there. Why 4 years after and not at the beginning, which is logical? First, the sides which were involved in the war were tired. They finally saw that they cannot achieve the maximum goals. Second solution was in between. So there was no real winner in the war, because if there is a winner, there is always a loser, and loser will wait for the second half of the game, which we see now in the Middle East. And third, very significant also for our topic, there was unity of the big international players. During our peace agreement, Russia, US, Europe were united and have same approach. And I think that this was the last case, as I remember,
Yeah.
when they were together. And because of that, we have more or less a relatively normal situation in the country. Are the sustainability like a goal realistical when we have three big players in a permanent conflict, US, Russia, and China? Maybe I'm too old, but I don't think that this is realistical. Are the sustainability the main priority for our governments? I know that in my government, if you ask the members of the government, have you ever heard about the Sustainable Development Goals? 2/3 will not have any idea about that. And I know that this is not the case. It's basically the case, especially in the low developed countries, they have other priorities and not that. So it doesn't look that we can expect realistical progress. What can be done in order to change that? There must be someone who can lead the new process and the cooperation. And I agree with the Prime Minister Matteo that I see that European Union is the only real strong force which can do that. I think the European Union is the most successful multilateral institution, globally speaking. And we cannot expect sustainability without the multilateral institutions. So Europe is based on the compromise, based on the perception that the others, understanding of the other opinions. I don't see any other force who can change that. But do we have within the European Union conditions for that? There are two reasons, two ways how we can make it. One is leaders with a vision. Do we have in Europe leaders with a vision? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Maybe it's a little bit arrogant for me to make this because I'm coming from the small country full of the conflicts, but I don't see a real European leader with a long-term vision. Why is that? You know, we politicians, we are very rational animals. We would like to survive. In order to survive, we need votes. Will majority of the voters vote because of these sustainability goals? I'm not so sure.
But Mladen, to interrupt you just for a second, I mean, I would have thought if you look at Europe's leaders today, one man who does claim to have a vision is Emmanuel Macron. And of course, he doesn't have to stand for election again, so he can afford to have a vision. I mean,
But are these goals his priority? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. The way how that all this can be a little bit more significant is the summits like these. There are just two forces which can, two or few forces which can make a big pressure. Academic community and media.
Yeah.
Without these two forces, there is no way to promote these things to be so significant that the politicians will take them seriously. Without that, I don't see positive impacts which can change all these things. And closing my remarks, to be within the 6 minutes, when I said this story about the Bosnia, and when I tried to convince colleagues that it's time maybe to start to speak about peace in Ukraine, because more or less we can predict what are the possible compromises. I was heavily criticized that I am on one side. Slowly, now we are coming to the situation that everybody asks, what is the solution? So I hope that they will not have, if 3% is, that is 6 million people to die in that part of, I hope that this will not happen, and I hope that because of that, there will be some sort of the compromise and the peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping the time. Thank you. Last but definitely not least, Graham Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ministers, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to be here this morning. I have a chart. Maybe they can put it up for me.
Here we are, yeah.
So this chart shows the last 65 million years of temperature on planet Earth. And I'd like to make 4 points this morning. There's a forecast that shows to 2100 from the IPCC, and you can see on the right-hand side of the chart the temperature in September this year. It was the highest for 100,000 years. So my first point is that we're a decade away from kicking off a climate crisis. In September, the average global temperature was 1.8 degrees above the pre-industrial average. The United Nations has said to us that we need to keep below 1.5 degrees, but we're already there. We haven't seen the impact of 1.5 degrees yet. We won't see it perhaps for another decade, but we've already hit that level. And emission levels are still at record levels, and they're still rising. And the evidence is all around us, from higher temperatures to floods and wildfires, from droughts to melting ice caps. Greece has had more experience of climate change than many other places. If we continue like this, we will pass the 2-degree emissions threshold within 10 years. That doesn't mean that we will hit 2 degrees within 10 years. It means that the concentration of gases in the atmosphere will be above the level which makes 2 degrees impossible. Two degrees doesn't sound like much, but despite what the climate skeptics say, it's a very big increase. It's the highest change in more than 10,000 years. A 2-degree increase kicks off a chain reaction. The polar ice caps and glaciers will melt faster. That will make the planet less reflective, so it will absorb more of the sun's heat. A 2-degree increase will make the wildfires worse, so more of the forests will burn, and they will release more of their CO2, and that will also increase temperatures. We kick off a chain reaction which will make the planet hotter steadily. If we pass 2 degrees, we will go to 3 degrees and 4 degrees, and there's nothing much we can do about that. And that's what will happen by the end of this century unless we change. A change of this magnitude will eventually take the planet back more than 15 million years. That won't happen quickly, but it's what's in store for us unless we change. The second point I want to make is that all those targets and all those efforts to cut emissions in Europe won't change anything. Most of the net zero targets are for 2050. In China, the net zero target is 2060. That's far too far into the distance to make any difference at all. The tipping point comes in 10 years. So all those targets 30 years from now will not make any difference. Solar panels, electric cars, and wind farms won't make any difference now either. And nor does anything we do in Europe make any difference. Europe accounts for 15% of global emissions. So even if we could wave a magic wand and stop all those emissions tomorrow, we will still only cut a fraction of the total. The other 85% would continue, and so the problem would be the same. If Europe stopped all emissions, it might delay the kickoff of a crisis by perhaps a year, but that's all. My third point is that we need global cooperation to solve this problem. Climate change can only be solved by international cooperation. What the UN and the IPCC is doing is not enough. The biggest emitters are China and the US, so we need them to work together. We also need the other big emitters to work with them. That means Europe, India, Russia, and Japan. It also means Australia and Canada. We also need to include the main countries that generate so much of the fossil energy: Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Canada, Iran, Kazakhstan. My fourth point, my final point, is that unless we come together, the economic costs and the human casualties will be worse than in any conflict. By 2050, 500 million people will have been displaced by rising sea levels. Droughts in Africa and India will force many more millions to migrate. Wildfires in the US and around the Mediterranean will make many places impossible to live. Even by the end of this century, we risk a 50% decline in GDP. And longer term, some estimates suggest we will have a 90% reduction in human life. And that's as well as many other species. These numbers are scary, and that's why we need to make governments understand what's at stake, to help people come together. We all care about the future of humanity. We all care about the future of the planet. But what's missing is understanding. We need to make sure that more people understand what's happening and what's at stake. This is where Europe can act as a convener, a catalyst for change. You're all people of great influence and economic and political power, so I ask for your help. It seems clear that those in power don't understand what's happening. They don't understand the risks or how close we are to irreversible change. So please help me make them aware, because only through cooperation can we build a more sustainable world. Thank you.
Graham, thank you very much. Now that you've plunged everybody into despair, and we have a 10-year horizon, so does that mean maybe we should be tempted to just give up and have a good party for 10 years? I mean, I'm actually, in a sense, I'm serious. It seems to me that unless we do manage to offer hope, then we will get a backlash, and people will just ignore the facts that they see on the ground. Let me open the floor to questions from the audience, if there are any. If there are, just put your hand up, and a microphone will come to you. Yes, there's a gentleman there at the back, and the microphone is coming now. If you can identify yourself, that would be very kind.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel. I'm Professor Dennis Arigiannis, Chairman of the National Hellenic Research Foundation. I have a question actually to all of you, but in particular based on the very last comment on the need to make policymakers aware of the risks and of what's at stake. Is it actually the policymakers who we need to make aware, or the people? And actually, in this sense, make the people understand the connection between, for instance, not having enough money to end, the monthly bill, to pay the monthly bills, or not having a job, how that is connected to the climate crisis and what's at stake in the next 10 years. I think this is really the key to making this transition become real. Policymakers will just follow, but I'd like your comments on that.
That's a very good question, because, I mean, when you have bodies like Just Stop Oil or Extinction Rebellion coming to direct action to change policies or to underline the message of climate crisis, I mean, it tends, I think, to turn people off. So it may, arguably, it's counterproductive. Maybe not. I don't know. Anna, what do you think?
Well, John, you wrote The World in Conflict, so, But I think, as I was listening to you, one of the goals that we all know is the quality of education. And I think, again, this goes to the education and understanding of the people, including from early age. If we talk about the climate change, I remember one of the strong lines that were said to me from a former prime minister from the Caribbean countries. He said, Anna, for us, climate change is not just something fashionable that we can talk in conferences. It's actually a matter of survival. Because if just the ocean is rising just a little bit, it's just going to swap everything and take us away from this earth. So education, and that's why investing in education, I always said that any every penny that we allocate to the education is not a penny spent, it's actually an investment in the present and especially in the future. So practically educating, and yeah, if you have an educated a society, is putting pressure to the policymakers, and again to the point that I was mentioning earlier, where you know, there is a strong need to go to the substance, of the discussions. Maybe it's not that fashionable to really sit in boring discussions, but this is where you get the substance in terms of the policies. Otherwise, we will just, you know, be very superficial, and that's why you don't pay attention to those alert, you know, the signs of alert that are being provided to all of us by the science or the media people, like you've done in this important book of you. And I will end by saying, look, where the geopolitical instability often dictates the pace of progress, prioritizing the sustainability is not just an environmental imperative, but actually a strategic necessity, if I should say this word.
Yeah.
And, you know, too many times people are abusing the word strategy and strategic. Well, I think it's about time to actually understand what it means, and prioritizing those type of issues with the solutions it's a wise strategy and strategic decision for the survival of all of us. And those are not big words, are actually realities that is coming to our face as we speak.
Thank you, Anna. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned the Caribbean islands. Of course, there's just been an agreement between Australia and Tuvalu in the Pacific that if Tuvalu disappears because of rising ocean things, Tuvalu citizens will become Australians, will be welcomed into Australia. So it's kind of a frightening prospect for so many small islands around the world. Mladen, you wanted to say something?
I think that it's important to convince both policymakers and the public. But for me, even to convince the public will have more positive impacts than only policymakers. It will make a pressure on the policymakers. And one example, when I see what is doing my son and my daughter, they are more thinking about the environment than my generation. That means education has impact. It can be successful. We have to introduce all these subjects into the schools, in the agenda there. There is a positive impact, and I simply see that. And it's a little bit naive to expect, you know, that the politicians will have really a vision, that they will do something which is long-term. Politicians are thinking in a very short term. And they are pressed by the public to think on that way. So if you change a little bit the public, that will have positive impact for sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Graham, I'm going to give you the last word, because miraculously, we've almost caught up on time. But Graham, I mean, you are by nationality a Brit. And if you look at Britain now, I mean, I know you don't live in Britain at the moment, you see actually that the government of Rishi Sunak has rolled back from the target set on net zero, or the progress towards net zero. He claims that net zero is still there as a target, but the steps towards it, they're rolling back. You've seen that Labour, the opposition, which should have won Boris Johnson's old seat in London, didn't, and the reason apparently was because that local people did not want an ultra-low emission zone being extended from the rest of London to their constituency. I mean, when I talked about a backlash against climate goals, I mean, surely it's something that has to be factored in.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the question refers to this completely. One of the things the Club of Rome is famous for is understanding the interrelatedness of all these problems. The poverty, the inequality, the injustice we see in the world, and climate change, they're all linked together. And we can't solve one without solving the other. And so we have to solve them as a basket. As an individual, As an individual, there's almost nothing you can do here. I mean, we're all given this narrative that, you know, if we recycle more and we take fewer flights, we can solve this problem. You can't. If you think of all of Greece, it's responsible for 0.25% of global emissions. If Greece suddenly had no emissions tomorrow, it wouldn't change anything. So we do need politicians. We need politicians to act. And where they can act is that there are 100 companies, 100 corporations that are responsible for more than 70% of the emissions. Just 100 companies that need to be constrained. All the oil, gas companies, all the coal companies, we need to force them into a transition. We need to help the people that work for these companies find new jobs. We need to build this transition into our economic planning so that those who are going to lose their jobs in a transition can be helped to find other ways to live. It's not a difficult problem to solve, but we need political leadership to do it.
Could I just one second?
Anna, yes, absolutely.
Because one thing that we should not forget is about the dialogue and the respect for the dialogue. And I give you the example of Nizami Ganjavi International Center, which is a platform where it's a platform of tolerance, where, you know, including fostering the cultural linkages and in a world of conflict, as you said in your book, I think using the tools of the soft power, the soft power tools, where the dialogue, where we should learn again or relearn to be patient with each other, to listen to the other's point of view, and then, you know, that's where the progress is coming. We are becoming too quick, and I don't know what was happening. This is my personal view, and it's sad. I'm hoping that I'm not right. But at the present moment, the realities are kind of making me to feel that I am, unfortunately. Looks like after the pandemic, instead of bringing the best in us as human beings, which it was at the beginning, then towards the end, you know, it kind of brought the worst, everybody going back to be so selfish and not really looking after each other that much. So I think having this respect for the dialogue, don't forget the linkages, the cultural linkages. You know, those are really some critical tools that will allow us to build the sustainable societies with achieving those sustainable goals, not just in terms of talking about them, but actually implementing them.
Well, that's a very good point, but let me give the very last word to Gabriel, because, I mean, Anna, you talk about in a way, the way that COVID has actually set us back in what we should be doing in terms of cooperation and new thinking and so on. But one could make the same argument, I guess, about the Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
I will move to that question, actually.
Sure.
It has to go in parallel. It cannot go separate, and I think it has to be done based on a policy that is well created, and then we need to put pressure, and we need to educate future generations, and we need to explain to the population what is happening. When they will understand, everybody will understand, we have to do a couple of important things. First is to become very rational consumers, to understand what is good, what is nice to have, and what is must have. So to make a differentiation. Invest very correct in what we are doing as the humanity, and give the better experience to the new generation in order them to continue these policies. This is the only way we can set up a clear understanding of what we want to do at the end of the day, what we'll do with everything around us and among us. So I totally agree with my colleagues that we need to invest in the education, and we need to have a peaceful and good-willing dialogue among ourselves.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I think the message actually has been spread, and I think the message has been heard. The big challenge for us all, including the younger generation, is to actually act on that message. But on that sort of pretentious note, thank you very much, Lee, for an excellent panel. Thank you. No, they're great. Come on, they're terrific.
I have no luggage, so
No, but it's wonderful. Wonderful. Here we are. There we are. Yeah. This is very trendy to have sneakers. It really is. Thank you, Anna. Take care. Thanks, Graham. Thank you, Alan. Great. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And now we are only 6 minutes ahead of, behind schedule, but which is not bad, actually. So can I ask Nikos Chadalias to come up to here? We're going to give the keynote speech on how can the region of Attica become greener and more sustainable. Nikos, you are the governor-elect for the region of Attica. So you are the guy who has the challenge ahead of you.
For the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, actually, it's only for the next 15 minutes you have the challenge here, so that's easier than 5 years.
Dear guests, dear friends, dear John, firstly, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for this really beautiful two-day event. I'd like to thank you for the kind invitation and for providing me with the opportunity in this very special conjuncture, just a few weeks after the recent elections and just a few weeks before I take office as the governor of the largest Greek region and one of the largest in Europe, to share with you my thoughts on the prospects and the plan for this region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is commonly accepted that the region of Attica is, I would say, a point of connection, a hub, and a source of extroversion for the country. It is one of the most densely populated regions in Greece, one of the largest regions in Europe, as I said before. And it's not just about the population or the density of it. It's also about a series of KPIs that play a role, like the amount spent for R&D as a percentage of our GDP, the region's GDP compared to the country's one, and the number of active population vis-à-vis other national KPIs. Let me tell you that the region of Attica contributes 48% of the national GDP and 43% of total employment in Greece. It also it features the highest per capita income in Europe and one of the lowest unemployment rates, 13% in Q1 of 2021, amongst all 13 regions of our country. And it stands as the only region where we have professional activities that make full use of economies of scale. It's quite telling, and following the recent study by OECD on regional policies in Greece in the post-2020 world, that has been drafted in the context of our own planning for the new, in the context of our own planning for the 2021-2027 SMEs development plan under the NSRF and under the auspices of OECD. So the survey suggested that with a 2% growth rate per year, Greece will make it to the pre-crisis levels in 15 years. If we have a growth rate of the region of Attica by 3% annually, then the same this period shrinks to 7 years. So the recovery of Attica may affect intensely the total national KPIs and the total national growth rate. So the rate of the pace of recovery in our region plays a very important role for the entire country, especially given the current global slowdown as a result of COVID-19. So it is clear that the metropolitan character of our region influences and mainly determines the fundamentals of our country in the wider context. So it is equally clear to everyone that we need an effective, comprehensive planning for this metropolitan region of Attica in order to implement multi-sectoral strategies for better management and for better financial growth of our region, especially when it comes with relation to the SDGs. The region of Attica, we have to be honest, our region delivers poorly. We have very small green spaces per capita, we have a very aging and energy-consuming building stock, we have a very high rate of waste production, with a very low rate of recycling, despite the efforts made recently. On top of that, we have the climate change, which is an additional threat, adding pressure to the citizens of our region. So the main priority for the new regional government will be to transform our region into a sustainable and environmentally friendly region that abides fully with the environmental legislation. Our main aspiration is to have a better score in all environmental issues, and especially in reducing greenhouse emissions and energy savings, taking into account the principles of circular economy, both in our daily practices and in the planning and implementation of all new projects. This is why in the Attica 2021-2027 program, we have a sustainability observatory being established in collaboration with the Academy of Athens, the Athens Observatory, the Athens University, and other bodies, which on a daily basis will provide us with information and updates on specific environmental KPIs. The vehicle for this transition is the use of new technologies and innovations. The development of a green, sustainable strategy, the full use of green solutions, horizontal cooperation with other bodies. For instance, we will have ecological tariffs and fees for the use of green areas, forest maps that has been already launched with the support by the European Commission. The final destination is the following: to protect the ecological stock of Attica, full and holistic use of water resources, and the reduction of produced waste, and at least the recycling at the source. Our ally is the NSRF funds and the European Commission. In the case of region, we have 54% more funds available compared to the period 2014-2020. 30% of the funds will be channeled exclusively for the mitigation of the repercussions of climate crisis. So we emphasize on accelerating the environmental projects of Attica, for instance, the improvement of the eastern region sewage system, the reduction of leakages, the upgrade of bio-waste recycling plants, etc. Because our intention is to give incentives to our enterprises to become greener, environmentally friendly by using the NSRF funds. Moreover, through the new NSRF 2021-2027, we will finance Attica-based enterprises in order to proceed with investing in new equipment and buildings in order to improve their energy classification by 2 grades. We have the energy communities, which we will underpin. We promote sustainable urban transport by financing important projects such as the northern bicycle lane from Athens to Kifisia. We will install charging stations, and we will replace part of our fleet with EVs. We will finance redevelopment projects for polluted areas and water habitats of Athens. Other initiatives and other actions will also be supported. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is through our comprehensive plan with a specific roadmap and time schedule, using all available financial instruments, and by means of our interventions, we aim at the following. In the next 5 years, the region of Attica will be ranking first in the implementation of SDGs amongst all regions of Greece. It's an effort, it's a challenge, and it is an invitation at the same time, which I'd like to assure you will go well beyond any other contractual milestones we have set. For the entire team of our region is an ongoing bet for the coming years. It is a bet that by means of our daily hard work we will win for the sake of our region, for these numerous districts and neighborhoods of our region. It is a challenge, it is a mission, and it is our commitment, which we have to win. We owe that to our region, to our neighborhoods, to our country, and that's something that we owe to the next generations that will follow. Because at the end of the day, my dear friends, the new team that will run the region has full understanding that we have to meet the expectations and the challenges of the future, because we know that it's not enough to have willing governments. We have to have capable regional authorities and cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. Unfortunately, I know that you do. Yeah, indeed, but you can't stay, can you? So no. Yeah. Okay. Well, travel well. Think. And let me just. Oops. All right. Great. Excellent. And we're going to. No problem. We're now going to be immortalized on digital film, and as long as there are no deep fakes afterwards. Indeed. Thanks a lot, Nikos. Thank you. And now it's my great pleasure to ask, hang on, let me just find my program. Minister of Development Kostas Krekas to come here, and also some very distinguished businessmen. Dimitri Papalexopoulos, the chairman of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, Michael Stasinopoulos, the executive director of Viohalco, and Panos Chenokostas, I don't know, is it Chenokostas or Xenokostas, but we will find out. The president and CEO of Onyx Shipyards and Technologies. Good to see you again. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you indeed, thank you. Hi, good to see you. Hi there. Thank you. Right. We're in business. Minister, the floor is yours.
Okay, first of all,
I mean, what are the challenges that you're facing?
I couldn't say that a long time no see between each other, because I think that we have met at least twice or 3 times over the last 3 months. So
but you have not
maybe
aged.
you should start thinking of renting an apartment here in Athens, because it's a beautiful place to live.
It's a fantastic place, absolutely. And the weather, is considerably better than in the UK.
Yes.
Not the only consideration.
Although climate change puts some challenges.
Indeed.
Regarding this.
Yeah.
So for sure, the changing in the climate could extend the touristic season. But on the other hand, I think that it creates a lot of challenges that we should confront in the future. Not in the future, already, because it's already present. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you for being here with us again. Κυρίες και κύριοι, θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you. Let me welcome you to today's discussion and say that I'm particularly happy, and it's a great honor to find myself amongst 3 distinguished panelists and important actors of the Greek economy. Mr. Papalexopoulos and Mr. Stasinopoulos, the heads of 2 traditional and powerful enterprises in Greece, and Mr. Xenokostas. So apart from Mr. Papalexopoulos and Mr. Stasinopoulos, we have Mr. Xenokostas, who is leading a very strong player in a traditional industry of Greece, shipyard. So I have 5 minutes at my disposal, so let me be quick and share with you the priorities of our ministry, of the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis for the coming 4 years. Allow me to say that I entered politics in 2012. Since 2012, I've been tired of listening debates and discussions on Greece producing nothing, on Greece having no industry, etc. And that the only alternative for Greece is to grow our touristic offerings. So I came from the trade industry, okay? I didn't like that because Greece has been relying on tourism. Perhaps it's the most important source for income, and we have invested tens of billions over the past years in order to grow tourism more. Of course, we're doing an amazing job there, but we have to say that if we are to secure a very high growth rate for the coming years, we have to pay extra attention to our industry and our productive basis. Greece has an industry of its own. We have traditional industrial groups that's sustained during the 10-year crisis. We have an industry that adds 11% to the national GDP. Our aim is to reach 15% by 2030, employing 650,000 people by then. So the Greek industry pays salaries that are 30% higher compared to other industries, and creates permanent jobs. Also, Greek industries are extrovert. In 2022, improved their exports by 35% compared to 2021, and that's something we want to continue happening. And we have to say that Greek industries and supporting Greek industries may underpin our sustainable growth for our country. I mean, at a very high rate. Currently, we have a growth rate of approximately 2.5%, 3% next year. These rates are 4 or 5 times higher than the EU average, and we want to go on with that, to continue with that, because it's not enough to have 1, 2, or 3 years of great growth rates. You need many years of such rates if we do want to achieve or to approach the EU average. Our industry will play a very important role in this regard, in this effort by the Greek society, by the Greek government. So, currently, in Greece, we produce almost everything. We produce them at smaller volumes, perhaps. That we have to do the so-called scale-up. We produce tanks, armored vehicles in Volos. We produce high added value products in our metal industries. We produce cables. We produce underwater cables. We have a huge offshore park in Maryland, in Baltimore, in the US, that will use Greek cables for its connection with the mainland. The underwater cable will be manufactured by a Greek company, Biohalco. In Greece, we have cement companies exporting huge volumes of cement, both in Europe and in third countries, in non-European countries. And also allow me to say that in Greece, currently, we try to revive our shipyard industry, and from the moment, and our shipbuilding industry, and from the moment Mr. Xenokostas took over the Elefsina shipyards, no less than 500 ships have been docked there for repair work. And we aspire that thousands of new jobs will be created there, contributing further to the Greek GDP. What do we do in order to support this effort? An effort driven by the private sector. It's an effort by the entrepreneurs themselves. So, we do the following. A, simplifying licensing and digitalization of all processes. There is a huge effort by the Ministry of Development that will be concluded in the next month, so that in the next coming months we will be able to use online tools so that an investor will be able to get all necessary licenses or permits from the safety of his desk. We want to connect R&D with the marketplace, because currently we have huge efforts made by private companies, and no more than 5% of our exported goods are being characterized as products of high technological value, which means that we belong to this 40% of the European countries that do that. So we have to link R&D with the marketplace even more, so we can produce better products of high technology and secure high growth rates for our country in the coming years. Also, we are currently building infrastructure to accommodate new industrial investments. There is a huge design, a very important design being concluded, compiled on behalf of the Greek government by the OECD, in order to build the framework for developing clean industrial activities within the region of Attica. We're talking about the region where 50% of our population resides. Also, in collaboration with NIRVA, we are investing more than 70 million euros in upgrading current industrial parks, existing industrial parks in other areas of Greece, because We want to keep our people in the countryside. If we are to do that, we have to support manufacturing and local industries. And in collaboration with many interesting investors and with EDVA, we will update the law on industrial parks so we can quickly build new receptors, if you like, new hubs for these green investments, and as a result be able to accommodate huge investments that require extensive plots in order to deploy their activities. We are also moving forward with a new reform, which is to modernize the way we license technological professions. I'm talking about certifying professionals providing technical services in our country, and we are also introducing financial instruments for that. More than 2.8 billion euros will be given through the NSRF and the RRF in the coming years. Of course, money coming also through the Greek sovereign budget in order to support our country's industrial progress. And I think that by means of all that, we will be really happy in the coming years watching the Greek economy growing to the benefit of our society. Thank you very, very much.
Now, it's not automatic that a minister gets a round of applause. So well done. Excellent. You mentioned the cement industry. Dimitri Papalosopoulos. I mean, the cement industry is famously pretty polluting. So what are you going to do about reducing the carbon footprint in cement?
Καλημέρα και ευχαριστώ και εγώ. Thank you for the question. Δεν μου ήταν σαφές αν είμαι εδώ πέρα ως πρόεδρος του ΣΕΒ ή πρόεδρος του Τιτάνα.
It wasn't clear if I was a SEV representative or a Titan representative here. I will use both hats. Priorities, as said by the minister, cover us. The problem is the implementations. Intentions are good. We are moving towards the right direction. In Greece, we are inspired by Europe. And the European industry right now has a problem, especially the energy consuming. The aluminium example 20 years ago, Europe represented 30% of global need. Now we produce 5%. So we have a competitiveness problem which has deteriorated in the last years. In this framework, Greece does better. We are towards the right direction. Investments increase, production increases, but as energy consuming industry, we have high emissions and we have challenges in that way. Our obligation is to decrease our CO2 footprint and zero emissions by 2050, but in order to reach this nirvana, which is green economy, we have a journey through a desert, a dangerous desert, an expensive desert. As an industry, we have two challenges. How we compete in the international arena with structural problems and additional costs of CO2, and how we invest the amounts we need for green transition, hydrogen, CO2 capture and storage, and all the other things we have to do. That is why we need a very conscientious industrial policy that has started from China and the United States, and now is followed by Europe. These are parts of an industrial policy which is necessary nowadays. In this framework, as an industry and Titan, cement industry. We do what we can. We have introduced new green products, compatible targets with 1.5 degrees of Paris Agreement. We have recently taken a grant from Innovation Fund of the European Union to have a storage factory of CO2 in our biggest factory in Athens, and we are compatible with all the targets set by the EU. We are optimistic that we will be there, but we should not underestimate as a company, a society and country that the course is difficult ahead.
Sorry, when I speak in English, my headphones go, wow, bang. Let me pose the same question to you. Also, in terms of the green energy transition, I mean, this is a great EU-wide initiative. Is it something that you're finding easy to cope with, to implement, or is it actually a challenge that is, it looks good on paper, but actually won't happen in reality?
Thank you very much for the question. And I
would like to thank the economist and the minister for his presentation, initial presentation. It is a fact that Greece has taken steps forward in industrial support and the participation of the industry in GDP all these past years. But Greece is a small country, and industry is lagging behind compared to the EU average, and action should be taken and policies should be introduced to develop it. Greek industry and extrovert Greek industry is very active in green transition and digital transition. We at some time we supply international chain companies, supply chain companies with products without meeting the standards set and the policies provided, so as to present solutions and products that are greener and help more towards this direction. I need to say that we as a company, as Titan Cement Industry, we have looked and studied all our environmental reports. We have decreased the energy consumption, increased the recycling wherever we can. We follow all technical solutions offered worldwide, and hopefully the state will give more incentives to introduce more innovative solutions. We have hydrogen, which is coming steadily, and we as a company, we're very positive. We're the first company that our pipes have been approved for hydrogen. Our products, cables, play an important role in global projects and submarine projects mostly. We have a department dedicated to the trends. In Europe, we see the trends in packaging. All these companies, even smaller ones in Greece, pay attention to know all these issues aforementioned, and we all expect from the state to abolish counter incentives, improve the incentives, studying what is happening all around us in other countries. Since transition is putting pressure on us, and we do receive this pressure from the markets and our clientele, the state should enrich the networks of information and understanding to raise awareness so as these things come natural. We don't ask something irrational. We ask to be able to compete, state and industry to go hand in hand in order to bring growth to our country, because we cannot have a country that is developed without industry. And in Greece, the structure of production is a structure that is healthy and wide, I can say. We don't have too much exports, but we do produce technological products. We have very good universities. Our scientists that work in industry are top. So we have the dough to improve things better, to have a bigger pie and the rest.
Have a quick word.
Ήθελα απλώς να συμπληρώσω και να προσθέσω σε αυτό.
I wanted to add to what Michalis has said. I saw that in the title of our own panel, circular economy. Circular economy is something that we lag behind as a country. The figures show that we lag behind. Mr. Hartalias has put it high in its agenda, and in Viohalco we do a lot, and we as a company do a lot in order to absorb used materials and alternative energy forms that decrease the environmental footprint. Circular economy, the difficult environment, as Mr. Sassinopoulos described, is a rare win-win. We have to do fast and achieve a lot.
Oops, this is going onto my, take these off. The floor is yours. Sorry. When I speak and I put the headphones on, I get myself in booming stereo, very loud, and it's like being at a rock concert, and I'm not a rock musician. I wish I were, you know. Anyway, Panos,
I'm not going to sing today, though. Kalimera.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to say that, Mr. Minister, what has been done in the shipyards after 2019 and now wouldn't have been a reality without the support of the Prime Minister, Mr. Georgiadis, and you. You were quite concrete in solving problems. You are a person of reality, so I would like to thank you and all employees for solving all these issues with the shipyard. We, as a shipbuilding industry, in decreasing CO2 emissions, we have focused on 3 pillars. With regards what we can do in our premises, but via the solutions we give, we also decrease the CO2 emissions in shipping in both shipyards, and in the next 2 to 3 years we will have investments by introducing PVs on all the roofs in the shipyard, so we will cover part of the power we need for the production. We have an investment plan. We go from sandblast to new technologies, and we avoid diesel and we introduce electricity, which means that we will dramatically decrease our footprint. aiming to zero it, recycling of materials and what is produced in a shipyard. We all is given to certified recycling companies. We have invested in our network in electricity, so we offer to the ships we maintain electricity to avoid any other emissions. So we will try to decrease our footprint as shipbuilding industry. We are involved in merchant ships. All the investments that should be done in the vessels, carbon capture systems, scrubbers, retrofits, we are ready to introduce them to the vessels. We already do it. We will offer our services, 300 vessels, so we can do a lot of these interventions, and we have vertical services. We want to be one-stop shop in offering solutions for offshore wind parks. So we have a word to say in green transition, and I am a fan of what is happening in the EU with the environmental conditions, but we need to have a discussion in the EU about competition and how fair it is to compete others, especially in other countries when we have states intervening, supporting their industries to be competitive. But in shipping, we need to have international rules. We have rules that we follow, but if on the other side of the Aegean nobody else follows that, we don't protect the environment, we don't save the planet, we have an additional cost by allowing others with a huge footprint to work properly to the detriment of our industries. So the EU should develop practices followed by other sectors in order to have fair competition worldwide. Thank you.
Indeed, very interesting. Let me ask for questions from the audience, please. Gentleman here, and also a gentleman there who I think is Andreas Papadopoulos. But you weren't first, Andreas, and so this gentleman here is first.
Papandreou.
Andreu. No, but yes. You know, we Brits like to queue, so your hand went up first.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicholas Markatos, Professor Emeritus of the National Technical University of Athens, former rector. First of all, let me congratulate the economists for this event. It's very serious and it's very important. Let me congratulate the panels and the brilliant talks I have heard until now, and of course, last but not least, the coordinator, of course. I have a problem. I am not a fan or a member of the climate change church. The predictions are based on the next, say, for example, 50 years, and some people say the temperature is going to increase by 2.5 degrees, which is dreadful. Some others, including myself, will say it's going to increase only by 1.2, which is not good either. I don't say I am better than the rest or my models are better than the rest. This discrepancy is based on the insufficient knowledge of physical phenomena. For example, turbulence. Different models, they are modeled and they predict different predictions. However, that doesn't say that we shouldn't send CO2 into the atmosphere. And the question is, how can sustainability foster global cooperation and peace? By just having heroic political decisions. That's really the truth. I heard the gentleman from Titan. I have a great experience with cement. Now, how can we burn RDF and tires and not pollute the atmosphere? On the other hand side, how can we have cheap energy? This is the question. Therefore, it has to be a balance between the production and the profit and the respect to the environment. And I ask myself, can capitalism afford to do it? Or the recipe is going to be the one who pollutes pays a penalty. That's not enough. We need heroic political decisions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Let's hold that thought. Ms. Papadopoulos.
Papandreou.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, Papadopoulos. Wait a minute, sorry. Papandreou. Oh, my God. Oh.
I know you know my name. I'm Andreas Papandreou.
You know, I blame age and senility.
Well, it also happens.
And also, there are so many syllables in Greek names.
No, but yes, and there are a lot of papas.
And a lot of papas. So, what's your name again? Sorry, Andreas.
No problem. And in this case, actually, Papadopoulos was also a Greek dictator. So, you know, there are other connotations.
I would never dream of you as a dictator.
In any case, my name's Andreas Papandreou. I'm a professor of environmental economics at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And because competitiveness is clearly a central concern in view of the very ambitious decarbonization that Europe is leading, I was wondering what your thoughts are on the carbon border adjustment mechanism as a means of addressing that. I mean, economists see that as one of both protecting the industry from competition and also incentivizing, essentially inspiriting other countries to take much more active action in terms of either carbon prices or regulation. So just your thoughts on that would be great.
Well, two very interesting thoughts and I think Graham Maxton, of course, would very much disagree with you, I think, but nevertheless, who would like to tackle this? Yes, Dimitri first, and then the minister.
Can I also?
And then, yeah, everybody.
Let me answer perhaps in English. The carbon border adjustment mechanism is one of the most controversial discussions in Europe right now. I think on one hand, it is technically and theoretically the right thing to do. Our energy-intensive industries in Europe will not survive without it. On the other hand, given that we fully price carbon, which we doing on the way to 2050. On the other hand, nobody I have met believes it will work well. So it's a conundrum. The best...
But why wouldn't it work well?
It's something that time-wise will take much longer than this panel. We just completed a long piece of work as European Roundtable for Industry, which brings together many sectors, including aluminium, steel, cement, chemical industry. And our conclusion, diplomatically phrased, is that before Europe proceeds with the application of CBAM, it must revisit it from very basic things. So yes, we need it, we can't do without it, but it won't work as planned. But again, that's longer than it will take to discuss here.
Fair enough. Minister.
Well, let me say that first of all, green transition and competitiveness go together. So they are not competitors. On the other hand, right now we're importing 99% of the fossil fuels that we use. How competitive can we be in the future when we are fully dependent on imported and very expensive fuels to fuel our industry? So the main target and the main purpose of our government was right from the beginning to change and replace fossil fuels with green energy. Why? Because we're very competitive in producing green electricity coming from the sun, because we have two eyes, the sunlight of Germany, for example. So that is why we currently implementing a very ambitious program in increasing the penetration of renewables into our energy mix. And this is going to be a factor that is going to increase the competitiveness of our industry if it goes together, of course, with electrification. So when we say that our target, our national target is that by 2030, 80% of the electricity consumption should come from renewable, that means that 80% of the CO2 emissions coming from the use of energy, or a big percentage of that, will be reduced as well. So this helps the green transition of our industry. And of course, currently producing electricity from the sun is 3, 4, and 5 times cheaper than producing electricity from coal if you include CO2 tax, or from imported gas or oil. Let me add something also. This is an opportunity as well for the Greek industry, because to import all the equipment necessary to achieve green transition is not the smartest thing to do. That's why in the following months we have already, first of all, designed incentives in order to help our industry, the Greek industry, to produce equipment which is essential for the green transition. For example, lithium batteries, or the basis currently, maybe in the future something more, but the basis for offshore wind farms. For example, the shipyards in Elefsina can already today build the bases which are necessary in order to deploy the offshore wind farms that we have targeted. And also, of course, this we can export it also in other countries. So electric chargers for electric vehicles also are being produced in Greece currently. So the main aim of the government is to take the opportunity of the green transition and try to help our industry to build, to produce, to manufacture equipment which are necessary in order for us to achieve the green transition.
Can I please?
Yes.
Just
sorry, there was going to be a question there, but first of all,
1 minute. Yes, I think that for many years, maybe a decade, many people were hoping for a global carbon agreement.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the hopes have dwindled. CBAM is a unilateral regulation, unilateral framework, and there is worry in the industry that, in many industries, that it might create, there are unpredictabilities, there are repercussions in the markets, in competitors. There is some concern, and basically the industry, I think, is hoping that it will be applied very carefully and gradually in the beginning, and give some opportunity for adjustments.
When is the target date for CBAM?
26 is the January 1st, 26.
26, right, okay. The question there, yes. And the microphone is on its way.
I have it. Thank you. Thanks again. Denis Ariannis from the National Research Foundation of Greece. I'd just like to thank Minister Skrekas for highlighting the link between industry and research as well. I think you mentioned very nicely how researchers need to really help or be in touch with the market forces and in particular industry. Now, with regard to sustainability per se, one of the key pillars in the EU Green Deal is the development, which has to do with industrial production, is the development of safe and sustainable by design products, chemicals, materials. Now, that is also a priority in the research plan of the Greek government, which is, I think, a very, very good thing. But what I'd like to know, me being in a research institution and a chemical engineer, so I'd like to know from the industrial colleagues how you see how we in the research community can be of real help to make you achieve that. Because I truly believe that if we really want to make sustainability be, to alleviate the competitiveness concerns about the transition, we need to bring research much closer to the actual industrial world. But I really need to hear it from you. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead. The sustainability by design and the inherent CO2, the CO2 that is produced also during the whole life cycle of products, from production to recycling and the whole life cycle is a very important matter that has grown also quite quickly. In the beginning, people were not very aware of this, and I suppose governments, but it's extremely important. Definitely the supply chains and the big customers are definitely looking at this, the tier 2 and tier 3, let's say CO2 intensity. I want to say that the research in industry is happening. Industry at the moment is very active, at least. Maybe I'm a bit speaking about the companies I know, but there is also in the private sector, let's say, significant efforts in R&D. I think also in Greece we have to support also the private sector research, because mostly when we speak of research, unfortunately we speak about the universities, the public sector, but the private sector is very important in research.
But is it a question of scale? I mean, if you take a giant steel company like ArcelorMittal, I mean, they have a huge investment in research and development, but they have the means. I mean, they're an enormous company. If you take Greece, I would imagine that the companies themselves are simply not big enough to be able to afford such a program.
There are many. Isn't it really? Sorry, but isn't it really at the end of the day the smaller companies that come up with most innovations? I will build on what the professor is saying, because I think we are, for many years we had this thing, inability to communicate between the academia and business. And in the last 2 years, that wall has started to fall, and I think we both need each other. We need to build on that, to build on applied research and development, not just on theoretical. We've tried the CEF to do several things in that regard. We've signed agreements with European universities, but to date the progress is mixed. Neither of us can live alone. We'd have to work together. As a company, we spend an increasing part of our budget in R&D, and I must say and I'm not proud to say this, as a company that has production facilities in several countries, we work much better with universities in other countries than our own. And that is something that saddens me, and we need to do something about it.
That's a very interesting observation. Manos, let me give you the last word.
Okay, so regarding the R&D, as an industry, what we would looking for is solutions through robotics and through systems that we could put some automation and change actually the skills of the workers we're going to have after 10 years. In general, as shipping, the focus should be on how we could develop systems moving forward to energy transition, like carbon capture and that kind of new style of retrofitting. And also, since we're going to get involved one way or another in this green energy production, then we're going to need systems to utilize the production of the Greek hydrogen, but on affordable prices, because the thing is not how we're going to do it, it's how we're going to do it cheap, and this is the only way the industry would adapt such a transition.
Yeah, very interesting.
Can I just...
Yes, final word, because we are running ahead of time.
I would like to say, to give a bit of European perspective on R&D.
Yeah.
I would hope that Europe, the large R&D organizations in Europe create a pan-European network of R&D, like Fraunhofer in Germany, for example. We have, at the moment, theoretically, a European company can work with them, but I would hope that it would be much easier, and it would bring Europe really to another level of cooperation for R&D, for the new sustainable economy.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Minister.
Okay, 2 points. The first one, the linkage between research and innovation and production. This is something that we must achieve. And we're not lacking on resources invested in research and innovation here in Greece. For example, the European Commission announced that Greece is the first among all other member states in the increase of public investments for research and innovation. And in absolute terms, we're number 6 in Europe. So it's not that we are not investing a lot of money in research and innovation. The thing is, how does this effort, do those resources finally produce tangible outcomes? And this is what we need to do. In order to do this, we're going to introduce something new in the investment laws that are going to be announced in the near future. So we're going to give higher rank to those industries that they will prove that a part of the subsidy that they will get, it will go together with a university institution or a research institution for research and innovation. The first point was about this. The second is about the size of an industry and if the size matters when it comes to research and innovation. I would say that we have a tangible example in this panel. For example, Viohalco has managed to develop cables, submarine cables that can compete with global giants. And this also goes together with the other governmental strategy to help our industry produce equipment essential for the green transition. Because as you probably are very well aware, in the next 5 to 7 years, we're going to spend 10 billion euro for the upgrading of the electricity grids.
Yeah.
So, steel industry, Greek steel industry, Greek pharmaceutical industry, Greek cement industry, and now Greek shipyards industry are proven examples of how innovation can be also be developed here in Greece.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Wonderful panel. Thank you very much. You deserve a big round of applause. We have to make very sure not to fall over the edge here. Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Very good. Thank you. Thanks very much, Thank you. Excellent panel, I thought. Let me get my glasses on. And the next session is on Europe's strategy for energy. I think now Theodoros Skylakakis, the Minister of Environment and Energy, can't actually make it physically here. I hope that we can connect him. Yes, I think there he is. We've got him on screen, which is great news. Can I ask Bojana Achovsky, the Secretary General of the Gas Infrastructure of Europe, to come up here, and also Sotiris Kapellos, the Chief Operating Officer of Hellenic Renewables, Stefano Goberti, who is the CEO of Eni Plenitude, and Panagiotis Ladakakos, who is from Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, gentlemen. Good to see you. And very good. I don't know whether you can see, whether the minister can see us waving to him. Possibly not. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. So, let's not go straight in. And we don't need, I think, lots of wordy speeches or whatever. Let me just go straight for the minister. What actually is the strategy that you have for energy? I mean, this is for Greece. It's a big question, but if you can encapsulate it in a couple of minutes, that would be extremely useful.
Well, going straight for the minister sounds a bit strange, but it's very nice to be here electronically. I'm afraid the days are very difficult. We have a law passing in Parliament, and I have to beat to the Parliament, which beats anything else in my agenda, unfortunately. The Greek strategy for energy is quite clear. We want to go to the green transition as fast as possible based on our competitive advantage of renewables and on our competitive advantage in terms of geopolitical position as a country connecting different continents, essentially, with South Europe and the rest of Europe.
And I mean, presumably any strategy involves both a carrot and a stick. What is the carrot? What is the incentive? And what is the stick? What is the punishment?
Well, the carrot for us is the fact that we are very competitive in terms of wind and solar. We have some of the best solar in Europe, and we also have the best, I would say, together with a small part outside Gascony, the best offshore wind in the Mediterranean and in the wider region, I would say. Thus, we have as a carrot our competitive advantage, and the stick for everybody is the geopolitical, I would say, the geopolitical uncertainties which are rising as time progresses. And geopolitical uncertainties means that having large energy production from renewables within Europe and with all the connections and the security that provides is an answer towards the threats of geopolitical uncertainty.
Very interesting. I mean, do you think should you have started earlier? I mean, you've had wonderful sunshine in Greece forever, but when did you really start looking for solar energy?
Well, we started earlier, but the real difficulty for a smaller country that has to incorporate technologies that by definition are created, many of them elsewhere. And there was a previous discussion that I was hearing in terms of how can a small country compete in an era of fast innovation, is that you cannot have within your industries the competitive advantages to develop early and take advantage of early development. And we are now incorporating renewables very fast. We have incorporated renewables in the past, but with much higher prices, and we are paying for that at this moment. And in offshore wind, what we are trying to do is be ready at the right moment. There is a sweet spot for a smaller country to enter massively the market, and also it has to decide on what technology it will invest in terms of local supply chain, because you cannot have a local supply chain if you are a small country in 10 different technologies. You can't have both technologies in wind, in air, in offshore wind, in onshore wind, in solar, in storage. This is not possible. Yeah. So you have to make a decision based on your competitive advantage, what technologies you are going to be in early to build also a supply chain, and what technologies you are going to be a bit later when they are very competitive, thus to maximize your transition, the benefits for the national economy of your transition.
Thank you very much indeed. Bojana, you represent the gas industry and the gas networks across Europe, and Mr. Putin held us to ransom, and we seem to have somehow adjusted. What are your thoughts about the situation of the gas network?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and it's very good to hear the link with the previous panel where you can see already the energy end users, consumers, which are going to make, which were doing a very good link towards what I'm going to discuss, because I'm going to talk about biomethane, I'm going to talk about hydrogen, I'm going to talk about the future usage of the whole system that we are operating. And it's always very interesting to hear the link when, you know, the gas infrastructure is stepping in and the questions related to Putin and to the war that started. But it's actually true, and we are very proud of what we achieved last year, because the message is we saved Europe, and this is exactly what happened, right? Because last year when the war started, actually everybody was looking at the possibilities, diversification, LNG, storages, a lot of number of activities, and a European policy framework was set. And basically that was all to regulate and to put a certain measurements how, let's say, gas infrastructure can deliver properly. And this is what we did, right? Enormous increase of the LNG infrastructure terminals, investments in this perspective. Of course, a lot of measures in relation to the level of storage. Basically, what happened is that the European Commission wanted to have, and still wants to have, indeed, this will stay, 90% of filling of the gas storages, which has to be, let's say, reached by 1st of November, so basically the start of the heating year. And we are proud to say that that was something that we reached already in August. So basically, as nowadays, we are almost 100% full of storages. So you can see that in political landscape, let's say, where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah. And the German government showcased it very well in these regards by taking a decision overnight about, you know, huge investments in LNG terminals. Now we have in Europe 30 operational.
Sorry, just to interrupt for a second. I mean,
yes.
the German decision made almost overnight, and pretty impressive actually. Yeah. But of course, a previous decision they made was to stop nuclear. Was that a mistake?
Well, you know, it's a political decision. It's based country by country. So indeed, every member state have a different speed of the decarbonization processes, which cannot be, of course, equal. And every member state, his own government, and basically their political decision that they can take, right? So country to country, it varies. For example, I'm coming in Bulgaria, right? And basically we cannot have the same speed in relation to decarbonization like, let's say, the Netherlands has, right? Like France, Spain, Germany as well. So the discussions there and the amount of investments in hydrogen network is enormous, which is not the case in my country, which we are still debating, let's say, diversification. And I'm very proud that actually next year when the crisis started and all the situation occurred, finally the interconnector grids Bulgaria came into to be operational. So there is an important element that we have to bear and to have in mind when we talk about the whole European gas infrastructure, right? Because we so far talk about security of supply. And security of supply is a key, and it's very important to keep the system very balanced, to make sure that there is no disruption in the system, and to make sure that everything functions well, which we mentioned and we managed very well last year, because this is what we do the best. But on the other hand, there is so much happening on, let's say, European energy landscape, and basically we have to decarbonize, right? But these two things need to come hand by hand. Yeah. And it's important because so far natural gas, indeed, it's what the European gas infrastructure is transporting, importing, and storing. But basically there is an enormous amount of investment, let's say, being a more colorful and more, let's say, flexible system in future. And here where it's stepping in the biomethane, hydrogen, and also synthetic gases, right? And this dance, because we need to have something that is well sector coupling, right?
But-
System integration,
Yeah.
where you have the two systems, so electrification, which goes without a question, right?
Yeah.
Renewables, and basically going hand by hand very well with what the gas infrastructure can do as a backboning, let's say, this system.
But how do you visualize I'm not sure transition is the right word, but I mean, the increase in the use of hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen is a wonderful idea, but it hardly exists at the moment. I mean, you have green hydrogen in principle. You have a few prototype efforts. I mean, what's your vision for, say, 10 years from now? What will be the hydrogen?
Well, you have a certain targets for that, right? Set by the European policymakers. Indeed, hydrogen was one of the favorite babies, let's say, of the European policy makers, and especially named Timmermans, right? I think it's indeed a very good solution, right? And it's a solution which is very much feasible within the European let's say, gas infrastructure on which you have enormous amount of investments placed, right? And this system can be used for, let's say, the transportation, but also storing the hydrogen. Basically, LNG terminals are also working a lot on the perspective how that could be feasible. Now the new LNG terminals are actually also hydrogen ready, right? Yeah. This is important. So, actually, we need to decarbonize, right? You have a certain amount of policy decision, name it REPowerEU, Fit for 55, and now the hydrogen and decarbonized gas package, which are all speaking about the important role of hydrogen. What is important, what is missing, what you're saying, actually, what you started with, is actually the hydrogen market.
Yeah.
And this is something that has to develop properly. But what we would like to make sure is that proper innovation and proper investments are taking place. And basically, I think last month already it was the start of, let's say, building the whole infrastructure lines in the Netherlands. And it's the same which is going to happen in Germany. And we are talking here about 10,000 of kilometers of hydrogen infrastructure, which is a lot. And then, of course, the possibilities that the gas storages, underground storages, are having for the moment to make sure that they are also, you know, transformed of storing renewables and storing, let's say, hydrogen and being the backbone for the flexibility, let's say, of the renewables. It's also a very important element here.
Well, we already, of course, have a surging market for electricity. Stefano Ghiberti, Plenitude, which is, I think, you know, your origins actually, of course, were Eni, I guess, Eni, which was a fossil fuel company. Now you are basically saying, we've got to move to electricity. How are we getting on?
Yeah, thank you first for the invitation to be here. Plenitude in the last year has done well because we have been growing. Last year we had 2 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity. This year we will close with 3 gigawatts. A little bit more than 10 million clients in Europe, and then the EV charging network in order to help our clients to go through this transition and then be the best allied for them to go through to the transition. And I think the business model is working because we have, you know, increased also our result, our economic return. So a model that allow an internal market for our renewable production to our captive retail clients.
I mean, one obvious market, I guess, is electric vehicles. When you think of the contribution of transportation to CO2 emissions, it's enormous. So if you have a move towards electric vehicles, and yet the obstacles to electric vehicles are pretty evident. I mean, range anxiety is one, and the charging infrastructure is another. I mean, does Plenitude get involved in the charging infrastructure?
Yes, we have 18,000 electric vehicle charging points in Europe, mainly in Italy, but the infrastructure is still to come because, for instance, in Italy we have 1 charging point every 37 electric vehicle available in the country. In Germany is 170 cars per electric vehicle. So it is a matter of penetration of the electric vehicle. And this is...
Matteo Renzi is here. You could always sort of ask him to use his political connections to...
Of course. Of course. And so, I mean, the electric vehicle penetration is to come, and it will come. I think that it is the signs are all there on the ground, because you see all the automotive industry are investing in electric vehicle, and the electric vehicle is going to be less expensive more and more. So the infrastructure is coming. It is a matter of following on with the penetration. Of course, we offer solution because the energy that goes in our recharging is green, coming from our plants.
Yeah, which is remarkable. I mean, it's a success story. So, and you are growing, and you have the support of Eni, and who are your shareholders now?
Yeah, shareholder is supporting is in terms of technology capability, know-how, project management capability, but the company Plenitude is on his own is self-sustainable, because the model has been conceived to be, affordable in order to answer to the trilemma, having the energy, reducing the impact of the footprint, but also being affordable, not only on the social point of view, on the ecology point of view, but also on the economic point of view. So Plenitude itself is a model that is self-sustainable. I think this is the real answer to the transition. We have to offer solutions that are workable in all the way. So having the license to operate, capable to attract people, talent to work with us. Now, I was reading this morning on the paper that people start to leave oil and gas company because they don't want young people to work for an oil and gas company. They prefer to work for a company that has a different impact on the environment. So I'm there also to attract those talents and being economical sustainable. I think is very important.
And do you worry at all about the availability of rare earth, rare minerals, etc., that you need for electrification? I mean, I guess actually one of the metals that will be in huge demand is copper.
Yeah, I've been working for 30 years in an oil and gas company. When I start working in that company, the reserves of oil and gas were 10, 15 years ahead of us. That's it. And today, you can see it, where there are the reserves. There are, I don't know, many, 10 and 100 years of reserve may be available. So I'm not too concerned about the fact that these minerals, they will be available or not. They will be available. If you look at the cost of the energy, the levelized cost of energy for a renewable plant, solar or wind, and it's not me to say this, the International Energy Agency has been dropping 90% in the last 10 years. So today, solar and wind onshore are the most efficient, the less costly source of energy, even compared to the most efficient hydrocarbon source of energy. So, I mean, the technology, the research of the people is going in the right direction. They will help. Also in case of the rare material or the difficult to find materials.
Well, it's a nice way of introducing Sotiris Kapellos, the Chief Operating Officer of Hellenic Renewables.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the organizers, economists, for the invitation. So our topic is for two things. One thing is Greece's progress and the future goals on renewables. And the second thing is the region's contribution to the EU's energy security. Let me tell you a few things about where we are with respect to renewables right now and where we are going towards 2030, according to the National Energy and Climate Plan. So currently, we have 11.6 gigawatt installed and in operation in Greece, according to the TSO, to IPTO ADMIE data that have been published in October, last month. And and there are another 14.4 allocated connection terms for photovoltaics and wind. And on top of that, there are another 2 gigawatt offshore and another 2 gigawatt of self-consumption projects. So if we add up all this, we exceed the plan of 28 gigawatt for 2030 that will give us the 80% of consumption by green electricity, as it was mentioned before. So there are another 16 to 18 gigawatt to be constructed till 2030. And the question is this possible? The answer is yes, it is possible. However, there are some challenges in order to meet these targets. One thing which was not there before is that in the new projects, there is a higher market risk. In the past, all the projects that have been installed and constructed, they had either feed-in tariffs or feed-in premiums, that the feed-in premiums have been achieved by the auctions, so the risk was relatively relatively low. In the new projects, the projects will go through PPAs to the market, CPPAs, or even merchant, which means that the merchant risk is higher. And on top of that, we have two issues that appear in all markets. One thing is curtailments, which means that renewable production is not being absorbed by the system, by the consumption, because the production of renewables is higher compared to the consumption, to the demand, which is a risk which has not been considered in the business plans before. And the second thing is, and in order to cope with that, and if we want to achieve 80% of electro production and electricity consumption in 2030, we need storage. And we are at the first steps towards storage. There was an auction a few months ago, and there will be more auctions to be organized by the Greek authorities, which is good. But we need more storage for two reasons. One, to cope with the intermittency of production of renewables, and secondly, in order to have the more electrical space to be allocated for more renewables in the future. This is where we are with respect to the plans and to the targets of 2030. And very quickly, if we go to the second thing about the region's contribution, we have interconnections with the northern countries, Bulgaria and also Italy. And there are also plans for interconnections with Egypt, with Israel and Cyprus, and also with Germany. I think it is more realistic to reinforce initially, as a first step, the interconnections with Europe, and then go for the second as a second stage with the interconnections with Eastern Mediterranean. So with this, I conclude. Then
Thank you very much. Before I go to Panagiotis, let me go back to Minister Skourakis. Are you going to Dubai in 10 days' time to the COP28?
Yes, I'm going to Dubai.
And what are you going to tell your fellow members of the great and the good? Because if you were Greta Thunberg from Sweden, you'd probably say, oh, this will just be more blah, blah, promises made but not actually implemented. I just wonder.
Well, first of all, we are implementing a huge renewables program. Plus, we're doing a lot of work on energy efficiency. So we are, in fact, we have a surplus of CO2 reduction in terms of our targets.
Yeah.
One thing is this. The second is that fighting climate change is about reality. It's not about introducing various political agendas into the climate change fight, especially to that specific young lady, I would say. And in general, I would say that what we need, if we're going to achieve world success, because you have to remember Europe succeeding in its targets makes no difference, essentially, if the rest of the world does not follow.
Yeah.
And there are huge risks in terms of the US elections for the global climate policy. And this one has to take into consideration, especially people outside Europe, because success in our efforts in COP28 and a united world in terms of fighting climate change is the only solution. And the rest of the world, apart from Europe, has to realize that. And time is of essence, because if we miss our targets, then everybody is going to pay. We're paying dearly, and we need more money for adaptation compared to what anybody expected in terms of wildfires, in terms of unprecedented floods. The new climate is already here. Our climate has dramatically changed. 1,000-year events happen every few years from now on, and there's no time left for negotiations. No time left for everybody trying to achieve something more during these negotiations, because in the end, there is a real danger that our efforts in a global perspective, not within Europe, can fail. And the geopolitical dangers and the political dangers are much more important today than they ever were since I am working on climate change issues in the last 20 years.
It's very interesting that you mentioned the US election. I mean, if you go back to the Trump presidency, it always seemed to me that Trump really wanted to undo whatever Obama did. It didn't matter what it was. And so in terms of environmental policy, it meant weakening the EPA, it meant giving more oil concessions and so on. I mean, do you fear that if there's a second Trump presidency, that there'll be more of the same, or his vindictiveness will turn to, I realize it's difficult as a politician, as a government politician to...
I cannot predict the future. This is done by journalists usually.
Yeah. Imagine you're a journalist for a moment.
But what I can tell you is that the uncertainties after the US elections, which are not only elections for president, they are also elections for
yes, a lot of third of the Senate, the House, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the uncertainties are big, and the change of policies is possible, and this we must take into consideration. Fighting climate change is a real deadly serious business today. It's not something to postpone into the future. That's what I'm saying.
So what do you hope to get from COP28? I mean, it seems to me, I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me that COP27 in Glasgow was rather disappointing.
Well, what I'm trying to propose, to pose to you, is that we need the world to be so united after COP28 that the political cost of stopping that policy will be bigger than the political cost of continuing the policy.
Thank you very much, Minister. Panagiotis, the floor is yours. I've now widened the whole area so you can pontificate about the whole world if you want, or Greece in particular.
Okay. I will echo the voice of the Greek wind industry, so I will focus mainly in Greece, okay, although the temptation is a lot big to discuss about worldwide politics. Yeah. First of all, congratulations. I see the audience is really interested in these topics. When I started my career around mid-90s, it was not more than 20 people discussing about renewables, and at least in the country. And now we see that this is a very hot topic. So congratulations. Let's see the big picture, first of all, regarding our country. First of all, we have to realize that we are standing in a turning point for the country. What we have achieved until today is something that was not considered at all a few years ago as the obvious. In this year, more than 50% of the electricity that will be consumed in this country will be produced by non-fossil fuel technologies. And the dominant technology in this achievement is wind energy. Of course, very important is the role of solar and the hydros. So we are standing in a point where we can be quite satisfied of what has happened until now. But this is a possible big trap for the country, to believe that the train is in the rails and it will go in an autopilot in the next big targets, which is the 80% target for decarbonization and the full decarbonization target of 2050, plus the vision of the country, which we also share with the political leadership, which is to turn the country into a net exporter of renewable energy in the northern centers of consumption within our continent. So we have to see this trap and we have to avoid it. It is absolutely necessary to make the right policies and to design properly the next steps, because the path from 50% and onwards is hilly. The inclination will be more and more steeper as we move along. And there are several challenges and dangers. We say as Wind Association, and I have my friend Sotiris Kapellos, who is the chairman of the Solar Association, that we need to design today a system with the correct mix of renewables and the correct mix of storage technologies. And I'm saying this because we see in front of us the danger of focusing the future investments mainly in solar and not so much on wind. The magic of renewables is the correct mix of the technologies that can achieve ideal results in terms of minimizing what Sotiris mentioned before, the curtailments.
But what do you mean by storage technology? I mean, how do you store the electricity from wind?
Look, currently we have two mature technologies, batteries and reverse hydros. Okay. Those two different technologies have different characteristics. One complements the other. So batteries is good, reverse hydros is good. None of the two technologies alone can do what we expect to achieve in the future if we want to have an electrical system where we will shut down completely the fossil fuel plants. Okay. Plus, something that comes in the future is hydrogen. Hydrogen actually is a kind of storage and is a solution that can bring, some competitive advantages in the problem of the curtailments, the problems of the electrical space. As a country, I'm sure that the biggest challenge of the minister that I see in front of me is the lack of electrical space. We lack grids, and we need immediately to connect more and more renewables to the existing network. We do not have the patience to wait in order for new grids to be developed.
But that's not, that's not a problem unique to Greece, is it? I mean, I think you've got the same problem for electrical grid, for example, in the UK.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I imagine most of Europe as well.
Absolutely, and we have to, and we are realizing that the same problems that we discuss in the country are more or less the same problems in our region. And this poses a major challenge in our vision to have a country exporter of renewables. I will tell you a simple example. All the countries in our region are producing massively or are going to produce massively in the following years with solar electricity. How can you dream to be an exporter of green energy during daytime when everybody in your region is going to produce massive amounts of solar power in very low prices? So this is the challenge of the good mix. This is the challenge of the good mix of the renewables and the challenge of the good mix of the storage systems. And for Greece, the next big thing for us is offshore wind.
Yeah.
I was watching the panel before, and I was thinking that all the representatives of the companies are companies that we hope and we expect to lead the target of offshore wind, because the government has announced a national plan which is really ambitious, and the market has applauded it. The challenge now is to realize this plan. And in order to realize it, you see that worldwide there is a lack of supply chain resources. So we need, in order to ensure that the projects will be realized, and in order to ensure that the project will be realized with the maximum benefit for the local economy and with the minimum cost for the consumer, to ensure that the local supply chain grows up, adjusts to the needs of offshore wind in the country, and delivers the results that we are expecting to see. So it's a big bet for us. And as association, we make a big effort to prepare the industry in order to be ready to deliver these targets on time.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Gentleman there. And the microphone is just arriving, I hope. Yes, a fleet-footed young man. There we are.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Quite enlightening. My name is Rahman Shah Hussein Lee, representing the Embassy of Azerbaijan. When we talk about Europe, gas consumption, energy, one of the first names that comes to the scene and comes to the mind is the name of Azerbaijan. And it was previously acknowledged by speakers in the previous panels that Azerbaijan's contribution in Europe's energy security as consumption is quite considerable. My question is to the Honorable Minister and the relevant speakers in the panel, that on the one hand, Azerbaijani people and government and even Azerbaijani companies work very hard day and night to make sure that our European partners do not freeze or get warm during the cold months of winter, okay? And of course, we keep our commitment throughout the year to make sure that foods and drinks on the table are warm as well. I mean, for example, in Greece, 20-25% of Greece gas consumption come from Azerbaijan, as many of you know. But on the other hand, sometimes we feel like it's not being always appreciated when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to politics, or even when it comes to universal phenomena like invasion, occupation, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. We don't necessarily feel the support of our European partners. And some of even politicians or some countries even take it for granted. So my question is, how do European politicians or some of our partners in Europe make sure that politics do not necessarily disrupt the supply of energy and of course the other supply means, I mean, particularly the goods that is going to go through the middle corridor that was addressed, and how do you make sure that it's not being mixed and for the sake of keeping sustainability and continuity of the consumption and this very great collaboration between my country and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not so sure that was so much a question as a statement, and I think obviously if you have any trading relationship, there should always be a willing seller and a willing buyer, and it's always nice to have a reliable partner. But I don't want to get involved into geopolitics on this, but I think the question really is addressed to the Minister. So, Minister, are you grateful enough to Azerbaijan?
Well, we are, as a country, have one way of working. This is international law and keeping of agreements. And we are doing that. We have an agreement with Azerbaijan that we are both keeping, and this is very good. Always, Greece is also a transit country, so it helps Azerbaijani gas go forward to other countries. This is not just for Azerbaijan. We also have now, we'll have a new LNG terminal as well, so that other countries can also take advantage of the possibilities of entering Southeast Europe and Europe in general, other producing countries. Our import capabilities of LNG and gas from pipelines exceed our needs, and we help other countries through these import capabilities, and we are very glad to do that, and we have an excellent cooperation in Azerbaijan according to that purpose. And our energy relations have never been, in terms of Azerbaijan, have never been adversely influenced by any political issues up till now, and I believe and hope also in the future.
Thank you. Stratos Kapelos, I mean, people often bring up the sort of, I guess it's the reverse of the free rider thing. You know, Greece is a tiny country, economy, et cetera, so whatever it does won't actually make much difference to the global scheme in terms of pollution, CO2 emissions, climate change, etc. This is not something that I believe myself, but nonetheless, it is obviously something which does get brought up. Do you feel that that you are preaching to the converted when you talk to Greek citizens, or is there a reaction by some, well, why should we actually tighten our belts because it won't make much difference? Or is it a question of generations? The young believe you more than the people like me who are old.
Well, I think the issue of climate change is something that we face, small countries and big countries and all the world. So I think from where we are, we have to contribute and make the most from our place and whatever we can do. So I don't find any reason why we should be different with respect to a bigger country or whoever else.
So you're happy, basically, you think?
I think we always,
the message has been heard.
I think the message, well, okay, the message is always produced and conveyed, and I think we have to be more, to believe in that in order to convey also that it should be applied from everybody in Greece and also outside Greece.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
For small countries.
Yes.
Okay. In the wind sector, the country that made the big difference in the evolution of wind energy is a small country in terms of territory, although they say, I'm speaking about Denmark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Denmark has managed to be a country that developed locally a very strong industry that today is supplying worldwide top quality wind turbines.
Yeah.
So sometimes
although
small countries,
not as many as China now.
With China, it's not very transparent how many turbines they are delivering worldwide, but the biggest worldwide manufacturer of wind turbines currently, as per the statistics that I know, is Vestas.
Yeah.
And Vestas is a Danish company.
Yeah.
So this is a paradigm of what small countries can do in order to not only to act as the example, but also to conquer, conquer in brackets,
yeah.
On the industrial level, a whole continent and maybe the whole universe. So Greece follows this example, and of course our plan is not to become the Denmark of the South in the way that something similar was said in the past, but we want to follow this example in order, according to our capabilities, to lead the example at the European level.
Bojana, you work at the European level, and I don't want to sound ageist, but I think you're younger probably than most of the people on this panel. If you listened to Graham Maxton earlier, I thought he was a pretty catastrophic idea of what's likely in the next 10 years or so. What's your view of the future, 10 to 20 years? Are you pessimistic, optimistic, what?
I'm optimistic.
And if so, why?
There are so many things I would like to say, considering the things which were just said, and then to elaborate on your question, because it's very global and it's very important. First, indeed, Denmark, extremely good example on a small country which is leading, let's say, the European transition, being very green country, being also front runner wind, and also as well the usage of biomethane. Basically, we are hearing, let's say, a lot about what the future is going to bring. Again, bringing back towards the points of the minister and one of the questions which were raised. The energy transition, it's a thing. And this thing is based on a political will, and the targets, to which extent they are achievable, it's a question, right? But the most important thing is that we need to change our mindset, right? We need to change the way that we are using energy. We need to invest a lot in technologies.
But when you say we, do you mean the political class?
No.
Do you mean the population as a whole, going all age groups? What?
This is an extremely good question, and indeed it should be a top-bottom approach, right? Because the political will is here. Then you have a lot of instruments. You have a lot of investment projects which could help companies, let's say, to deliver and to work on these new technologies, right? There are many elements which needs to be taken into consideration. Again, security of supply. I will go again to the comment of the person which was made from Azerbaijan. I said that we save Europe, indeed, because we are a tool. We are the gas infrastructure. You have the storages, the LNG, and all the pipelines. But of course, the gas would comes from somewhere, right? And we really appreciate the support that it was given in these regards, of course, because the political will somehow and what it's feasible, there are things which you have to take into consideration. No one said that the transition is going to be easy, right? It's going to take a lot of investments, and the companies are happy to invest. There's a lot of instrument, indeed, but let's don't forget it will take time. Right? Yeah. And what it is about the young generation, it's indeed that they're very much caring about the planet and what is going to happen. And that's why all this change in the mindset of all of us which are sitting here is extremely important, because this is what it brings and the whole process starts from.
Thank you. A final question. Yes, gentleman here, who I think is more skeptical about if I remember correctly, about the modeling of climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the panel's opinion on offshore wind turbines? Could you please summarize the advantages and disadvantages of locating them offshore?
As opposed to onshore, you mean? Or, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please, Panagiotis.
Okay. First of all, Professor Markatos was also my teacher in the National Technical University of Athens.
Clearly a very good teacher. That's a very good student.
Thank you very much. Offshore wind turbines. First of all, offshore wind turbines is a must in order to achieve the targets. We cannot achieve it only with the conventional technologies, onshore wind and solar. Second, you have the possibility to produce massive amounts of electricity in the best wind locations at least in Greece, which are located in the Aegean Sea, which now remains unexploited. So the capacity factors that you can have in a wind turbine in the sea might reach 60%, whereas in onshore, you struggle to achieve 35 to 40% in the very good wind sites. Third is the stability of the production. It does not have a big, let's say, fluctuations, so this helps also the grid. Those are the biggest advantages, and maybe one more advantage is from social perspective, that it seems, at least in Greece, and at least at the moment, that wind turbines in the sea can be digested by the local communities easier than wind turbines in the top of the mountains. Okay, but this is an expectation to be proven. Now, what is a potential negative? It's a matter of cost. And for sure, as we speak, offshore wind cost per megawatt hour produced is higher than the cost of the onshore wind or onshore photovoltaic megawatt hour produced. But we have to see the trends, and we have to see what the minister before said, the hot spot, and he was absolutely right. We opened the market today because our expectation is to have the first offshore wind farms in the country around 2030. And this is the point where we believe that the technology, and mainly I refer to the floating wind technology, will have matured in such a point where it will optimize the cost of the energy produced per floating wind farms. So all in all, if you put everything in the mix, there are so many positives and needs which, let's say, are much, much more important versus the potential negatives.
Just to add,
Dimitris, yes.
Let me also make a comment there.
Sure.
First your other speaker.
Yeah, just one point to add to the advantages is that it's better to produce hydrogen using offshore wind in terms of efficiency.
Excellent. Minister, the final word is yours.
Okay, thank you. Offshore wind for us is a huge opportunity for the country and for Southern Europe, not only because of the competitive advantage that was described before, but also because the local economic value created in offshore wind is much higher than the local economic value created by onshore wind or solar. There is a huge difference there, and also for us, the possibility of building a supply chain in offshore wind because of the competitive advantage and the magnitude of the wind potential that we have is extremely interesting and extremely existent. That's why we are moving very fast. We are using an innovative way of doing this development. Thus, we are going to do the research ourselves and have open data for all the international or national companies that will participate in the process. Thus, they will know the wind potential in every place, plus what happens on the seabed, long before they will be asked to bid for specific places to put their wind turbines. So we believe that this is the great new opportunity for us, and the cost will definitely be much lower when these places will be finally developed. This is something that we can predict for two reasons, because the innovation curve of floating offshore wind has not been materialized yet. The prices, the costs will drop because of innovation, and also the costs will drop because of economies of scale. The economies of scale curve has also not been worked. Thus, we are extremely ambitious and positive about this development.
Minister, thank you very, very much, and good luck in Dubai. I hope you enjoy it. I was in the Emirates just a couple of weeks ago, a few days ago. Laurent Fabius was there, who was, of course, the mastermind of the Paris Agreement. And he said that one of the most important things to get people to agree is to make sure that the food is extremely good. So I think you should eat well in Dubai. Anyway, have a very good trip there. Nectaria asked me to finish this session at 12:30. It is exactly 12:30. So a round of applause to all the panel. Thank you very much. We're going to
Noval Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Viohalco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Noval Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Noval Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies and high aesthetics. Noval Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in a full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
παρασκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μιλωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we will prepare for our next session. Excellent. Well, welcome back. I hope you all had a satisfying coffee, fully caffeinated or decaf, according to your preference. We had a great session this morning. I very much enjoyed all of it. It was it brought very much to our attention, I think, the challenges that we face, and it's hard to have this discussion without feeling gloomy at times. But I hope the next couple of sessions we'll be able to lift the mood a little, because we're looking at, I think, at some of the, a couple of the really positive aspects of our response to the sustainability challenges that we face. This morning, Matteo Renzi said that he urged us to invest in technology and not in ideology. Well, our next session is all about technology and the way technology can help us to adapt to and create resilience to and to stave off the effects of climate change. And we're going to be joined by a fantastic panel. I'm really, really pleased to have them with us and to invite them up onto the stage. We will be joined by the Deputy Minister of Digital Governance for Greece, Konstantinos Kyrianakis, who is on his way, not quite here yet, but he'll come up and join us on stage when he arrives. But in the meantime, please can I welcome Greg Stephanopoulos, who is the Willard Henry Dow Professor of Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology at MIT. Greg, would you like to come up and join us? Angel Alonso Arroba, who is Vice Dean for Management and Development at the IE Business School in Spain. Welcome, Angel. Good to see you. And Anastasia Varti, who is the Manager of ESG and Sustainability Consulting at KPMG in Greece. Anastasia, are you with us? Yes, you are. A long journey from the back of the room. Come along.
Hello.
Join us on the stage. Excellent. Well, we're going to kick off this session, How is Technology and Innovation Driving the Green Transition, with you, Greg. I mean, this is an area that fascinates me, because I'm a techno-optimist, not in the worst sense of the word, but I am a techno-optimist, and I do tend to look to our technologists to offer solutions to the problems that we face. You can do that a bit too much, I suspect, but technology, without a doubt, is going to be a really important contributor to helping us get through the sustainability challenge that we face. So let me hand the floor to you, Greg, and give us your thoughts on this area. You have 12 minutes. We're all watching. We'll all keep you to time.
Thank you, Alistair. And on the issue of technology, I have an optimistic message, because technology, I think, will deliver. But I have many pessimistic messages as well, which do not relate to technology. As you said, I am a chemical engineer by training. I went to the graduate of the National Technical University of Athens. I went to the US for graduate studies, taught at Caltech and MIT. I've taught for the last 15 years a course on sustainable energy. And I have co-founded a startup company that was funded by Total Energy. But I'm not here to tell you about my bio. I'm here to tell you, to share with the audience the experiences that I had in this journey, and tell you how they relate to climate change. So my first message is that basically I am very pessimistic about the prospects of taking control of the accumulation of greenhouse gases, and also the ability of global institutions in dealing with an issue of this type. Despite many encouraging signs, for example, it's very heartening to hear that Greece is receiving more than 50% of its electricity from renewable resources, and the target, they are on course of achieving 80% of that by 2030. But I disagree with Andreas, who was very optimistic, because, for example, instead of 3.6 degrees Celsius increase by 2100, we are only going to have 2.6 degrees Celsius, which means that instead of going very rapidly to the abyss, we are going to slow down a little bit, but still it's going to be the path to the abyss. There are no signs of abating the CO2 accumulation. It is increasing. We heard from Mr. Renzi that there is an increase in the consumption of coal instead of reducing the consumption of coal. There is an increase in the CO2, as I said, and most importantly, and this is a word that's not been mentioned at all in this conference, is the whole issue of liquid fuels. I'm raising the issue of liquid fuels for the first time here. Perhaps you can say that electrification of the transportation sector is going to reduce the demand in liquid fuels, which is true. But let me remind you that phasing out the existing fleet of internal combustion engines is going to take more than 100 years. The shipping industry needs liquid fuels. The trucking industry needs liquid fuels. And I don't think anybody is going to get on an airplane which is going to be powered by a battery for at least 50 to 100 years. So we are going to need liquid fuels. And at the present time, there is no technology for the production of renewable liquid fuels. The Department of Energy in the United States has been investing for more than 60 years in the production of liquid fuels from lignocellulosic feedstocks. Unsuccessfully, the last such plant closed down 2 years ago, and there is no technology right now which is going to produce liquid fuels. So liquid fuels, are they important? They do contribute in the United States more than 34% of the total carbon which is emitted in the whole economy. So they are an extremely important sector in the production of liquid fuels, the production of carbon dioxide. And I just don't see anything there. So what can be done? I've been making notes about certain topics that were raised by previous speakers, and I want to say a few words about that. One of them was education. Of course, we need to educate people, but I'd like to see some numbers that follow the assertions that education is the key, because it is not, in my opinion. For example, they did a study in the United States among 15 to 18-year-olds, asking them what are the two most important concerns that they have. And climate change was the number one. Number two was shootings in schools. They did the same thing in China, and climate change again came as the number one. Number two was their concern about how to score in the entrance examinations to universities. So you see the difference in the two societies. So I would say that education is important, but the message has registered with 15 to 18-year-olds that climate change is important. Keep in mind that these are not voting people yet, so perhaps this is the reason that politicians don't listen to them. But they are going to vote at some point, and this is going to be a major element in making their decision about whom to select. So I don't think education is the critical issue. It is always important, but I'm trying to find out what is the most critical issue which is really going to make a difference. I heard something about the shipping industry. The shipping industry and the fuels they need in order to reduce carbon emissions. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago in Shanghai with someone very deeply in the UK shipping industry, and he mentioned hydrogen, methanol, and ammonia. And I asked the question, where do they come from? Where is an analysis that points into these three liquid fuels? He had no idea. And he is about to make major investment decisions on the use of these three types of liquid fuels. I said, I know as chemical engineer that ammonia is very energy intensive to make. So have you done a life cycle assessment so that we know how much energy goes into the production of ammonia and how much we are going to receive from this? He promised to send me an LCA on ammonia, but I have not received it yet. And I invite anybody who has such an analysis to give it to me, because I really want to know if ammonia is a player in this regard. Then we have hydrogen as a potential fuel, but the density of hydrogen is extremely low. And again, when I compare hydrogen to a liquid fuel, I think the liquid fuel comes much better candidate for this area. Then I heard about investing in technology. As an academic, I would welcome more money and a lot more money to my laboratory for research. But let me tell you that there is copious investment that's been made in the European Union and the United States and in China and in Japan in advancing different types of technologies. And I think they are all making great progress in many, many different areas. Is more investment going to make a difference? Probably is going to help, but is it the critical factor? And I don't think it is. Is it the different acronyms that people are inventing in order to solve problems? For example, I'm hearing about aviation and sustainable aviation fuels. So pretty quickly you hear the investment community is talking about SAFs. And after you say SAF for a few years, then it becomes a reality. So give me an SAF and we solve the problem of the aviation industry. There are no SAFs right now to satisfy the needs of the aviation industry at the scale that we need them. Or you hear something like CCS, which is carbon capture and sequestration. That was invented 15 years ago, and now my students come and they tell me, we did this analysis with and without CCS, and here are the results. And I look at that and I say, okay, with CCS it looks good. Now go out there and try to buy a technology to do CCS because this is the winner. And of course, there is no vendor who is going to sell you a CCS at the present time. There is no place where you're going to put the trillions of tons of CO2 that the world is emitting in various areas. But CCS is out there, it's being used all the time as the panacea for solving this problem. And then, of course, we have net zero. I don't know how many times you heard net zero. Please keep in mind that net zero is supposed to happen by 2050, which is only 27 years away. 27 looks like a very long time, and we can lie about the future. We cannot lie about the past, because if you look at the previous 27 years and you see how much progress has been made, and if you consider how much time is needed in order to deploy new technology at that scale, there is no way that societies are going to have net zero by 2050. And this is something else to keep in mind. So what is to be done? Let me, before I tell you what I think needs to be done, and I'm going to offer just one answer to this because I don't like to confuse the message with too many things. Before I give you the answer, I'd like to point out that renewables and low carbon fuels of any type are going to be expensive. And they are going to be more expensive than fossil fuels. And they are more expensive because we are not doing the accounting right. If we accounted for all the costs that a fuel incurs in a sustainable economy, then you need to account for the cost of removing the CO2. If you are digging up coal, you need to account for the cost of restoring the environment to the same level as it was before. And we are not doing that. That's why we have unsustainable processes producing energy and many chemicals and fuels that we need today. If we did that, then we would have a different picture. So how do we reward a technology which is not producing CO2? Or how do we penalize a technology which is producing a lot of CO2? The most efficient way to do that, my economist friends tell me in my class Sustainable Energy, is by a carbon tax. But the public, at least in the United States, will not go for the word tax. Politicians and the public hate the word tax. So I said, how about calling it a restoration fee? It's not a tax, it is a fee to restore the environment to its previous state. Maybe it will get some traction, I don't know, it was just an idea. There are various kinds of credits. And as far as I know, these credits are kind of a joke, because if you give someone enough of a carbon credit, then you will see action in that area. If you reward someone with $20 per ton of CO2, nobody moves, because the cost is higher than $20. If you give someone $200, you are going to see a rush with technologies to remove CO2. So clearly 200 is too generous, 20 is not enough. And economists have a way to find the golden medium in between. But at this point, if you are an investor and you want to invest in green energy, the landscape is very confusing and very unclear. So in my opinion, the most important thing that societies and people should do right now is to clarify the investment climate that is going to govern green energy. And agree on this and make it very clear that this is going to be the credit or the tax or whatever it is. And I remember in Davos 18 years ago, there was a similar discussion that was preceded by the publication of a book which enumerated all of the different technologies that would generate generous returns on the investment if the landscape was clear. And they were talking about unleashing hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in green energy as soon as societies made a clear decision on what they need to be done in that area. So I talked for too much. Let me close by summarizing with 3 points. First of all, the title of this session. Technology and innovation will not drive the green transition. It is economists and politicians that will make the decisions, and then I guarantee you that technology is going to deliver on what is needed in order to achieve the green transition. This is one. The single most important action that needs to be taken, I think, is to clarify the investment environment, and then technology is going to come through. And I'm going to close with the following thought. If people gave climate change the urgency and the importance of a Manhattan Project, I am convinced that you would see solutions coming in less than 5 years. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. There's a very interesting generational point implied in a lot of what you said. I don't know if you intended it, but it'd be interesting to come back to that perhaps at some point. In the meantime, you said that economists and politicians will provide the push to get us through the green transition. We have one of each, and I'm certainly not going to provide any push. But luckily, we have a politician at the other end of the panel here, Deputy Minister of Digital Governance in Greece, Konstantinos Kyriakis. Would you like to give us your thoughts, please? Perhaps on what you've heard, but on your approach to this question.
Sure. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Let's start by a comment on what we just heard about technology not being able to drive the green transition. So if we see the numbers from 2010 to 2020-22, there's a 25 time more internet usage in the world. Much of it is driven through data centers. So if we compare the carbon emissions by data centers in 2010 and 2020, there's a very modest, very small percentage of added carbon emissions during this decade. This is proof that technology is able to drive the green transition. Because when you have 25 times more internet usage, just a very small amount of carbon emissions being added, it means that someone was responsible enough, and I'm not sure it was politicians. I'm pretty sure this was driven by enterprises and the private sector being much more responsible, and they were able to deliver a very impressive result for the environment. And this is exactly the logic and the strategy that we politicians and governments need to follow. So, you know, from mobile usage, the European Union, for example, now has a strategy. We want to extend by 1 year the usage of a smartphone. So we have this very bad habit of changing smartphones very, very frequently, unfortunately. We're victims of big tech giants like Apple and Samsung, unfortunately. But if the European Union manages to extend by only 1 year the life of smartphones, this would be equivalent of removing 1 million cars from European streets every year. This is huge. So technology can drive the green transition. And in my opinion, if governments and the private sector are able to set common goals and agree on a common strategy, this is key to achieving a technology neutral result in some sectors by 2030, in some other sectors adding up to the total strategy in 2040. The big problem in all of this is the crypto coins. This has been a sector that has been extremely irresponsible in terms of environment. Imagine that data centers around the world account for 1.3% of the total of electricity consumption. Only cryptocurrency mining is 0.5, adding up to this. So we need to act fast on people, especially in China and Russia and other countries that don't always follow regulation, global strategy and global regulation, in order to have more responsible and more efficient policies for cryptocurrency mining. Of course, we live in a free world, and innovation needs to have the space to thrive. Yes, but this is a number that is extreme, in my opinion. And one other aspect that we need to focus on, in my opinion, is the strategy on IoT. On IoT, Internet of Things. So we live in an era. Everyone wants to have smart devices. We live in the era of smart cities, smart cars, self-driven cars. Everything wants to be smart, and we want to use smarter devices. This needs to be reviewed from both ways. One is, if IoT can provide data in order for our buildings and our cars and our devices to be more environmentally friendly, and the answer is yes. Yes, they can, and we need to use this data in order to agree on policies. On the other hand, this will create an exponential use of internet usage. So I'm going back to my first point, which is make data centers, and this is something we're working very hard here in Greece, make our data centers being completely run by renewable energy. So if you have a strategy as a government, as the European Union, or as the Western world, to drive the internet usage and the technology usage from an environmentally friendly point of view, then yes, sustainability is achievable. Otherwise, we have to go back to the basics.
Brilliant, thank you very much. You gave us back all of 40 seconds there, so congratulations. Let's move along to Angel Alonso Arroba. I don't know what perspective you're going to bring. Are you going to bring us a Spanish perspective, or are you looking here from a more general?
Both Spanish and general, and also trying to build a little bit the bridge between the different perspectives. So I'll take it there. Well, first of all, thank you for the very kind invitations to the economists and to the organizers of this fantastic conference. So I came from IE University in Madrid, which is a university that has always been from the beginning at the intersection precisely between innovation, because we have a strong drive on entrepreneurship in our DNA, but also sustainability, which has become transversal to everything we teach, all the disciplines that we cover in the university, and also made us walk the talk by being one of the first carbon neutral universities in Europe. Now, by building this bridge, actually I had 5 points, and the first point was precisely about the topic that we have, which is whether technology and innovation are driving the green transition, I think we need to look at it both ways. This is bidirectional. So it's also the green transition which is driving nowadays innovation and what is driving technology. So I think what we have to do is see these two major transitions and transformations that we need feeding mutually each other. And that brings us to the topic of whether it is the entrepreneurship or whether it is the politics. It goes both ways, and we need to embrace this in a holistic way. The second point I had was more about the urgency, but that has already been covered, and the data has been put by Greg and by the previous panels this morning, so I won't go too much into that. But if you want me to bring the Spanish perspective, I mean, beyond the data that we have, the fact that we should be reducing emissions by 55% by 2030, and we are 6-7 times behind in total, behind that pace that we need. And we are seeing it. We're seeing it in my native Spain, where we are also accustomed to the fires, the droughts, the record temperatures every year that have become the new normal, as you know very well here in Greece. Now, let me maybe focus on the last 3 points, which are the ones that I think maybe may add a little bit more to the discussion. The first one is that when we take policy decisions about how technology and innovation can be driving and can be an ally in terms of fighting climate change and the massive emergency that we face in terms of the environment, we should be looking at key sectors where precisely innovation can be a driver for transformation. And here we have a very clear roadmap, and we know which sectors are, no? And we are seeing also progress in many of these sectors. We see it in energy, which accounts for close to 25% of global emissions, and we have seen amazing progress in terms of transforming the way that we produce energy. Now, we know where the fights are in terms of storage, in terms of efficient grids, etc. We also see this in highly emitting industries, which in the case of the European Union account for close to 20% of the emissions as well. Here, some of the, as the Deputy Minister was saying, there are technologies like the Internet of Things, like data analysis, that can help us improve the integration of these production processes. But also we can be looking at agriculture. Only 1.5% of GDP in Europe, but accounting for more than 10% of our emissions. And here, some of the breakthroughs that you were mentioning, in terms of fertilizers, in terms of protein production with non-animal origin, can be critical, and we need to focus on those. And of course, some of the sectors that were mentioned this morning, transportation, we have seen that revolution in private transportation. Can we see that in other sectors like shipping, like aviation, like heavy roadblock transportation? This is where we need to put the energy. Of course, in building management and construction, that's another key element which accounts for around 20% of the emissions in the European Union, and where there are technologies in terms of the use of materials that can be an ally. Now, let me point, before finalizing, two specific aspects that I think are critical to the discussion. One was mentioned by the Deputy Minister, which is the one of taking into consideration the side effect. That sometimes we might be, in terms of producing these technologies, in terms of managing these technologies, we might be consuming more than we are. Now, sometimes that is an investment that we have to do in terms of develop and bringing up this technology to pace, but we should be aware of that, and of course of issues that are familiar to the audience, like the toxic waste that might be produced or the non-recyclable waste that is produced through these technologies. And then the very final point, and I know I'm short with time, but it's something that also came up this morning. This is about global cooperation. We are in this together. And the reality is that we are seeing a return to politics with a big P, vis-a-vis economics. You in the economists, you have coined the term homeland economics. And the reality is that these industrial policies, they are allies in this green transition, but very often they don't follow necessarily a logic of effectiveness and a logic of being in this together. They more and more, they follow a logic of geopolitical competition which actually can be very detrimental to our objective of facing this crisis, which is borderless. So actually, our cooperation in terms of research, in terms of global governance mechanisms, in terms of standards, should and can only be global.
Thank you for that. I'm fascinated by of course, it's a given, it's a truism that this is a global problem and therefore requires global coordination to resolve it. But one is struck time and time again by our failure to achieve that. So, there's an example mentioned this morning of the reversion to coal in Europe during the Ukraine crisis, the energy crisis triggered by Ukraine. And it's as if we're saying, oh, it's okay, we're in an emergency, just for now, we'll do this. But of course, as the last 20 years have demonstrated to us, we tend to go from one emergency to the next. So at some level, there has to be some broader, wider coordination mechanism, which we seem to lack at the moment. Maybe we can come back to that, but before we do, I'd like to hand along to Anastasia. Feel free, so much has come up already in what we've discussed. Feel free to reflect on what you've heard, or just give us your thoughts on the topic.
Okay, I think it will be a sum up of the previously speakers. I would like to talk about the synergy between digital transformation and ESG and how imperative it is in this long-term transformation of businesses. So I would like to share my presentation here. It is clear that ESG is not nice to have anymore, but is a must-have for the public and the private sector. So a recent KPMG's survey showed that CEO, despite them, more than half of the Greek companies have integrated ESG into their operations in order to create value. Only 29% of them feel confident about how to withstand potential scrutiny. And as the CSRD reporting standard is emerging, we understand that assurance is a mandate. So the data needs to be more reliable. And as the European Union is pressuring more and more both the public and private sector to achieve their ambitious goals, simply because this need is urgent than never before. Previously, we saw the climate law, the national climate law, that showed that the companies need, in order to overpass the difficulties of reporting and carbon emissions calculation, they need to use digital solutions. So the most complicated important step to overpass the ESG data collection is to understand the gap between the current and the target state that you would like to achieve. And this can be achieved by regularly examining regulations, data reliability, and quality. There are multiple ESG challenges which at the same time create opportunities for digital innovation. The main challenge of ESG data is that there are many completely different resources inside and outside the organization, and if validation exists, consumes a lot of valuable time. So ESG is rarely well structured and defined, which means that the translation to technical structures is completely new, challenging, and continuously evolving. We understand that ESG and digital innovation can lead faster on the business revolution and transformation. So the value that the business is expected to create for its stakeholders, it can be achieved by utilizing technology across the entire value chain in order to provide a quicker, more intelligent, and more appealing business outcomes and success. And this is also the reason why more and more leading tech companies have already integrated ESG in their tech solutions. And this means that they listen to the market and saw a great business opportunity that could take them adopters with a great competitive advantage. So in order to start the ESG journey, first of all, you need to understand where is your current state in this ESG digital transformation roadmap. And this actually consists of 3 different states. The first one is the defensive state, which is the fulfillment of the basic requirements. The second one, which is the progressive and involves the automation and standardization of ESG data processing. And the third one, which is the more advanced, the innovative, consists of incorporating risks and opportunities, analytic strategy, and also more clearly defined accountabilities. So depending on its unique needs, each company has different demands from its tech solution. So most of the tools could satisfy an important amount of ESG needs, but the most vital is to evaluate what suits to every company needs and demands. So the companies and the organizations need to decide what digital solution fits more on their needs and their business requirements. Now, recently, KPMG has launched SOFI, which is to support the companies on their digital journey, and is a cloud-based platform that offers a range of solutions to help business automate their operations, improve efficiency, and reduce costs. And I see that my time is ending. I would like to sum up 3 things: that companies are now obliged to have ESG sustainability and reporting, and this requires a lot of data collection and complicated sources of information. So the need for the digital innovation and digital solutions is necessary to accelerate this process.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, that's a clear example of technology underpinning other things above it that are contributing to the green transition. So thanks very much for that. We are, as ever, extremely tight for time, and I am going to finish off by handing back to the Deputy Minister for some final words. I mean, I'm interested. We've had some fascinating themes that have come up that we could talk about for the whole rest of the day. We don't have the rest of the day, but it would be nice to bring this back to the specific and the local. And in light of what we've discussed and of what you were saying earlier on, can you just give us a very brief thumbnail rundown of your policy approach in this government to technology as a driver of your aims in the green transition?
Well, first of all, the milestone from the European Union for the Recovery and Resilience Fund was 20% on digital and green investments. We overpassed that, so we wanted to show not only to our nation, but to the whole of Europe that we're very committed to these goals, and this is why the projects are advancing fast. Now, we have a commitment that is important both from an environmental, but also a financial and a geostrategic view to increase our dependency on renewables. We started in 2019 with about 18–19% of energy consumption from renewables. Now we're almost at 50%. This shows real commitment. And by combining, as I said before, technological investments like data centers with energy, with emission neutral policies is key for our prosperity and for our sustainability as a country. We want to do this both in islands. We have Astipalea, a beautiful island that is the first concept of a smart island in the Aegean Sea. We're deploying this kind of projects in Kythnos Island, in Halki Island next to Rhodes, There are some thoughts about Castellorizo, which is the last island at the eastern border of Greece, let's say the beginning of Greece. So we want to use these technologies to prove that a difficulty that has been visible for decades with the very small islands across the country in terms of transport and in terms of ease of doing business or ease of living, actually, for people living on these islands, can be an example of sustainability with green technologies that are being deployed right now. This is one specific example. Now, AI is key for our policy. Our Prime Minister has announced just last month the high-level commission of experts with people from MIT, from top universities around the world that will contribute to the nation's strategy on AI. AI needs strong computational power. Strong computational power needs a lot of energy. So we're committed to combine both our AI strategy with sustainability, and this is unnegotiable.
Okay, that's great. I mean, there's so much I'd love to explore further. The generational question that you raised before, and this whole question that came as well from you, the sort of the economics of the transition, how you properly price, how you properly measure the cost of competing energy sources, but we don't have time. So with that, I'm going to call this session to a close. We'll move on to our next one, but before we do, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much. Thanks very much. It's a pleasure. Nice to see you again. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Well, as we just heard, Greece is a nation of islands, 6,000 at the last count, more or less. That means an awful lot of water. Water is quite a special resource here in Greece. Apparently, so we're told by the medical profession, we're made up, each of us, 90% of water. So there's quite a lot of water in this room as we speak. And we're going to move on now to look at climate crisis and water sufficiency, the role of water and its management in our daily lives and in this question of sustainability. I hope this will be a fairly positive panel. There's a good story to tell, I think. Water's such a basic resource that we tend not to think about it very much, but it is absolutely central to everything that we do, and there's a lot of interesting activity in this sector. So I'm delighted that we have a very broad and very well, very good credential panel to join us to discuss this. First, I'd like to invite up Petros Varalidis, who is the Secretary General of the Natural Environment and Waters, the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Greece. Secretary General, please come and join us. Pleasure to see you again. Probably sit here. I'll keep you all in order, then I'll know where I am. Harry Sakinis, who is the Chief Executive Officer at EDAP. Harry, come up and join us. Buki Oren, who is the Chairman and CEO of the Buki Oren Global Water Technologies Israel, about which we'll hear more, I'm sure. Buki, good to have you here. Ruben Fernandez, who is the Executive Board Member of Aguas e Energia do Porto from Portugal. Ruben, good to have you here. And Stavros Morelatos, who is the General Manager of the Coca-Cola Company of Greece, an important consumer of water, and we're all important consumers of Coca-Cola, so welcome to you. And last but not least, of course, Stella Apostolaki, who is the Executive Director at the Center of Excellence in Sustainability at the American College in Greece. Stella, it's great to see you. You'll be a long way away, but I can just about pick you out from this distance. All right, there's a lot to talk about. We don't have a lot of time, so we're all going to be very, very brief in our I know, everybody will be. And I'm going to hand straight across to you, Secretary General, for your opening thoughts from the policy perspective on water sufficiency.
First of all, it's, as we all know, it's a very complex issue because we face droughts and water scarcity, and at the same time, we face extreme floods.
Yeah.
So key to the solution is the holistic water management. So all issues need to be looked at together. We need to find an important role for reuse of wastewaters, of treated wastewaters. It's very important. And we also need to look at the root of the problem for water scarcity, which is extreme water demand because of agriculture. So we need to see, to revisit the types of plants that we plant. So how much cotton do we need in Thessaly?
Yeah.
We have that much water. So is it sustainable to have 1 million hectares or whatever, what is it, 100,000 hectares cotton? So that, I think that's an important question that we need to look at together with the Ministry of Agriculture.
Right. So there's a kind of budgeting, water budgeting issue going on here in terms of how
and of course, if need be, we cannot exclude some limited transport of water from other water basins, but only to a limited degree that won't put into question the sustainability of water courses in the main water river basin.
Right, okay. That's an absolutely central issue for any government, considering your prime responsibility is the safety and health of your population. Water is at the very, very basis of that. Let's move along to Harry. Harry, we've all been enjoying your water while we've been here.
No, that's not my water.
Oh, is that not yours?
No.
Oh, okay.
Mine is better.
I'll talk to the organisers. Give us your thoughts, please, on water, on its... Sure. Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to keep it simple because water is such an important product that everyone needs, and we have to keep it simple. And our message is that what we're trying to do, especially as a company that is owned in majority by the public sector, what we need to provide is clean water for everybody. So what does that mean? It means the quality of the water that you drink has to be clean. It means that in the cycle of water, the wastewater has to result in water that is clean as well. So that we do that with the processing that we do at our wastewater treatment plants. And another effort that is underway is to have water that is energy-wise clean as well. So we're moving towards net zero energy water cycle by 2030, and that's very important for us. And when we say clean water for everybody, in Athens, we have the second lowest tariff in the world. So that makes it accessible to everybody. But we're also trying with reusing the water in our new wastewater treatment plants in Eastern Attica that we're building to provide water for irrigation in that area as well. So not only for drinking water, but water for irrigation. And also we want to take some of the water that we produce in Psyttalia, instead of throwing it into the sea, we want to take that and use it for industrial uses as well. So I want to cover in the next 3.5 minutes, I want to cover 4 areas. One is the cycle of water. The other one is climate change and what we need to do regarding these 2 major areas. So in the cycle of water, we're trying to do everything possible to conserve water. In order to do that, we need to replace a lot of our networks. We need to move into a smart grid. And we need to use sources of water that we find anywhere around Attica, including a 2,000-year-old Roman aqueduct. So we're trying to conserve water. And at the same time, we're trying to conserve energy, because energy is an important part of the cycle of water. And we're doing that, again, in a variety of ways, from using electric cars, from optimizing our pumping stations, from building a new bioclimatic building, and looking at new technologies through sharing experience with other companies around the world on how we can best use the energy that we produce at our wastewater treatment plant in Psyttalia, which is the second largest wastewater treatment plant in all of Europe. So we are trying to make the cycle of water as efficient as possible. Regarding climate change, we have faced in the last few years, we have faced fires that have threatened all of our facilities pretty much. We have faced snow that we have been blocked from reaching out to our facilities. And we're learning from everything else that we see around us, including the recent floods in the Thessaly and the Volos area, which destroyed part of the water and wastewater systems in that area. So we're stressing our hypothesis, we're stressing our systems to understand what could happen if similar situations happened here in Athens. But we're also looking in terms of climate change in a long-term perspective. So what would happen if our reservoirs were to run dry, and are we ready, and what do we need to do to plan to be ready for that possibility, which I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know, so you need to plan for it. So we're looking at a variety of solutions, including desalination, etc. And again, there, we're trying to learn from others and experts, and we have been to Israel to learn about what they're doing desalination there. I mean, we have been to Germany to understand what they're doing in other areas, so sharing of information is extremely important. Now, to do all of that, you need investments. All these are important investments. It is important that we get grants rather than loans, because with grants you can lower the effect on the prices and the tariffs that people pay. So we're actively looking into that. And then it is important to have the right people with the right skills, because when you're talking about increasing your investments 10 times per year, so 10 times more than what we used to do, you need to have the right people with the right skills, especially when you're talking about applying new technologies to the cycle of water, including AI and a variety of other technologies. So cycle of water, optimizing that, climate change, and to do that, you need investments and you need people, so that we can ensure that we can continue to provide the citizens of Attica with clean water for all of them.
I can see that you're appealing to somewhere for investment. And for grants, it's easy to imagine where that appeal might be directed.
It's not really, I mean, first of all, as a company, we have quite a lot of cash. We have about 300 million cash. The most important thing that we have also that didn't exist in the past is a regulator. Because having a regulator, the regulator together with the government, they can figure out which are the important projects and then how these projects are going to be paid. But again, we need to be reasonable about it, and the more grants you get, the less pressure is going to be to increase the prices, because we really want to try to keep the prices as low as possible. And again, let me repeat that we have right now the second lowest price all over the world.
Right. Okay, fantastic. Let's move along to Buki. You have a background yourself some years ago in public water provision, but for the last decade or so, you've been dedicating yourself to bringing people together, to forming links and spreading expertise and best practice among water companies and the water sector in general. Tell us something about that and your reflections on the role you can play in safe water.
Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to that. It's not trivial, and it's a real privilege, so thank you to all. So I'm coming from Israel. I would like to say, a proof of concept for many things around the world. Many times we are dealing with things ahead of other states later on can share it with us. But today, of course, I'll talk about water. 100 years ago, in Israel, there were less than 2 million people. In all the region between the Jordan and the sea, there was less than 2 million people. Few economists or engineers, there's still debate who were, if they were economists or engineers, calculate that there is not enough water in this region, so it's better to stop growing this region. Currently in this region, there are 12 million people. And we have abundance of water. So what was a little bit the mistake in the calculation? No one assumed that technology can play a major role and take water from a natural resources to economic goods. Meaning at the past we were collecting rainfall. Currently we just produce water. All the way to dealing with reused water, seawater desalination, even rain enhancement. We reduce our water loss, implement variety of technologies, and no shortage of water in this region. So that's a very optimistic message that water, in principle, is not challenge. It's economic challenge. So again, when we are talking here about the climate change, okay, let's look what's happened in water and let's try to multiply it to other sectors. That's one message. The second message, it took us almost 100 years to come to this principle. 5 years ago, we came to a situation where Israel turned to be water independent state. Too many years, too many mistakes. I assume that if we will do it again, it will take us 20 or 30 years. So we do a few things okay. A few things I assume that we tried to reinvent the wheel. We did almost everything by ourselves. I was the responsible for all the water in Israel. I was the executive chairman of a company that called Mekorot that supplied 80% of the water to Israel and dealing with 70% of the wastewater treatment to Israel. And then it was realized that, okay, while I was there in the public sector, I was realized that that's part of the story. And then in the last decade, I began. Again, I think that it's a question of humbleness a little bit, although maybe I don't reflect humbleness here, but that you do not know everything. And I think that Israel is very good in irrigation, in seawater desalination, but we have a lot to learn from our colleagues in Singapore about floating solar panels, about digital tools, about reused water. In a moment, I will make a global journey and then I'll come back to Europe and to Athens. I think that we have a lot to learn from Australia about how to monitor the sewage system. Again, desalination. If I go to the US, a lot of experience on reused water, digital solution, issues like PFAS. PFAS is currently 1/3 of the groundwater in specific area are closed because people are concerned of PFAS. In the US, they are already deal with it ahead of anyone else around the world. And now, again, and I don't have enough time to talk about everything, but when I'm moving to Europe, beginning from North Europe, I think that they are very good in resource recovery. When I'm moving to my colleagues here on the left from Porto, I think that they are ahead of anyone in how they deal with customer, reduce their water loss. And when I'm coming here to Athens, I think that your solution, again, big utility, they're dealing again with, then soon reducing the temperature in this region, dealing with reused water, that's a very fascinating thing. So my message is, yes, water is a solvable issue. The moment that we understood that it's not a natural resource, but it's economic good, we need to approach it as an economic good. We need to be better in investing, in learn from others, and not to reinvent the wheel. I assume that it's not very popular, but I think that to be optimistic is my vision.
Excellent. Well, it may not be popular. It's certainly welcome on this stage. It's interesting that you make that distinction between a natural resource and an economic good, and I think it sort of chimes with what the Deputy Minister was saying about the budgeting exercise that a government has to carry out. Water is an input into an equation that has to be treated as an economic good in that sense. And also in the previous session, we were talking about the importance of, the difficulty of achieving a global response to a global problem when we're divided up into nation states and competing regions. The work you're doing is an interesting illustration of a very, very practical application of international collaboration. So it's good to hear about that. Let's move along, Ruben, another public water supplier, but for Porto, and I can say from experience the water is excellent. So thank you very much for that. Please give us your thoughts on the area.
Well, also thanks for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure. Just to give some context for those of you who don't know our utility. We are based in Porto, which is the second largest city in Portugal, and our utility operates in the city, okay? So it's a smaller utility when compared to the utility that it is managed by my colleague. It would be impossible to tell you everything that we do in Águas do Porto in just 5 minutes, but a first message that I would like to pass relates to our business model. So in our case, we don't deal only with supplying the drinking water, with transporting and treating the wastewater. We are also concerned with managing the stormwater systems, because we have not unitary systems, we have separative systems. We are also concerned with managing the streams and rivers of the city, also the seafront side of the city. So for us, all water is one water, in fact, and I think that's the way to approach water. It's a single resource, and if we want to manage it in an efficient way, we should start to consider it as a single resource that we can treat, reuse, use, whatever. On the other side, relating also to water efficiency, I'd like to share with you our journey regarding water losses, okay? So many utilities face this problem, which is the water they abstract at the source and is lost in between when the water arrives to the tap of the customer, okay? And back in 2006, my utility was losing half of this water, okay? So this is a lot for a resource that it is scarce, even though we can, use the seawater to produce this resource, but fresh water is a scarce resource. And we decided over the last 17 years to put up a program that was not aimed only at reacting to the problem, which related to pipe bursts and whatever, but an integrated program to really deal with this problem that ranges from having people literally listening to our pipes and identifying the pipe bursts in the systems. That ranges from this to having like the most advanced tools based on AI, on machine learning, to predict where pipe bursts can occur, to predict what are the most fragile infrastructures that we need to replace and to give us this information. So we have this program, an integrated program for water losses that we call it like, we compare it like an octopus because it is comprised of like many things inside. And with this program, we were able to move from losing 50% of our water in 2006 to only 13% by the end of 2022, okay? Which is a very good level for those of you who may be wondering about the nature of this number. On the other side, and on the side of circularity, I'd like to tell you that we manage 2 wastewater treatment plants. They are 2 of the biggest in Portugal, okay? And they are a bit old, so they are in need of investment on many levels: energy efficiency, circularity, resource recovery, etc. And we are concerned about the new proposal of directive for urban wastewater. So we have like a big investment in stock, but well, we still need to decide which kind of investments we are going to pull in the coming years, in the short term especially. And while we are waiting for that, we decided to put up a pilot system in our treatment plants. It is a system, it is some sort of a quaternary system that allows us to transform our treated wastewater into water that we can reuse again, okay? So, and we are reusing this water in things like cleaning up the public space of the entire city, okay? Which is, I think, a very good example. We are using this treated wastewater to watering the public green areas of the city. So these are the 2 examples of using water for reuse. And I think that, well, with these 2 examples, in addition to the business model of the company, I would, for now,
Fantastic, thank you. That was an extraordinary statistic in terms of your wastewater. Your lost water percentage there. I thought it was very striking. Let's move along. We've had, I think, so far, we've focused on the supply side, if you like, of the water business. Let's move across to the demand side. You may disagree with that characterization. I'll leave you to do that if you so wish. But you do basically all over the world take clean water and turn it into juicy, syrupy, delicious beverage. So give us your thoughts on your role in this area.
Yes, and thank you very much also from my side for the invitation. It's an honor to be on this forum with you. And yes, we are responsible and we take action about the use of water. In this opening, I want to cover 3 areas. Just a couple of statistics on the magnitude of the issue with water globally. What the Coca-Cola company is doing globally, so our global strategy, and more importantly, how this global strategy is implemented in Greece. So just to set the stage, even with the latest report, the 2023 report, United Nations put the people who are at water shortage between 2 and 3 billion around the world. And the problem is going to be even bigger for urban population in the future. So between now and 2050, we expect 1 more billion of people in urban areas to face big problem with shortages of water. And this is not far away from here, it's also for our country. According to both OECD and the European Commission, water shortages is the big problem that Greece is going to face together with rising sea levels. So in Coca-Cola, we have a strategy. We have a strategy globally around 3 areas, the water security strategy. Number 1, in all our facilities around the world, to have a circular water use. We have about 175 facilities. Until 2030, we'll have 100% circular use of water. Then, with working with partners, we are helping to improve the health of 60 watersheds around the world that are important for the operations and the agricultural supply chain, ensuring that all communities and ecosystems that are living around, they have access to safe and clean water. And third, we aim to replenish 2 trillion liters of water globally in the period between 2021 to 2030. So some numbers to set what is the global strategy. But I want to elaborate a bit more in Greece, because in Greece, not only we have a strategy, but we have a legacy of programs over the last 17 years with the help of the Global Water Partnership in Mediterranean. We have our partners here today as well. There are partners for the last 17 years implementing projects with the support of the Coca-Cola Foundation, and always with partners that were implementing the projects locally, like the Ministry of Environment, like EIDAP, like local municipalities. Today I want to touch on a couple of our recent programs, like the one we did last year in Folegandros. In Folegandros, with the help of the Coca-Cola Foundation, GWP Med implemented a program where, with technical interventions, we've increased the water efficiency of the island by 63%, adding 10 million liters of water annually there. And we coupled this program with educational activities touching the local communities and, of course, school. And, of course, we did all this with the help of the Ministry of Environment and with the help of the local municipality. The second step of this program, the Zero Drop, was this year in Irakli, in Creta, where again we went there in 2 agricultural communities, and GWP Med, with the funding of the Coca-Cola Foundation, implemented some technical interventions that helped to improve irrigation there and the water supply system. And we did this again with the help of EIDAP, the local EIDAP there, so the national water system, and the local municipality. And as always, we aim to have the educational leg of this program that informs the local communities how to use water more efficiently. So I'm here today, and I have also some news for you, because we have the second leg of the program this year that we haven't talked publicly so far, and it's in the area of Tanagra, outside of Athens, in Schematari, where we are taking a best practice, a water-saving best practice that we have in the factory, and we're moving it to the public sector. So GWP Med, there, our trusted NGO partner, is implementing a program which helps to reduce the water waste by 15%, reduce the energy waste by about 7%, and in the coming days, we're handing this program over to the municipality of Tanagra. So this is the new program. We are very proud because throughout all those years, we are, through those projects, we are benefiting local communities, and we help our country build water resilience, which effectively leads to a climate resilience for our nation.
Fantastic, thank you. There was a figure that we talked about earlier that I hope I got it right, but I wanted to prompt you on it because I think it's an interesting statistic. For the amount of water that you take out of the system, how much do you put back in clean?
So, we are the first Fortune 100 company that replenishes 100% of the water we take since 2015, every single year. The figure for 2022 was 159%. So we give back all the water we use plus 59%.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Harry mentioned, I thought, quite a nice striking point about using ancient Roman aqueducts to, as part of the water system. And I think there's we focus a lot on modern technology and on the possibilities that future technologies may bring. But as has come out, I think, already in the discussion, there's an awful lot of good practice around the world that just needs to be shared a bit more than it is. But you take things a bit further than that, don't you, Stella, in terms of looking to traditional practice for solutions to contemporary problems. Would you like to tell us more about that?
Yes, thank you for the invitation, first of all. I will start by explaining where I come from, meaning that as you have introduced me, I'm Executive Director of the Center of Excellence in Sustainability in the American College of Greece, and I'm also Assistant Professor of Environmental Science in the American College of Greece. So my perspective is from a different angle, from the angles that were presented before. So I come from the academic and research perspective. But I don't want to talk about academic research which is not applicable. I will talk about applied research, research that has been implemented in several parts of the world. So I will pick from words from, I think, almost all of our speakers. And I will start by saying that I would like to talk about adaptation to climate change and resilience, increased resilience. There is a lot of discussion about how we are going to eliminate the increase of the average temperature. However, we also need to take adaptation measures yesterday. We don't know when the next disaster or the next extreme event is going to happen, and we have to be prepared for that, and we have to prepare our cities and communities. So in order to do that, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We do not always need to go to very high-tech measures. We need to revisit traditional techniques, enrich them with the current knowledge that we have today, and make them applicable for our cities, villages, communities, and rural areas. And I'm referring to the nature-based solutions. The nature-based solutions, as the term is indicating, are solutions that they mimic nature, both in their function, but also in their appearances. And of course, in the benefits they have. They have holistic benefits. They are the most sustainable systems from all aspects because they treat the problem from many different angles, and also they take into consideration the benefits to the society, something which in many cases where we leave a little bit behind. So regarding water management, the nature-based solutions were first introduced in order to deal with the excess amount of water. So they were introduced as flood defense measures, measures that would collect the rainwater using natural means, which means practically infiltration through different layers of gravel of different sizes and different layers of soil. And they would convey the water either in the groundwater aquifer, replenishing this valuable resource, or they would convey the water in the existing stormwater management network or in the receiving water bodies. Those systems were initially called SUDS. They were known as SUDS, Sustainable Urban Drainage Systems, because they were called sustainable because they were serving all those different functions that can make them sustainable. I will not stay so much into that because it would take us very, very long to explain. I would just say that those systems can be below ground, can be constructed below ground or above ground. They are vegetated, most of them, or covered with gravel or soil. So through the infiltration of the water, they provide not only collection of the rainwater, but also some basic treatment, pollutant removal. When we talk about above-ground systems like retention ponds or constructed wetlands, they have the ability even to reduce the organic load. So they offer a very important service, which is the fact that they ensure the good ecological status of receiving water bodies, which is one basic, the most basic requirement of the Water Framework Directive. And of course, nowadays they have expanded to include the storage facility for water reuse. So we have water which is treated to a very good extent that comes from rainwater, and it is ready to be reused for secondary uses like cleaning the city, as they do in Porto, or irrigation, or firefighting. So practically we create a new resource for water. And of course, as I said, being systems that they are vegetated, they are covered with natural material, they have a lot of benefits for biodiversity, for amenity, for recreation. So we have to think in new and different ways. Fortunately, European Union has realized that in the latest years. So nature-based solutions are prioritized in funding schemes under the Green Deal and under the Horizon programs. So I think we are heading towards a more optimistic future if we try really to become more sustainable also in practice. There are constraints in the implementation, especially related to land take in cities and also to retrofitting those systems in densely built environments. But I believe we can overcome, as I said, if we go towards the direction, this direction.
Fantastic, thank you. We have already established that we're fans of optimism on this panel, so thank you very much for that. We are, of course, extraordinarily tight for time, but we have the Deputy Minister here, and I thought he would really appreciate it if each one of you could give in 30 seconds your recommendation for a policy decision or a policy move that this government should take, that the Deputy Minister can convey.
Secretary General, huh? Be careful.
Secretary General, yeah, can convey to the powers that are. Let's start back with you, Stella. What's your recommendation from a policy perspective?
Difficult question. I would say, based on what I have said earlier, mainly investment and funds for research that will support the implementation and policy, and also for implementing those good practices on a wider scale.
Okay, well, investment was going to be Harry's recommendation, so
yes,
he'll have to come up with another one.
So I would agree with Harry on
Excellent.
that.
From my side is to take one or two best practices that the ministry chooses and scale them across. So this one. And I have experience from the Nordic states. I have lived there for 5 years. I believe Denmark has some very good practices, especially around water, how to reuse water in a large scale.
Ruben?
Well, in addition to rethinking business models in water utilities, which I think is very important, and also to, of course, make a journey towards water efficiency, I would like to now connect to what you said, and because this is the advice that I'm giving to the people who make decisions in Porto, is that we have problems with adaptation of the territory to flooding events. And what we are doing now in practice is exactly investing in nature-based solutions to adapt the territory to these extreme events. So it is extremely important to put this on the political agenda. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to say that I assume that I'm the older guy on this panel, but I don't say older, I say experience. And I can tell you that based on my experience, you cannot buy time with money. In this issue, you can buy time with money. In order, again, so you can do it better, just investment now, you can save a lot of time that later on you need it.
Okay, that's 2 votes for investment. Harry?
Okay, looking at the Greek water sector, implementation of economies of scale and best practices, implementation of best practices, and that is something that we can try and help the government with.
Fantastic. It would be unfair of me to subject you to that much advice and not give you a right to reply. So what's your response to all of that?
First of all, I have to say we need to speak less and act more. And at least us as the ministry, we need mostly to speak through our actions. So I believe that in the coming weeks, our actions will be, will speak by themselves. Mm-hmm. We will present the new costing and pricing policy for water service providers, which is very important because cost is, it's about, cost. Anything can be done from an engineering point of view, and there's plenty of water in the planet. It's a blue planet, but it costs money. So that's one important step. Second is that we will very soon announce the draft law for the governance, the holistic governance of water issues in the Thessaly area, as already pre-announced by the Prime Minister in Thessaloniki. That will serve as a pilot, organization, and if it works the way we expect to, it will be replicated to the other regions as well. And last but not least, we will proceed with the reorganization of water service providers in order to ensure that they have a critical mass to face the challenges in terms both of drinking water and also wastewater treatment obligations that are growing higher and higher, also through the new wastewater directive that is coming from the EU.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. You have a room full of people who will hold you to account on your promises. I'm sure you'd expect nothing less. I'm going to be handing back to John for the next session, but before I do, please join me in thanking a fabulous panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Alistair. Excellent session. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to ask Nikos Papanassis, who is the alternate Minister for National Economy and Finance, to join me here. We're going to have a conversation for 10 minutes, and I hope there will be lots of questions that will make him feel very uncomfortable, or not.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Come and take a seat. Now, this is about our discussion is going to be about the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is essentially EU generosity and largesse. So, how are you doing so far?
Well, first of all, John, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Pleasure.
Now, so the theme is sustainability, and actually, yes, it is a generosity, but at the same time, we are experiencing a climate change that now we call climate crisis, and we are investing a lot of money for the day after.
Yeah.
We're investing for the day after, decarbonization, deliquidization, but we have forgotten that the climate crisis has struck us now. And we see that all over Europe. the wildfires, the floods. So we should look again to what we are doing for the climate. And I'm going through this path because I would like to tell you that RRF is a tool for sustainability. It's called Recovery and Resilience Fund, and it will assist us to make a step forward. Making a step forward means that we have to change a lot of things. We have to do a lot of actions, a lot of projects, a lot of reforms in order to achieve a better tomorrow with respect to sustainability. And of course, all this money actually are the RRF funds are one of the 4 pylons that we are using in Greece for investment. We have the RRF, we have the European Partnership Agreement that is approximately 26 billion euros. We have the Agricultural Fund, 18 billion euros, and we have the National Investment Plan, which is 10 billion euros. All of them add to 90 billion. So it's approximately, the RRF, approximately 40% of the funds we have available for the next day. This comprises actually of 700 actions and projects, and of course every action and project has to be followed by a reform. Yeah. So reforms, action, projects, you will hear in the next panel, we'll talk about the electric buses that we are going to buy here in Greece. And we do have many projects from reforestation, energy efficiency for households and businesses. We have projects that assist enterprises to transform and become more energy friendly. And we have projects that actually assist our infrastructure system. We have just had a major destruction in Thessaly with Daniel, and we are redirecting a lot of funds towards this Daniel destruction.
I mean, I said that it was the RRF is generosity from the EU. Do you think it's generous enough? And also, what sort of accountability? You've just asked, I think, for the third payment on the Recovery and Resilience Fund. I mean, what sort of accountability? Do you have to perform? Do you have to match certain benchmarks?
Yes, it's a performance-based tool. It's not a tool based on spending. Yeah. So we've completed all the requirements for the third disbursement. Actually, we are expecting to be approved along with the modifications we have sent on the ECOFIN on December the 8th. And it is tomorrow that we are going to apply for 1.8 billion in funding, the third installment. So in total, this year, we are looking forward in receiving in grants and loans approximately 3.5 billion euros. So, and of course, we have the planning for the fourth disbursement at the first quarter of 2024, and it seems that we will achieve all the requirements for the fourth installment for loans. So we are expecting the fourth quarter of the first quarter of 24 to apply for the fourth installment, 1 billion. There's a change in the way the Commission disperses money now. It's according to the reforms. It happened just now in the revision phase. And also we will apply for approximately 1.8 billion in grants first quarter. In total, we are going to receive 36 billion euros, approximately 50-50, 18 billions in grants and 18 billions in loans. So now, according to the theme of the forum today, sustainability, in the pylon, the first pylon, which is the green transition, approximately 35 to 37% of the funds will be directed to the green transition.
I mean, I mentioned earlier that, this is generosity, and I asked you, is it generous enough? But of course, the other side of that coin is the absorptibility. I mean, how can, it's one thing to be given money or loaned money, but then the capacity to use that money. I mean, I don't want to be provocative, or not too provocative, but I mean, Greece has a reputation for bureaucracy. Is there a problem of using the money?
Okay, if you noticed, I didn't answer directly your generosity question, but I'll have to
You're
say,
a politician.
I have to relate this to the Solidarity Fund.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to get back and see what is Europe doing in solidarity. This fund is directed for providing countries that suffer floods and wildfires with support. It was built in another time where the climate crisis was not so profound. So we have to work on that too.
Yeah.
So of course, it's generous, the RRF, but we have to get to be more generous in the Solidarity Fund. It's too low, I think, and we have to open the discussion. Prime Minister has put this on the table, and we have to open the discussion because it is very important. Today in Greece, in Slovenia, other countries in Europe, we have damages that could really affect, especially countries of the south, they could really affect their fiscal picture. So we have to work on that. And now, going back to bureaucracy, I'll have to tell you that we're doing a lot of work, digitizing and digitalizing a lot of our public sector. This is a work that has been done, and of course COVID has assisted in that. We have eliminated quite a significant part of bureaucracy. Of course, it's here. We have to work more on that. It is something that prohibits us from running faster, and we're working, I think, it is a reformist government, so we are reforming many things. It is something that we are working very hard, and we have met all the prerequisites for the installments, for the RRF, and we have met practically all the prerequisites for the partnership agreement 2014-2020. It's closing now, it's ending at the end of the year, and we will be able to absorb or drown down 100% of the funds. So we've made steps ahead, many steps. Kyriakos Mitsotakis wants to continue in the reform agenda. And of course, if you look at our fiscal results, you will see that Greece this year, 2023, will have 3 times the growth of Europe. We'll have a primary surplus of 1.1%. We're expecting 2024 to have again 3% of growth and 2.1% of primary surplus. So we are one of the good economies in Europe. And of course, this comes with many reforms and speeding up many procedures. And that goes to your question that, yes, we have worked and we still have a lot of work to do, but we've done a lot of work.
It's an incredibly impressive economic turnaround. It really is.
We are very strict around fiscal agenda, and we are going to remain strict. We have gained investment grade. We don't want to go back in other times. So we are very strict with our plan, and especially with the stability plan.
Yeah.
So we meet every aspect of the stability plan. This is how we are going to go. And of course, in 2024, we're expecting an amazing 15% increase in investments, something that will put us in the forefront of financial performance in Europe.
Well, we've just used up our 10 minutes, they're far too short, but let me just borrow some time from Alistair, who will be chairing the next session. Any questions from the audience while you have the chance? The floor is yours. Any questions? Yes, gentleman there. and someone is racing over with a microphone. It's almost like the Olympics. They're coming fast, and there's a microphone, and here is the questioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask the Minister if the Greek government plans to direct any funds of the RRF to the research of utilization of hydrogen as energy storage.
Good question. 1 second. Any other questions? Just before... No, you have the final question. Minister, the final answer.
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Hydrogen is of high importance as an alternate way to do things with zero carbon exposure. We have a plan in the RRF supporting the research centers, and at the same time we have what we call the Just Transition Plan. This is Greece actually is the first country that has obtained such a plan. It's Just Transition refers to the areas that produce lignite, especially West Macedonia, Megalopoli, and the neighboring municipalities like Tripoli, Gortynia, Echalea. It's a project of 1.6 billion euro. It runs a project specially for hydrogen. We do have, as an IPCI participant, Greece has at least 2 companies that have applied for the IPCI project, and we are going to support them, and we are going to fund the gap for the investment. So yes, we do have money directed to hydrogen, and of course a new call will be up from the REPowerEU. Forgot to tell you that we get 795 million euro for the REPowerEU. Along with another 5 billion in loans, financing this kind of research and, of course, this kind of development. So yes, we do have a plan for the hydrogen. We still have a long way to go, but we do have a plan for that.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to ask you one very final question, and it should be a one-word answer.
That's difficult.
Well, yeah, especially for politicians. But
yes,
with the Recovery and Resilience Fund facility, if you were to give yourself a mark out of 10, 10 being perfection and 0 being absolutely nothing, what's your mark? What mark would you give yourselves?
Well,
one word.
Excellent.
What about a number?
You asked me for one word. What do you want the number now for? But anyways, this is a very good question. I think we don't have to answer that for ourselves. You should see the statistics. Greece is the leading country in the RRF absorption, and of course, as I told you, we are the only country that has been the first country that runs the Just Transition project. We're doing well.
Great.
We're doing well, but we would like to step on the ground very soundly, and we need to keep on working because the difficult times are ahead of us, and we have to be very careful. We have to be very strict with ourselves. We are very strict with ourselves. That's why we have this performance.
Minister, I will give you 10 out of 10 for your performance here. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Excellent. Thanks a lot. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks, Judy. And now, Alistair, you're back in harness. Thank you.
Thank you. John, let's you and me shake hands, because we never get the chance.
That's true.
It's good to see you. We'll get a picture taken in a second.
We'll get one done tomorrow, absolutely.
Indeed. Lunch awaits. I shouldn't have told you that, because half of you will leave. But yeah, we are heading for lunch now. But before we do, an appetizer with Stefanos Agiosoulou, who is the CEO of Public Road Transport, who's going to come up and talk to us about the green transition in public transport, and particularly hydrogen fuel in the future of transportation. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Let me not pretend that I'm going to lead off with questions on such a specific subject. Let me just hand over to you. We have 10 minutes before people really lose their patience.
Okay. Well, yes, of course, lunch is on the way. First of all, let me say that the organizers, I know them for many, many years, and they still find a way to surprise me every year with the conferences that they do. So thank you very much for being here. It's a huge subject, the green transition, especially in public transport. And it's very important not only for the public transport itself or the public that goes around, but the capital and the country itself. Because we are trying to transit into a better future as the climate is changing in bad ways. Hydrogen, the minister just told us that they have funds on the RRF for hydrogen, and hydrogen is the fuel of the future, especially in heavy transports, maritime industry, and of course, public transport. And ourselves and the country itself, as the minister said before, is leading Europe in many ways in steps and initiatives like that. I will talk about our own initiative, the one that we have undertaken, and it started last year, and we had a hydrogen bus that are in production now, slowly. They come in production in Europe and other countries, of course, to test in our routes. We've seen that this is something that is possible. It's a new technology, and it's the future, the fuel of the future. And it's very interesting for us because energy consumption for us at these days is quite a burden, to be honest. Petrol, electricity that we use for our trolleys and petrol for our buses. And it's important to find ways to move forward. Obviously, we have done a great step forward with electric buses. The first 140 electric buses will be in circulation in our routes in the end of April. We are preparing for that very harshly at the moment. We are doing all the infrastructure available. And of course, the movement by electric buses was very well connected with hydrogen. Yeah. Obviously, technically, I'm not somebody who knows a lot of technology in those terms. I'm an economist, but still, with my years with the public transport company, I learned many, many things, as you know. Therefore, hydrogen and electricity and electric mobility are very closely connected. So we are bringing the electric buses on. That's the first part of the tender that is coming to Greece. 140 buses for Athens, 110 for Thessalonica. And we start that, and of course the second phase of the tender is about to come out for another 650 buses. And this is where we are preparing for the future, because now we are looking not only for electric buses, but also for hydrogen buses, and I will explain. So we tested the first hydrogen bus in the streets of Athens. We've seen how it moves and what hydrogen can do. And now we participated in one of a very large European program called Horizon 3 Iris, where one of the large oil-producing companies in Greece, Motor Oil, was the leader for that, for creating a small valley of hydrogen. That's what they call it. And I think 2 were approved by the European Union, one in the north and one in the south.
The south one is the one I'm talking about. And of course, Motor Oil is the leader because it's the company that will create a hydrogen station for creating hydrogen and applying it to the vehicles. On the other hand, we are going to be the users. The public transport company will be the users of this fuel by the program, the Horizon program, will finance for us 3 hydrogen buses that we will put in our fleet and in our routes, and they will do every day what all the other buses are doing. And we are going to test to see how the fuel of the future works in terms of our own use of our buses, our routes, the morphology of Athens, the center, the uphills, the downhills, the small, narrow streets that the buses have to turn and the difficulties they present to the drivers. And of course, at the same time, to train our staff, our drivers, and we are training them now for the electric mobility, because the whole use of electric buses or hydrogen buses in the near future is a total different tool for driving. You think you know you're driving a car, and then you don't, really, because it's a totally different way of doing things or driving things in order to save, to give ability to the bus or the car to have more capacity in its battery. So totally new way of driving. So we are training our drivers now, and we are training our technicians, because also it's a totally different way of doing things over there. Of course, we have some knowledge before, because we have the trolley buses, and they are already familiar with electricity and how it goes. But still, electric buses and hydrogen buses will be totally different. We are participating in this program. This is a leading program for Europe. Hydrogen stations, hydrogen buses. We have also applied for having a hydrogen station in our own premises. It's another European project, CEF, that we have applied to create there, because we believe that in the near future, in the very near future, our fleet will be renewed. In the next 2 years, we will have a totally new fleet in Athens with electric buses in the first 2 years, and of course in the next 5 years, we're probably going to have also hydrogen buses in Athens, and of course maybe in Thessalonica as well. Something which will change, I think, the way we see Athens altogether. It's going to be a city that in 2 years' time we have a different look from inside out. And I think that it will be a city that Europe will look to and take example from. And we are very, very proud for that, Alistair.
Excellent, thank you. I mean, hydrogen, you say, is the fuel of the future. I said fool of the future, maybe that was a Freudian slip. The work doubts raised just this morning on our panels about the promise of hydrogen, ammonia, various other. Hydrogen is a superb storing medium for energy, but of course that energy has to come from somewhere else. And if it just comes from traditional fossil fuel sources, then
of course
not
it's
much
not
point.
clean. It's not clean, yes.
So where does the blue hydrogen come from, or the green hydrogen?
Actually, this is part of the programs that we are looking at in order to create clean hydrogen and all the techniques and the methods that are used in order to do that. This is what we're doing now. The Horizon 3 Iris program is looking exactly on that, not only the use of hydrogen, but the clean hydrogen, the one that is necessary to create a totally different atmosphere in Athens. That's why I said Athens will be an example in the next few years.
Is the intention to produce green hydrogen here in Greece or to import it?
No, that's to produce here in Greece, originally in the premises of Motor-Oil and EU Theodori. In the very near future, in our own premises in the north of Athens, where we have land, and we're going to do that. And of course, in the years to come, once the technology is available and cheaper, I'm sure that a lot of the hydrogen stations will be created around Greece for use of, in the beginning, heavy transport, and later maybe for consumer transport.
This is obviously a long-term project. I mean, in your rhetoric, you've been quite careful not to pin yourself to dates and particular years, but clearly we're talking about, years rather than months, and
of course,
quite a lot of years. Do you think that this is a project that Athens is bought and Greece is bought into to the extent that it will overcome any changes in government, for example, any shift from one party in power to another one? Not that you would necessarily acknowledge there will ever be another party in power, but...
I wouldn't, of course, you understand, because I believe that this government is doing very, very well, and it could go a long time ahead. But still, it's a project in the next that will be developing in the next 10 years. But slowly, during those 10 years, we're going to be introducing this technology and the fuel slowly into our fleet, and I'm sure into the use of other things like factories and other stuff.
Okay, that's fascinating. I can't wait for the next decade when we'll all meet on a hydrogen bus somewhere in the city. In the meantime, while we wait for that to happen...
we can invite you in the near future, maybe next year.
I look forward to it.
To ride in one of our hydrogen buses.
I want to drive it.
Oh, yes, you can do that as well. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, well, it's lunch now, so please join me in thanking our participant here. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Enjoy your lunch.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Noval Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Noval Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Noval Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies and high aesthetics. Noval Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Our motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Noval Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Noval Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Noval Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Noval Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Their use purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Noval Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Noval Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Noval Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Noval Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. what you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
Connected. It's already connected. Okay. So I start immediately. And how long? It says 25 minutes in total. Is it 24?
Let's make it 15, 20 because it's already very late.
Okay, so, all right. Excellent, okay. Thank you very much. Huh? Very lonely at the top, yes. Everyone's abandoned me here. So, Joe, Jeff, can you hear me? Not yet, apparently. Hello, Jeff.
Hi.
Great to have you here. Hello, Phoebe.
Thank you.
First, let me give the formal introductions, and then I'll say a bit more about you, Jeff. Jeff is the director of Global SDSN Leadership Council and the director for the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Of course, we all know Jeff. He's a fixture of sustainable development, both in terms of education, research, and global action on addressing the sustainable development issues. Phoebe Koundouri is also with us here, who's chair of the World Council of Environmental and Natural Resource Economists Association, and she's the co-chair of SDSN Europe and Greece. So welcome here. Both of you, of course, are in some sense founding members of this partnership with The Economist. So you've been with us throughout this journey, and now we're at the 7th Summit for Sustainable Development here. As I said, we're fortunate to have Jeff with us every year. The theme of this year's conference is how sustainability can foster global cooperation and peace. And you know, especially given the nature of the present poly-crisis, as has been coined now, so many crises happening at the same time, largely related to the fact that we've been living in unsustainable ways for decades. It would be wonderful to hear your view on this and related issues. In other words, how can sustainability actually foster cooperation, and what you see our present situation is. And I'll have a further question afterwards. The floor is yours, Jeff.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you as always, and greetings to everybody. I want to flip the question just to start, which is to say that without peace, we don't have a chance for sustainable development. Peace is a prerequisite, and war destroys everything that we're trying to accomplish. So the fact that we have two raging wars, and in your neighborhood, unfortunately, is really a point where I'd like to start. I'm actually speaking to you from the UN, and I'll be testifying in the UN Security Council in an hour, and I'm going to be emphasizing the point that the UN Security Council has to do its job and enforce peace in Israel and Palestine, and enforce peace in Ukraine. Without that, we're just lost. All of our political attention, finance, and destructive power is moving in the wrong direction. In the case of the Israel-Palestine war, I will advocate this morning that the UN Security Council immediately recognize a state of Palestine and enforce a settlement, because Israel and Palestine at the negotiating table failed to do so for 56 years. There are hardliners on both sides, and the world suffers as a consequence, as well as the people of Palestine and Israel suffering. So I will advocate that the Security Council really do its job, stop this war, enforce a settlement, recognize a state of Palestine with capital in East Jerusalem, and move on to the solutions that the Security Council has voted for decades, but never enforced. So this will mean that the United States also has to be responsible, not just backing an uncontrolled vicious war in Gaza, but actually stop the killing now through the mandate of the community of nations here. Similarly, the war in Ukraine could stop immediately if the United States and NATO forces would just declare that NATO will not attempt to enlarge to Ukraine. That has been the underlying cause of war all along, ever since the war started in February 2014, and it is the main reason why the war continues. Russia will not stop fighting if the US keeps insisting on NATO enlargement. So we need to actually reach a political settlement. So I want to say these things because really what we're trying to do is being derailed completely by the mindlessness of our geopolitics. And of course, as many of you know who know me, I believe the United States needs to change its act completely to be cooperative, peaceful, and part of the global community, not unilateralist in its actions, and that would make these wars come to an end. So I wanted to start with that. Now, let's assume that my speech is so compelling in an hour that these wars stop this afternoon. Then what would we do? So I would just say that we will arrive in 10 days in Dubai for COP28, and there is where we have the chance to build. We won't build if the wars are going on, but if the wars are stopped, we can actually build. And we need to build in several ways that Phoebe and Andreas are world experts in, so I won't belabor the point. But we need long-term strategies that combine energy transformation and climate resiliency. And these are strategies for public investment in infrastructure and in a zero carbon energy system. And we need to have those plans elaborated up to the year 2050. And that's exactly the kind of work that Phoebe and her team and Andreas are doing. So this is what's so important. Second, we need regional cooperation. We are not able to solve any of these sustainable development issues, not only if there's war going on, but even without war, unless we have collaboration of neighboring countries. Neighbors share ecosystems. The Eastern Mediterranean shares an ecosystem. It shares a growing crisis of drier climate, higher temperatures, and all that entails. It shares renewable energy resources. It shares physical infrastructure for maritime and land-based trade. So we need the region to cooperate. And that's why with Phoebe, we're very eager to pull together the leaders of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East to help them to understand that not only is this challenge absolutely phenomenally large and complex and needing long-term plans, but it needs regional plans, and it means cooperation of countries that are not cooperating very well right now, but they could cooperate for climate solutions. So this is, in a way, how sustainable development can help build peace, not only by relieving the crises that we face, stopping the environmental migration and desperation, but also getting governments to work together to understand that Israel should be working with its Arab partners. Can't do that if it's bombing Gaza. It has to make peace. Can't do that if there's no Palestinian state. But it needs to be cooperating with the Arab countries. And the countries of any region in the world need to work together to solve these very pressing and practical problems. That by itself will build peace, because there's nothing like collaboration to build long-term trust, and long-term trust is the fundamental social capital that makes for peace. So the agenda is right. Let's hope that somehow in the coming days we have a ceasefire, we have a pause, we move to the political solutions that are needed, and we can meet in Dubai with some hope that we can turn our attention away from the devastation of war to the building of sustainable development. So just a few quick thoughts with you this morning or this afternoon in Athens, and thank you for letting me be with you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. If I can, we still, yeah. If I can do a little bit of a follow-up, we'll actually present a little bit the atmosphere that's been here in the conference. A key theme, which of course comes, I think, always in these discussions, is the degree to which we are pessimistic about our outlook versus optimistic. Some of the scientists and experts here told us that, and we've seen in reports that achieving 1.5 degrees is looking more and more impossible. Some people are arguing we should even drop that because it's unrealistic. On the other hand, I think there have been pretty substantial gains in the last few years. It might not be where we'd like to be. I would like you to give us a little sense of where you think we are on that framework.
I think there are three topics that are interacting. One is what we know of the climate science. Second, what we have available in technology. And third, how we are cooperating or not cooperating to achieve what we can. On the climate science, I was just hosting my colleague, Jim Hansen, who, as many of you will know, was America's lead climate scientist. He was the chief NASA climate scientist for 30 years. And he's just come out with a paper which is profoundly upsetting because he says that the climate change is accelerating, that we will overshoot 1.5 degrees within the next few years in this decade, and that there's a tremendous amount of climate warming built into the system. Of course, he proposes solutions. He doesn't say to abandon 1.5, he says to absolutely dramatically accelerate decarbonization and aim to bring the overshoot back under 1.5 later in this century. But he says we've already lost the 1.5 degree C. And he has pointed out repeatedly that the disintegration of the ice sheets of West Antarctica is proceeding faster than the conventional view, and so the risks of a multi-meter sea level rise are also extremely real and rising. Now that's the bad news. The good news is that the decline in prices of renewable energy and zero carbon solutions has continued and has reached parity with fossil fuels in many locations in the world. The technical solutions get better and better. The integration of digital, artificial intelligence systems, zero carbon energy systems, energy storage, and so forth, all give us and hydrogen economy, give us a perspective that really didn't exist even 5 years ago, much less 10 years ago. So the technologies are better, but they require serious long-term planning and financing in order to carry out. And that brings me to the third dimension of the optimism-pessimism spectrum, and that is the degree of political cooperation and political insight needed to achieve the goals. I'd say here, speaking to the birthplace of democracy, that our democracies are in need of an up-tuning. We need a Pericles, and we need some Aristotelian and Platonic wisdom in all of this. I always like to point out, by the way, that Plato makes me feel very good because he tried to be an economic advisor 3 times to Syracuse, and he failed 3 times, so he gave us all the license to fail. If Plato could fail, what do you expect of us? But in any event, I think the main point is we need better governance, and we need cooperation across countries and better governance within countries. It's a real challenge. It's part of our job, I think, as academics and as gadflies and as would-be amateur philosophers to help tell our governments, you really need to do better for the common good. This is an area where there's no fundamental barrier to success, but there is just a pattern of behavior which is discouraging, and where we really need to use our global knowledge networks to help raise the standards of governance and behavior so that we get the cooperation that we need.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Let me just mention to the audience that about your discussion of ancient Greek philosophy that you've spearheaded and are organizing on a yearly basis the Aristotle-Confucius Symposium, which is about tapping the ancient wisdom and using that wisdom to confront some of our present moral philosophical challenges in view of the crisis we're facing. So drawing back on ancient wisdom and bringing that into specific solutions for our future. One last question, which maybe I can share with you and Phoebe, because we need some time for Phoebe to comment as well. As far as the Inflation Reduction Act is concerned, and what we're seeing is, which has a positive element, the competition for renewables among countries, but also the increased degree of protectionism that that act brings in terms of trying to onshore companies that are working with renewables. So there's a tension there between moving forward and also kind of starting to look inward. What's your take on that?
It is a complicated scenario right now because this so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is this absolutely strange name for legislation that's mostly about tax credits for low carbon energy, is a mix of promotion of energy transformation and protectionism, mainly against China. So it's a kind of mishmash. It violates the World Trade Organization rules, but the American politicians don't care about that. And our level of dialogue with China is very much in flux as well. But I think, in a way, inadvertently, the legislation also wrote in protection against Europe because it's basically protectionist. And so by violating the World Trade Organization standards, it has created a lot of confusion. There's another point about the act itself which is worth mentioning. Since the US does not have a consensus on what to actually do about climate, the only consensus has been to give tax cuts. And so the act is based on tax cuts. The problem with that is that there are no plans for the actual energy transformation. So a lot of investments have been planned, but without a power grid across the states to support them, because that requires an actual strategy. So we're seeing that things don't progress so smoothly, even with the tax incentives, unless you have a real plan of action that enables the combination of the public and private investment to get things done. In our case, we have a lot of producers that want to produce wind and solar, but we don't have the grid to carry this right now, and we don't have any clarity about how that grid is going to be built. So it shows why governance is so much part of this, not only the market incentives.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. The issue of transmission of electricity is really key. We're seeing that that's becoming a bottleneck internationally for renewable energy.
If you'll permit me, friends, I'm going to have to leave. I'm going to see you shortly.
Thank you very much,
in
Jeff.
a few days, but great to be with
Great.
everybody.
Thank you very much.
You.
Phoebe?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, great. So I won't ask you any questions because I think you've got quite a lot on your plate already from our discussion with Jeffrey. So it would just be great to hear your take on some of the ideas that we discussed with him.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person. So basically what I wanted to communicate in a few minutes is how our collaboration with Jeff in the UN SDSN Global Climate Hub is producing some results that we hope will be viable in COP discussions with regards to decarbonization of the energy and transport system and the land use pathways that are integrated in order to produce the socioeconomic narrative and the strategy that is needed for climate resilience and climate neutrality towards 2050. The hub is functioning in 9 different units, bringing together all elements that are needed in order to support the transition pathways. And this unit function at continent level, region level, national level, peripheral level, cities level, local authorities level. And it's what Jeff was talking about regarding collaboration. All this holisticness in terms of the structure of the solutions is also reflected in the structure of the hub. So we have a unit that gathers and aggregates and visualizes socioeconomic and geospatial data needed for the development of the transition pathways and integrating the atmospheric physics and climatologic scenarios. Then a unit on climate and energy modeling which showcases decarbonization pathways. Here we use the Balmoral energy system model that my team at the Technical University of Copenhagen has been developing for 26 years. And we are showcasing in COP at a national level EU decarbonization pathways, not just in terms of the energy mixture, but also in terms of the spatial structure of these energy mixtures and the potential hubs of production of this energy. In a nutshell, EU can achieve net zero targets through investments in renewables, which are endogenously determined with within pan-European carbon budgets, which also fit the national carbon budgets. For Northern Europe, it is investments in offshore wind, district heating, cheap onshore wind, biomass availability. For us, and Central Europe is cheap solar, PV, hydrogen industry, and we also showcase an initial screening of the spatial structure of hydrogen infrastructure. But it's not enough to just have energy decarbonization, you also need the land use decarbonization. And here we use the Fable calculator, which allows you to showcase how each country can achieve food security while achieving the global biodiversity targets and the climate mitigation targets. For example, and for today's presentation, this is the situation in Greece. This is a scenario where Greece can become climate neutral with regards to agroforestry sector by 2040. And of course, even if you have the decarbonization pathways of the energy and transport system and the climate resilience and neutrality pathways for land use, you also need to answer the question, who is going to pay this and how you can protect the vulnerable. And in this regard, we have for the countries that we've already applied our modeling within the Global Climate Hub socioeconomic pathways. So let me just say that we are presenting energy and land use transition pathways for the whole of Europe, all EU 27 countries, the Balkans, the UK, and Southeast Asia. This is how much we've done within the first year of the running of the hub. And together with this, we present general equilibrium analysis of the socioeconomic pathways. That is how you finance the investments in countries where have some fiscal space and how you protect for the vulnerable. And we explicitly showcase that it is possible to mitigate regressive effects of climate policies with a wealth structure based on incentives and innovative financial instruments. It is possible to have mitigation policy and at the same time achieve increased growth multipliers, positive job multipliers, and increased equality in Europe. So in closing, let me just say that the IPCC report, where we also participate, has already given us enough on how, what are the effects of inaction with regards to climate change, what are the costs, but it has not given us the how to achieve climate neutrality and climate resilience. And the Global Climate Hub is producing detailed pathways for the transition, and not only that, is supporting the pathways with the socioeconomic narrative. How you pay for this transition, how you pay for the investments that are needed for the transition, and how you do that in a just way, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. This is very important work that you're showcasing, and you have a very short period of time to show it to us, but I'm sure we'll have other opportunities. Thanks again very much. And now Alistair Ross for the next session.
Thank you. The big advantage of having guests remotely is that you don't have to stand up and get your picture taken at the end, which we all appreciate. Hi, Pavlina. Welcome up. Do you want to? How many of us are there? There's. Actually not. No, that's all right. You're not turned up yet. Come and join me. We're moving on to some pretty hefty topics in the next couple of sessions. So prepare yourselves. There's going to be some meaty discussion, I suspect. Jeffrey Sachs just now mentioned that we can't have peace, that without peace we can't have sustainability. I think that's a fairly unarguable proposition. But I would suggest that with increasing inequality, we can't have sustainability either. And this issue of inequality is vitally important. It strikes at the heart of what it is to be a democracy, to be a fair society, and to ask the same level of sacrifice for everybody in pursuit of a common goal. So I'm really delighted to be joined for the next session, The Fight Against Inequalities in a World of Unpredictability, by a super panel. I know this is going to be great. We have Marina Stefou, who's the Secretary General for Demography and Housing here in Greece. And as a semi-co-chair, commentator, help me keep all of this in order, we have Pavlina Protio, who is the President and CEO of Beyond CSR. You're very welcome, Pavlina. I trust all is well on the island of Hydra. I'm sure it is. And I'm particularly pleased to welcome, with a remote connection, Alexander Stutzman, who's the head of the EU Representation Office to the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And Alexander, if technology permits, is joining us from Gaza. So he sort of brings together these two themes of peace and inequality. Alexander, can you confirm for us that you're with us? Okay, we're working on the connection with Alexandra. I think I would love to give Alexandra the first word, but let's move ahead for the moment. Marina, let's start with you. Feel free to range as wide as you would like. You do have a time limit of around 5 or 6 minutes, but...
Then I will take advantage of the podium and then
Please
I
do.
will start from there.
Are you going to speak in English or in...
Yes, in English.
Okay.
I will speak in English. Thank you. So, distinguished participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be among so many distinguished guests today at the Economy Sustainability Summit for the first time for me. Systemic challenges escalating for decades are not favored by the crisis, and thus the multifaceted crises of recent years have undeniably exacerbated global inequalities, amplified existing disparities, and created new challenges that disproportionately affect vulnerable groups. These crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, economic downturns, climate change, geopolitical tensions, have interacted in complex ways to deepen the fault lines of inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, with a view to reducing inequality, Greece adopts policies and measures to enhance the capacity of its social state to promote social inclusion, despite dealing with serious challenges. As regards disability, a chronic lack of policies on independent living, employability, and early childhood intervention is now being addressed, aiming to solve accessibility and infrastructure problems for the physically impaired, to avoid institutionalization, delays in service delivery, bureaucracy and complex procedures, to shape attitudes, to overcome stereotypes and barriers towards inclusiveness, and to advance independent living. The National Deinstitutionalization Strategy and the Action Plan for its implementation describe the social welfare reforms that aim in particular at promoting and developing a social, legal, and economic framework which also addresses the needs of children with disabilities. A top priority for Greece and the Greek government is child protection and development. Today, I remind to all of you, it's the International Day on the Protection of Rights of Children. So, long-standing disparities in quality and quantity of nursery care services, belated diagnosis of learning disorders, and a heavy and obsolete institutional care have until recently been unfavorable to children's rights and prospects. The implementation and coordination of the National Plan for the European Child Guarantee Scheme will lead the effort to successfully deal with the above issues, ensuring respect for children's rights and focusing on serving the children's best interests. Additionally, the Strategy for Social Inclusion and the Fight Against Poverty, the National Plan for Protection of Children's Rights, are commitments to reduce children poverty, to guarantee that every child has access to free health services, education, childcare, housing, and adequate food, to apply guardianship to unaccompanied minor refugees, to simplify adoption procedures, to ensure independent living and avoid institutionalization for people with disabilities, to provide, or children with disabilities, to provide a safety net against deep poverty by the constitutionally guaranteed social solidarity income, and to provide decent housing for young people, for young families, children, and the elderly. Pursuing the goal 16, Greece has launched a wide range of initiatives. Over the last 4 years, from policies to action plans, innovative methods and tools in order to address key challenges in crucial areas. In the area of human rights, the sufficient protection of children constitutes one of the most persisting challenges for Greece, and a comprehensive plan for their well-being should lead the effort to combat children's rights violations, frequent institutionalization, and exposure to risk. Aiming to address this issue of children protection, the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family was established following the national elections of June 2023, bringing in one location policies shared among several ministries in the past. The newly formed ministry is set to revisit and restructure the legal framework regarding fostering and adoption, making the relevant procedures faster and the system more efficient, hopefully. At the same time, the ministry has launched a working group, a horizontal working group on combating children and adolescent violence and delinquency, with participants from all relevant ministries, with the aim to create a unified national strategy on the matter. Regarding the relatively low diversity awareness, Greece is seeking to promote diversity within organizations and eliminate gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation inequalities, especially also in the job market. Dear guests, one key trend of a world that is changing in fundamental ways is the gradual and largely irreversible shift towards an older population, already underway in most countries and especially in Europe. Europe is witnessing this aging population, a phenomenon with far-reaching consequences that extend beyond the individual level to impact the very foundations of our societies. Income inequalities in Europe is sensitive to population aging, since the elderly face high poverty risks and represent a growing share of the population. As pension systems come under increased strain, meeting the Europe 2030 poverty targets will partly hinge on sustainable pensions. At the same time, families are changing, and new family structures may pose particular challenges to child upbringing and the provision of support, including to the elderly. According to the most recent data, we are all aware that the number of persons aged 65 years or older worldwide is expected to double over the next 3 decades, reaching 1.6 billion in 2050. The shift in the population age structure brings into question current arrangements of old age support in countries. At the heart of the mission of the newly established Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family lies a special focus on demographic policy. It is an undeniable fact that Greek families now have fewer children, and the Greek population is shrinking and aging. The Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family is tasked with addressing the demographic problem, promoting policies to enhance fertility, support families, and increase female participation in the labor market. To that end, our ministry is set to launch a national plan for demography in early 2024. We are currently drafting the plan, and we will soon start a consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, as announced by the Prime Minister and the Ministers, Mrs. Sofia Zaharaki, reflecting the will of the Greek government for a unified and effective national strategy to combat demographic decline. At the same time, it is understood that in order to increase the birth rate, a more favorable environment for having children must be created, with more incentives and a work and social environment that supports family. To achieve this, our ministry strives to combine allowance policies with measures for substantive gender equality and reconciliation of personal and family life and professional activity, ultimately improving the daily life of all family members. Concluding, I wish to underline the commitment of the Greek government to the fight against inequalities, attributing particular importance to the protection and support of the vulnerable groups, children and the elderly amongst them. The government over the past 4 years has endorsed a number of national action plans and strategies that mainstream the principle of leaving no one behind in public policies and reform measures. For the first time, national action plans for youth, children's rights, child protection, against sexual abuse, the rights of people with disability, and those of LGBTQI+ were launched, along with updated strategies for gender equality and Roma. At international and regional levels, the country continues to play an instrumental role in promoting initiatives supporting the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda through the establishment of partnership schemes, the adoption of comprehensive legal and policy tools, and the launch of cooperative initiatives. It is evident that governments are key players in creating more equitable societies, protecting the most vulnerable from the negative effects of these trends, and ensuring that the benefits as well as adaptation costs are broadly and equitably shared. But in our increasingly interconnected world, the decisions of other countries can constrain national policymaking. Together, we must challenge the status quo and take action to tackle deep-seated as well as emerging inequalities once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's fascinating that you raise youth inequality, educational inequality, but also the demographic challenge that Western countries in particular face. And it's interesting that on the one hand, we have this rising burden on a shrinking youthful population, but it makes it all the more important to ensure we can mobilize fully this generation that's coming through. So thanks very much for those words. I'm going to turn to Alex. I'm calling you Alex because I'm anglicizing your name. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it, and I'm trying to cover that up. I'm not doing a very good job of it. First of all, Alex, reassure us that you're safe and that you're okay where you are. And then give us your thoughts, please, from your extraordinary location on this topic of inequality in a world of unpredictability.
Thank you, Alistair, and thank you very much for your enthusiasm. I could hear you before, although I guess you couldn't see me nor hear me. I hope this is all fine now. Yeah, it seems to be the case. So good afternoon to all of you. I mean, it's a pleasure to be with you, although virtually. I wish I could be in Bularmeni with all of you like in previous years. Unfortunately, as you said it, the times are actually very difficult ones. And I thought you mentioned before that I was with you from Gaza. I'm not. I'm with you from Jerusalem. As you can see, I mean, I thought this background looks a little bit nicer than the wall behind me. And it's actually to connect the dots. It's a picture taken from the Greek Orthodox monastery of Little Galilee, whom I paid a visit to not that long ago. And this is the view over the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex and the Dome of the Rock, as you will easily recognize with the city of Jerusalem in the background. What is going on, and I guess this was also the idea of having me in the conference today, is give a little bit the feeling of the witness on the ground. Nobody is aiming at going to Gaza these days. On the contrary, I mean, we've just been spending hours earlier today and last night to get more of our people out of Gaza. I mean, we're still talking about evacuating what is currently a highly risky environment with a very heavy military operation going on and the displacement of population from the north to the south of Gaza, with regular bombings and destructions of houses and infrastructures, including schools and UN buildings, which of course doesn't make anyone with common sense wanting to go to Gaza. We are already fighting to get our humanitarian aid workers in a safe and ordered way, and this is far from being a satisfactory situation so far. But back to the topic, and I'm glad that you quoted Jeffrey Sachs, whom I couldn't follow this time, but I couldn't subscribe more to the fact that no peace means no sustainability. I guess it's in a time of war that we actually realize the luxury of fighting for sustainability during the time of peace. And also, I mean, probably encourage us a little bit more to take sustainability seriously when we have the leisure to do so, which means we don't have to fight other types of emergencies when it comes to it, because then we realize it's often far too late. It was interesting to hear Marina before. Obviously, the European reality is very different from the one that I am facing or that we are facing in the Middle East, and especially in the Palestinian territories, where half of the population is what you would consider belonging to the younger part of the population, and this is especially true in Gaza, and we unfortunately also see it in the casualties of the ongoing military operation, which half of the civilians that have been killed are actually children. So this to be said on the day of indeed the UN Day for the Rights of the Child makes even more sense. But let me get back to the idea of Palestine, conflict zones, and the idea of sustainability. Obviously, the Palestinian territories are currently under world scrutiny and the center of world's attention, not exactly because of sustainability, but whenever we look into what's next, I mean, it's obvious that sustainability is part of the scenario. It's part of the quest for peace through global cooperation, but I would say it didn't start from now. When I took the position I'm actually in now as representative of the European Union to the Palestinian territories, the first public event that I actually, which was part of my job, was a public event to launch the EU support together with a number of member states to the Palestinian green economy empowerment. So basically boosting the Green Deal agenda of the European Union, also streamlining it into our cooperation mechanisms and cooperation aid. And this was a big event that we held in the West Bank, and it was basically showing the commitment of even poorer countries and countries that struggle much more with all the parameters that have been mentioned here this morning to basically catch up with greening their own economy. And if what happened on the 7th of October hadn't happened, we would have had on the 26th of October the first EU Palestinian Business Forum in the West Bank, which would have attracted a certain number of European businesses, a lot of Palestinian businesses, investors, politicians, in order to basically set up a very robust economic empowerment for territories which have still struggling with a lot of other issues. So this, of course, obviously didn't happen, but that's just to mention that even in countries like Palestine, the EU cooperation is centered around sustainability. And it actually was very much so in Palestine over the last 30 years in the framework of the Oslo agreements. It was focused, I mean, we used to focus, and we will continue doing so after this war, on institution building, on government structures that had to be set up, that had to be viable, whether this was through direct budgetary aid or other means. And this is, of course, the underlying condition of a sustainable state apparatus and a state structure. But we would also complement this with a whole area of programs in dealing with sustainable energy, resources, water, agriculture. There was even a program for Gaza, which was called Gas for Gaza, that we were doing together with Israel and Qatar. Agriculture, economic empowerment of all sorts. There's been a big project of water desalination in Gaza as well. Obviously, those projects have been put to a halt given the current situation, less in the West Bank where they continue, but nevertheless, this is where our focus was lying. As we would do elsewhere in the world. And not to forget, obviously, and this is what I mentioned before, given the structure of the population and the age structure, a lot of focus put on youth and education, up to what the EU aid was, 300 million a year for the West Bank and Gaza together. Now, the crisis that we're facing today, which is, of course, to be seen in the context of repetitive crises, this is the fourth Gaza war in 20 years, basically. But what happened on the 7th of October is obviously unprecedented. It's been said, and I mean, this is not the topic of the discussion today, but it just showed that the cycle of violence basically had no end. And it was condemned, and rightly so, what happened on the 7th of October. But I would just want to quote the American Secretary of State after his first tour to the region a few days after the events, where he basically said, the Palestinian issue cannot be ignored any longer, and it cannot remain unsolved. So what does that mean? That means that for the day after, we will obviously have to look, and this is what we're doing now. First is humanitarian aid access, but then we will very quickly get into reconstruction. The UN is stating that half of the buildings in Gaza City have been either destroyed or damaged. So you can imagine the massive needs that we will be facing. This adds up, of course, to a population, 2.2 million, that was living on a very exiguous territory where poverty was actually in very high rates, and with a lack of democracy, which has to come back, because what is interesting in this nexus is that you link, of course, demography, democracy, poverty, and inequalities. And this is all present there as ingredients. So there's even more of a need for sustainable governance structures, which at some point, and this is the debate that is going on also with the Palestinian Authority, will have to come up with democratic elections once the transition period is over. That means that the Western world, the European Union, the United States of America, but also together with the Arab states, jointly have to support such a sustainable solution for and with the Palestinian people. This is, of course, not limited to the Eastern Mediterranean, because we see that the impact that such crises do have also has repercussions in our own countries, in our societies, on our streets. So in terms of political sustainability, there's a very interesting concept out there. The Palestinian leadership, the Palestinian Authority, of course, has its own weaknesses and its impediments given to the situation. But they're not giving in. They have been participating quite actively in recent years in the climate the World Climate Conferences. They were very interested and have engaged with the European Union on the Global Gateway, for instance. So there is an appetite to be part of that world that is promoting sustainability. Obviously, the challenging context makes it all difficult, but the political will is there at all levels, whether this is at government level, at local government level in cities and provinces, but also in the minds and in the awareness of the citizens. So we do have to encourage it. There is a responsibility of Europe and of the developed Western world to do so, and we have to stick to that roadmap of sustainable development in our partnership today with those countries and in our partnership in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. That's great. Worthy of applause. I'd let you overrun your time substantially because your perspective is, you know, it's a privilege to us to get this perspective. And in light of that, I can't let you go in all conscience without asking you a question which I'm going to require you to answer in 30 seconds or less. When does this end and how?
Oh my God, that's a very easy answer. I don't know. We just hope that it will end as quickly as possible, but I think the ones that are actually driving the game are elsewhere. We are just trying to do some damage control in all this. Obviously, there's a very high diplomatic activity going on. The European Union High Representative for Foreign and Defense Policy has just accomplished a tour in the region. I had him in Jerusalem and Ramallah on Thursday and Friday, and he continued over to Qatar, Riyadh, Bahrain, because obviously there's a very, very heavy involvement and role and responsibility also from the Gulf states and ending up in Jordan. And there's, as we speak now, an extraordinary Foreign Affairs Council of the European Union as well. Now, when will this end? I guess we all read the press, and the thing is that the objective that the current military operation by Israel has been announcing is a total eradication of Hamas. But that leads us to a complete different kind of debate. How can you eradicate Hamas? Is Hamas eradicable? It just depends on what you're looking at. What you hear more and more is that Hamas is not just a reality on the ground, it's also an idea in many heads. And for that, I think the best way to bring an end to that is to come up with a proper political / economic / sustainable alternative. And this is what these countries who have a responsibility in shaping the future of that region and helping the Palestinians and others do so have actually to come in a more actively engaged way. And I think this is the difference from the previous crisis in Gaza. It's that there is a strong willingness, see how long that will hold, to not let things come to business as usual.
Wonderful, thank you. Paulina, wise words, I feel, from two very, very different localities on different aspects, both of inequality and of unpredictability. It falls to you, very briefly.
Very briefly, peace is at the forefront. We cannot talk about sustainability or inclusive transition where peace is still an unattainable goal. Sustainability should be primarily about access to inclusive institutions, peace and security. I sense from Alex Spitz and Marina Spitz that we're facing an institutional crisis at all fronts, be it the private level at corporate world, when we talk greenwashing, or political decision making. It was a breath of fresh air to listen from Alex from such a tormented from a war territory that they're still talking about green transition, but we need to talk inclusive transition. And then otherwise we cannot talk about sustainability, transformation, and inclusive societies and ending wars. We have, don't forget, we have another war going on at the European soil, Ukraine, where on the other hand we have Greece, a rather privileged country, where birth rate is at a free fall because we have growing inequalities, growing poverty, despite the rather positive growth indicators. But society feels otherwise, and that applies also to other European countries. Birth rates are at a free fall for a reason, while in Gaza we have devastation of civilians because of a war. So we need to reset what institutions means and how we implement inclusive and sustainable policies.
Okay. Well, we've done our tiny little bit from here to help with that reset. I'm grateful to all three of you for fabulous interventions. We are way over time, so we're going to have to cut it short at this point. But please join me in thanking our speakers today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
There we go. These will be all over Hello Magazine. Thanks a lot. Thanks very much. Okay, on to another extremely meaty theme, migration and refugees, not altogether disconnected from any of the themes that we talked about in that previous session. We have a super panel again to join us for this closing session of the day. And I'd like to invite up to join me here on the stage Sofia Vultepsi, who is the Deputy Minister of Migration and Asylum in Greece. Sofia, please come and join us. Jesse Thompson, who's the head of the delegation in Turkey of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Jesse, please come and join us. Eleni Kontou, who is the chair of Amnesty International in Greece. Eleni, please come and join us too. Sophia, if you'd like to sit in this one. And Khalid Kosse, who is the member of the board of the Andan Foundation in Switzerland. Khalid, please come and... Oh, we have Khalid remotely. Hi, Khalid, I can see you're there. Great, well, you know, from one complicated topic onto another one. And again, with a very, very tight time constraints. Everybody's got beds to get to tonight. So let's try, if we can, to stick to time. Deputy Minister, I'm going to hand over to you first. And give us your introductory word, please.
Θα μιλήσω ελληνικά.
I will speak in Greek. Once again, I would like to thank the economists and the organizers for inviting us in another interesting discussion symposium this very moment. We are talking about sustainability, resilience, and peaceful coexistence. And every time we pronounce them, there is a question mark at the end. Notions that seem to have been created for a question mark, where we have millions of people trying to escape from three big wars, civil wars. The civil war in Sudan has caused, as it was mentioned 2 days ago, an record number of internally displaced, 7 million people in some months, violence against women and children, which is not part of the general discussion on destructions we've been hearing all these days. And we don't have to have war, to have violence against children and women. Coup d'etat, dryness, drought, and weaponization of refugees, the cultivation of culture, of trafficking, torture, and we have conflicts and increase of the extreme right wing and radicalization risk.
Οι αποκρουστικές εικόνες από τους αγγελωτούς σταυρούς και τα αστέρια του Δαβίδ.
Hatred rhetorics. We have seen signals against Israel on the walls and something else, selective interest for some crises and indifference for those cannot be used politically. People suffer and die everywhere, but it seems as we are not all children of the same God. The rights of women are violated consistently. Women are decapitated and violated against. Children are abducted from terrorist groups like Hamas, Sebam, etc. But the human rights are protected depending on the hat one wears. We have a war of mottos and constructed news from those that seem to have the monopoly of humanitarianism. And there is a big question mark when we talk about sustainability in migration and refugees. Can we have sustainability under these conditions? No, but how can we stop hatred and wars? How can we create prosperity conditions on the countries of origins? How can we eradicate fanatics? If we could, if we said or believed that we can achieve all this, we would be dreamers. But nonetheless, we cannot stop trying to improve this situation as Europe, United Nations, NGOs, states, and sometimes all involved parties seem to service their own ideologies by fighting the ideologies of others. People, nonetheless, will always have a reason to become refugees. My answer is inclusion. This very moment is that we don't have a common European policy for the asylum returns or inclusion. Every country does its own things depending on who governs. Today, more than ever, we need to have the initiative to have a common inclusion policy implemented by all, focusing on protecting religious freedom, the freedom of opinion, and the eradication of terrorism and radicalization. If we have a common European inclusion that will include all aspects of inclusions and early actions from the asylum application as provided by the European Directive, we will support resilience and sustainability. Greece has adopted a new strategy on inclusion that does not focus only on language learning, which is one of the pillars of inclusion. We horizontally, in all our actions, the new strategy aims at real inclusion, not at the creation of parallel social systems, ghettos, radicalization and marginalization, and eventually violence against others. That is why we promote the European way of life, the European institutions, equality of genders, and sensitization on human trafficking. We are pioneers in the protection of children. Accompanied children attend schools after they have been in informal education classes in cooperation with UNICEF. We have created a line via which more than 4,000 children have been saved and more than 7,000 vulnerable, especially for unaccompanied children that become adults. They get 10 years permit to stay in the country, having successfully completed 3 classes of high school up to the age of 23. And soon we will apply a program for former unaccompanied minors, offering them professional orientation in the aim of making them part of our society. In that way, we avoid problems at school. We help children feel included. it has been proven that the organized crime it has been proven that organized crime and extremist parties aim at the youth, use children living in the streets for some criminal activities, knowing that minors are protected in various states. Along with our inclusion program Ilios that offers housing and education, Greece is the only European country that uses funds from RRF for the inclusion of refugees in sectors of the Greek economy that have deficits, manufacturing, farming, agriculture, etc. We have a close cooperation with the United Nations on refugees for protecting refugees, especially the vulnerable ones and the ones with chronic problems, the victims of violence and torture, and for the education of women. The success of all these efforts, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, in order to combine migration with sustainability via social cohesion, depends on the cooperation within the countries or among the host states and the countries of origin. But here, I need to come back to the beginning of my speech and put a question mark, adding that there is no time for delays. There is no time for delay. We have no time, and now we need to cooperate more than ever before. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Let's move straight along. Jesse, head of the delegation in Turkey for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Turkey occupies an extraordinary position in the world, geographically, economically, and certainly in terms of migration flows. So your thoughts, please, from that perspective.
Absolutely, my pleasure, and thanks for having me here with you today. It's really a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies about this issue, because it undoubtedly impacts sustainability, particularly if we are truly committed to leaving no one behind. And it demands cooperation in a way that many of the challenges we've discussed today demand cooperation, but it's one that is really lacking in international solidarity and in responsibility sharing. The International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies is a membership organization. We're made up of 191 Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies. And that makes us unique in the sense that we meet people at every stage in their journey. We meet people in conflict zones or in disasters in their villages. We meet them en route. We meet them in their country of first arrival. We meet them in their country of final destination. And it's our hope that we can take a route-based migration approach, an approach that allows people to seek support regardless of their legal status, wherever they find themselves on that journey when they see the Red Cross or the Red Crescent flag flying. And I'm going to talk about 5 really key concerns that we see when it comes to migration in Europe. The first is the perilous journey that many migrants face in making their way to Europe. The Mediterranean is amongst the deadliest migratory routes, although there are many deadly routes, particularly as safe pathways become more and more limited. And these make migrants more vulnerable to abuse, more vulnerable to exploitation from smugglers, and we really know that in the absence of coordinated international search and rescue mechanisms, it only puts people more at risk. And I think that's all too familiar for those of us who were in Greece this last year and who witnessed the Philos shipwreck and the devastating loss that that represented. The second concern that is top of mind for us is that people on the move are facing more and more barriers to movement, more and more barriers accessing protection in Europe. We're building walls and fences, and this reflects a troubling trend of heightened security measures along migratory routes. And it really raises questions about the humanity of those deterrents. The third concern that we have as the Red Cross and Red Crescent is the limited access to information and essential services for migrants along the route, particularly those without status, putting people on the move at risk of exploitation, abuse, suffering. And then we see as a fourth key challenge in destination countries, migrants and refugees facing numerous barriers, including language difficulties, as the Deputy Minister rightfully pointed out, insufficient knowledge of rights, legal and administrative challenges, and really all of those things are limiting people's access to health, access to education, and their inclusion in the labor market. And I think perhaps the most concerning thing for the Red Cross and the Red Crescent is that we see this increasing stigmatization and negative rhetoric around migrants as burden, as really perpetuating these harmful narratives. And unfortunately, what we know is that it's such a missed opportunity to not see the skills and assets that migrants bring to fill labor market gaps, to contribute to their communities. And so I would say what we know more than ever is that global cooperation and solidarity is needed urgently. It's not a choice, it's imperative. And if we think about the drivers of human movement that are only going to be exacerbated in a climate crisis, we need those solutions now for the people on the move that are on the move now, but we're going to need them even more in the future. So this problem is not going away. And we really have seen very little solidarity here in Greece. Greece has shouldered a lot of the responsibility on its own over the years. Now, in my duty station in Turkey, hosts to 3.6 million refugees. Turkey is grappling with a massive natural disaster response alongside hosting of this huge refugee population, and global solidarity certainly falls short. But I have hope. We've seen some examples in recent years, including the response to the Ukrainian refugee crisis, that show us that what is possible when there's political will and global cooperation and solidarity. European states came together very quickly to regularize the status of Ukrainian refugees and to support with resources and programming in response to that large-scale population movement. So we know it's possible. We know that solidarity is possible. But it takes political will, and I think it takes cooperation and collaboration. I think just the last thing I would say before I wrap up, because I'm mindful of time, is that the national societies, the Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies along the migratory route really seek to provide humanitarian service points to those on the move. And that's really, really critical, but that's just one piece of the puzzle. And that will only be the Band-Aid until there are larger and more systematic solutions for migrants in distress, for refugees on the move. It is our collective responsibility, and we really must dismantle the barriers preventing people from seeking safety. We must uphold rights, and we really need to recognize the positive contributions that refugees and migrants can make and do make in their communities en route and in their final destinations.
I want to come back to you. Okay, we're applauding, well done. I did want to come back to you on one thing, not because I saw a bubble of hope and I want to burst it. That's not my nature at all. But you mentioned, you know, the positive example set by the crisis in Ukraine, the way the extraordinary and overwhelming outflow of migrants from Ukraine was dealt with by Europe, particularly by Poland at the time. I just want to check in with you about this thought that why was that different? Does it actually underline the discrimination that people have between different kinds of migrants? In some cases, people are welcome. In other cases, people aren't welcome. Is that a good sign in Ukraine, or is it a sign of something that we should be a bit more concerned about? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think we can't discount the fact that Ukrainian refugees looked like many of the communities they were arriving into, and perhaps that changed the response of communities in terms of their solidarity. But we see this in that solidarity that host communities show in neighboring countries around the world, actually. Very often, when refugees arrive to their sort of first country of destination, there is a strong feeling of welcome. It's only that, and you see that in Czechia, where there's been a real emphasis on Syrians as guests.
Yeah.
But after 12 years, with this important responsibility being shouldered, and without support or solidarity in the ways in which those countries need to see it, it's not totally surprising that that solidarity wanes over time. So I think there's truth to your skepticism, but I also think that humans are generally quite welcoming, that I see the humanity in Red Cross and Red Crescent volunteers very often, who show up and help in their communities, who welcome strangers in their communities around the world, in 191 countries to be fair. And sometimes their governments don't rise to that same humanity in the way that those individuals do.
Okay, I'm very keen to come back to that point with the Deputy Minister, but let's go through our speakers before we do. Eleni, I can only imagine that you agree with most of what you heard, but you give us your perspective, please.
Yes, I will speak in Greek, if I may.
Okay.
Representing an organization on human rights, I will start with a basic human right we need to have in mind for all our policies on refugees. Article 13.2 of human rights. All people have the right to abandon their country, even their own, and return to that country. With regard to the policies of the EU, Amnesty International recently has expressed its points of view with regard to the recent contract. Despite commitment for an approach friendlier to human rights, and that migration might be positive for Europe, we see an effort of deterrence. This new contract introduces more complex procedures than that of Dublin by extending even the imprisonment periods. At the same time, all the measures for the asylum awarding are downgraded. It includes non-realistic proposals endangering human rights, like bilateral agreements with states like Turkey or Libya. And it actually targets to solutions of legal corridors in order to avoid accidents like the ones we have recently heard about. We now want to talk about the cooperation of host countries and countries of origins. The countries in which the refugees and migrants first arrive, Italy and Greece, need to have the support of other countries of EU so as to have a whole chain of support for those people from their country of origin to the host country. If we don't do that, we will have a lot of problems, not only in the seas, but on the ground as well. And we have seen that a lot of refugees have lost their lives in the fires in Thrace this year. So we support that there are evidence for violation of human rights. And I will also mention one other article, 14.1. Every person that is prosecuted has the right to ask for an asylum and be awarded an asylum in other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you particularly for your brevity and clarity. That was tremendous. I'm going to move straight along to Khalid Kosso, who's a member of the board of the Andan Foundation in Switzerland. Khalid, in a sentence or maximum two, tell us about the Andan Foundation, what it does, and then give us your perspective, please, on this issue.
Thanks very much. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. The Andan Foundation is a private sector foundation based in Switzerland that's looking for innovative solutions to the refugee crisis. I'll be very, very brief because we don't have much time. Firstly, I want to associate myself with a few things that have been said on this panel. The Deputy Minister's point about inclusion being absolutely fundamental, I completely agree with, and I think it's lacking in too many societies. The clear research evidence that migrants on the whole make a positive contribution to the economy, to politics and society, I think is clear. I associate myself with the growing need for solidarity between countries of origin and countries of destination. And as a British citizen, I have to associate myself with a very important emphasis on human rights when we deal with asylum. What I thought I'd do very briefly is speak about the most obvious link between sustainability and migration and refugees, and that is climate change. And we've heard a hint of this from the Deputy Minister and also from Jesse. I would just like to make these points. Firstly, when we think about climate change and migration, we need to dispel some myths. One myth is that climate change will inevitably lead to displacement. That's not true. There are very important intervening variables that mean that the outcome is not necessarily preordained. A second myth is that climate change will mean there is massive migration from the south to the north. Almost certainly not true. Most migration that we expect to occur as a result of the effect of climate change will be local, internal, and increase in IDPs and internal migration. And I think a third myth, which often puts people off dealing with this situation, is that in order to deal with climate change and displacement, we need to rewrite the 1951 Refugee Convention. I don't think that's the case. We are finding national workarounds through national policies, for example, recently in Australia. But to be very clear, there is no doubt at all that climate change is taking place, and there's no doubt at all that the effects of climate change will lead to more migration and displacement, more IDPs, more human security challenges, and probably more national security challenges as well. The current focus in dealing with this is adaptation, and I think that's the right focus, to provide people the opportunity as far as possible to stay at home so that migration is the very last resort for them. I think, and this goes back to your question about Andan, we need to look at new solutions. We do not have credible solutions for refugees in particular at the moment. Repatriation is not taking place, third country resettlement is drying up, and local integration really isn't taking place in many parts of the world either. We need to make migrants part of the solution and not part of the problem, and I think we need to tackle this issue very quickly because it's coming fast at us down the track. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Competing with Eleni there for the most succinct and brief comments. So thank you very much, because that leaves us time to explore some of the themes that have been raised. The first thing I want to raise, I want to come back to you, Deputy Minister, but then I'd love to hear the comments of our other panelists. You gave an excellent thumbnail of some of the specifics of your government's policy in this area domestically, but I'm struck by the PR battle, the political battle that's going on over how migration as a concept is perceived in our countries and in our region and globally. It come up earlier in the day that the public seems to be applying pressure now on governments when it comes to climate change. To a degree, that battle has been won. People understand the link between the weather phenomena that they're seeing and broader climate change, and they're pushing companies and they're pushing governments to do something about it. It's a broad generalization, but that seems to be the direction of movement. On migration, it seems to me, we're going in the opposite direction. All four of you, I think, have emphasized the role that migrants can play in helping us address our demographic imbalances in developed countries, the solidarity we owe to populations in troubled regions. And yet, all I hear, sadly in the country that I come from, but also around much of Europe, is the characterization of migration as a problem, as a threat, as an unfair imposition on domestic populations, and that's being weaponized by populist politicians across our region at least. So what I wanted to ask you was, from the point of view of a policymaker in government, not what can you do, but what do you do, what are you doing in Greece to address this perception of migration? How do you, re-educate is the wrong word, but how do you get that message across to your population that this is something that needs to be dealt with in an inclusive and empathetic manner, and perhaps broaden to the European perspective as well?
Κοιτάξτε,
Let me tell you the following. At the end of the day, what we need is to be realistic. I see that many governments, okay, let's talk about my government. Our government is a conservative one, and we've taken many steps forward, which wasn't the case in the past, even when we had a leftist government in office. So I think we should approach things from a different viewpoint. For instance, Mrs. Contu said something about two articles. The first article is the one that says that everybody who is prosecuted has to be able to find refuge, okay? That's correct. But there's another article saying that everyone who wants to might leave the country of its country or their country of origin. When these texts were written, there was no such wave of migration as it stands today. So the policymakers, the governments, have to have a figure. It's not just about taking a text and use it at our own discretion. Currently, we have 114 million people who are domestically displaced. Each one of them is displaced for their own reasons. So what I see is that governments and politicians take steps forward, but the organizations, not all of them, of course, generally speaking, they have to become less stuck with the actual word or letter and see what we can do. Because you said before that there might be there's some kind of discrimination between how we welcomed Ukrainian refugees and others. It might sound like that because we've never done this discrimination between the refugees and the migrants. There was no, because the actual High Commissioner for Refugees of the UN talks about refugees. So Syrian refugees are immediately accepted and they get asylum immediately in Greece. And I believe the same applies in Europe. Yes, it's also in Europe. Refugees from Afghanistan, after the Taliban dominated, also get the asylum they want. Ukrainian refugees get the provisional protection. But when we do not have refugees, when we have migrants, then we have to have legal pathways of migration in order for us to decide how many we can put up with. I mean, every country, every region has a capacity of people to accommodate. If everyone who might have every reason to migrate to Europe, there will be no capacity and resilience in Europe. So we have to do something, a combination. Every war that might start one day has to end. Syria is in war since 2011. So humanity has to decide what to do with them. For how long will it go on? We have the second anniversary of the Ukrainian war very soon. When a war starts, it never ends. So how much can the European continent, how much can we put up with? How many millions of people can we accommodate? So we have to get to the root of the problem and decide what we want and agree on it. Because shortly, and no, let me rephrase that. We have people coming to us. They are climate migrants. Because at the same time, we have jihadists dominating everywhere. Whatever is saved by, whatever we manage to save vis-à-vis the jihadists, we have the environmental crisis to destroy. These people have issues with food supplies. They're hungry, so they come to us. Or we also have some people trying to settle elsewhere, like people from Pakistan going to from Afghanistan going to Pakistan. Pakistan said no more. And we've heard that in the news. Lots of people go to the borders and they say no. And the women who want to go back to Afghanistan, they say, no, we don't want to go back because we're under persecution in Afghanistan and nothing is taking place. In Turkey, for instance, they want to transfer people from Syria. Yes, they do accommodate 3.6 million migrants, but their government and opposition has promised to move up to 2 million Syrian people back to northern Syria. Yes, but northern Syria is fully militarized and suffers from earthquakes. These people left Syria because of the war. If they are to bring them back there, then what's the point? They will just try and find a new smuggler to get them here. So more offer, more supply, more demand. New boats trying to cross the Aegean and sinking in the water. So after a certain point, we have to decide what the countries, what the states are doing for that. Thank you.
Going on, so I assume there's quite broad agreement with what you've heard, but there may not be. Jesse, your thoughts?
Where to begin? Where to begin? I do fully agree that legal pathways are so critical, and I'll tell you a story that for me really will stay with me till the day I die. When the Philo shipwreck happened, a very dear friend who's Syrian from Canada, who resettled to Canada through a legal pathway, through the Third Country Settlement Program, called me and said 5 of my cousins were on that boat, and 1 survived. And I think about that often because it was obviously a hideous moment, a moment where he was calling me for help to try to find his loved ones, to try to help find out if they'd survived or not. But also because he would have been on that boat if he hadn't had a legal pathway, because I know him. He's a person who's impatient, who wanted to restart his life, who had very good reason for leaving Syria, fleeing Syria, and was not going to wait in Jordan forever. He was desperate for that restart with his family, with his young son with cerebral palsy. He would have been on that boat. The only reason he wasn't is because 5 years earlier he got a chance that's a drop in the ocean. And so I think for me, when we think about influencing governments, when we think about legal pathways and making the case for legal pathways, we have to humanize it. We have to talk about the people. We have to remember that these are brothers and cousins and uncles and sisters and daughters that just want to continue their school, and they can't do that in Afghanistan, or that want to continue their lives because they can't work, they don't have a right to work in their country of first asylum. I think that's, if we really ground ourselves in that humanity, it will take us a long way. And I think the Deputy Minister's point around addressing the root causes is critical. There can be no sustainability without peace, and there are no durable solutions without peace. People will still move. Humans have been migrating since the beginning of time, but in the absence of peace, refugee crises are protracted and people in far too many places are without solutions, without an ability to go home because there is no peace. And I feel quite at a loss for the solution there because we see only more conflict and more devastating destruction and no peace on the horizon in far too many places.
Eleni.
I couldn't but agree with you. The main reasons for which these people are driven to find asylum elsewhere have to be mitigated. We have to find solutions, and all countries should contribute to that. I fully agree, and organizations like the Amnesty International want to contribute to that. That's why we are laser focused on human rights and on the common traits that may be found. But we should not fall into into a trap. The trap, for instance, articles of this convention, we should not say that they are not long-lasting, all-time ones. They do provide protection to these people. Of course, when they were originally drafted and ratified, there was no such crisis, the one that we are currently dealing with. Or even if there was a crisis, it has been something sporadic. That's why we have specific criteria that apply when we have an asylum seeker. That's why we have specific profiles of asylum seekers in order to explain whether the country of origin is a safe or not one, in order to screen, to filter them. So we also have to agree on the following. Our main objective is to provide safety to these people. And as we said at the beginning of this discussion, in order to have sustainable migration policies, we have to see what these people may offer to us. I mean, their skills, their capabilities. We should not treat them as outlaws. One of the reasons why we have people dying is, cross-border, they die in the sea or on the ground, is because they are trying to hide. So the guarantees were not there during the process of identifying them at their entry points, Greece or Italy. That's why we're here to find root solutions. That's why we propose changes in the memoranda signed between European Union and Greece and other countries, and we aim at coming up with a more sustainable solution for migrants and refugees in order to stop losing lives. I would like to emphasize on the following. We must never forget that there have been sanctions and sentences against Greece and by the European Court and the highest and the Supreme Court of Athens, because sometimes there are cases of the so-called pushbacks on the sea. I know it's not a very right term, but it's a set of practices pushing people back violently, setting them at risk. And of course, we have many witnesses on that, many testimonials on that. The minister says testimonials in inverted commas. There are no sentences for pushbacks. For Pharmakonisi, no. There was no pushback case. The sentence was because it was considered that the authorities didn't do what they could. It wasn't a pushback. I told you pushback is not the right term. Yes, it's not, but there has been no sentence for pushback against us. There was a sentence, and now we have another sentence for Pharmakonisi during the Syriza government, because you only count the Pharmakonisi case in our office, not the Syriza. Anyway, I'm just joking, but there has been no such sentence. There has been a sentence, an accusation for testimonials that the Greek authorities didn't do what they could. I cannot tell you about that. They might have done what they could. There is no definition. And of course, there was no pushback case. Let me be clear about that, because we have an audience here. Pushback means that I make risky maneuvers close to a boat at risk in the sea. There has been no such sentence. It has been said, it has been decided that they didn't do what they could to save them all. We're beating around the bush. No, I'm a journalist and I'm trying to be clear. That's what led to this. Okay, said the minister. Apparently there is...
Semantics, and I would love to give you both space to have it in full, but unfortunately I don't have that luxury. Okay. Khalid, over to you. I know you're very clear in your own mind about the the benefits and the economic importance of orderly migration, but how do we win this public battle?
Thanks. 3 quick points. I'm sorry I can't be there. It sounds like an interesting discussion. Firstly, I agree with you that the overwhelming public discourse at the moment on migration in most of our countries is negative. Secondly, frankly, I don't know an area of public policy where the gap between myths and perceptions and realities is as great as it is for migration. The research evidence is overwhelming that migration is at best neutral, and at worst neutral, and at best positive. And thirdly, I mean, what I really regret about this debate is the polarization of opinions. I think what we are losing is a safe space to have a sensible discussion. There is no doubt at all that in some circumstances, migration poses a challenge. And you should be able to say that and analyze the situations and the conditions without being accused of being racist or anti-migration. You're simply stating the facts. And I think the media has taken away that area for a safe discussion. I think universities, I'm a university professor, are not doing what they should be doing. And I just don't think we have the safe space to have a sensible discussion about where migration is positive and where in certain circumstances, let's face it, migration can be a challenge. And that's the discussion we have to have.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank all of my panelists. I'd like to particularly thank the Deputy Minister, because you are at the sharp end of applying policy, which is one of the hardest places to be, and we're grateful to you for your frankness and the time you've given us. The day ends here, but the conference doesn't. Tomorrow we'll carry on first thing in the morning with another set of what I fully expect will be fascinating sessions. So I'm going to say goodbye to you all at this point, but before you leave, please join me in thanking what's been another wonderful panel. Thank you.
I making an impact?
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Hellas Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.